Chapter 1679. After 2 months, Su Fengnian didn't return from outside the pass until the end of winter. It was snowing heavily. If nothing unexpected happened, this should be the last snow in Beiliang's second year of Xiangfu. Entering the city in the dead of night, neither Su Fengnian nor Su Beiji rode in a carriage. Behind them were 800 white horses with white armor and white horses, blending into the snowy night. On this snowy morning, Su Fengnian put on a fox fur coat that he hadn't changed for many years and walked out of the much-expanded Wutongan. Alone, he went to the pavilion in the middle of Tide Hark Lake. Leaning against a pillar, he gazed at the surface of the lake. He heard that in the early days, the 2 women in his residence used the lotus flowers on the lake as small wishing ponds, often throwing copper coins into the lake. In the end, it didn't take long for them to smash into a hornet's nest. When he was young, there were 4 children surnamed Su in Mount Qingliang, 2 boys and 2 girls. Including Su Xiao himself, it didn't seem like there were too many women. Now, things were different. Su Fengnian and Huang Manor weren't in Mount Qingliang all year round, but there were many more women. Not only Lu Qingyan and Wang Chudong, there were also Su Ying who liked to wear red robes, Miss He who wore a mink hat, the national beauty Chen Yu, the little girl who Chen Shiliang brought with him when he went to the cold, and the green robe left behind by Yu Groom. Occasionally, the daughter of Huyan Dagwan would secretly come to Mount Qingliang to play. Even the Wutongan had gained 7 female scholars. Nominally, they were the 2nd and 3rd class maids of the Wutongan. They had different names for firewood, rice, oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and tea. It seemed to be Lu Qingyan's bad idea. Compared to the names he gave his maids in the early years, such as green ant, white wine, cucumber, and so on, these names were comparable. Su Fengnian stayed in the yamen of Song Dongming and Baiyu until very late last night. Not to mention the general affairs, even if it involved the promotion of 4th or 5th class officials, as long as it didn't involve sensitive local military affairs, Su Fengnian gave the 2 of them the power to do whatever they wanted. Therefore, last night, it was mostly Song Dongming and Baiyu who carried out the routine of a monarch's memorial to the emperor. Su Fengnian, as a hands-off shopkeeper, just nodded his head. However, there was one troublesome thing that Deputy Administrator Song Dongming specifically threw to Su Fengnian as the final difficult problem. At that time, Mr. White Lotus was drinking hot tea with his head lowered and a playful smile on his face. When Su Fengnian heard this, he also had a headache. It turned out that after Lu Qingyan was confirmed as the Princess of Beiliang, Lu Dongjiang, the old father-in-law who was famous in the Central Plains in the past, had an active mind. He wanted to compete for the position of the provincial governor of Liangzhou. Regardless of the original intention of the original provincial governor, Tian Peifong tactfully retreated at the last moment, or was forced by the situation. After returning to Liangzhou from North Resisting City, she submitted her resignation to Mount Qingliangshan. Subsequently, the provincial governor of Liangzhou was inside and outside. The situation of internal and external provincial governors was already set in stone. This made Lu Dongjiang, who originally only coveted the position of the provincial governor of Beiliang, suddenly change his mind. Taking advantage of the good momentum of a father relying on his daughter, he hoped to take the position in one step and become the 3rd in command of the civil officials in Beiliang. Su Fengnian couldn't do anything about this and could only use the tactic of delaying. As for the actions of the Lu family's children after they entered the cold, Su Fengnian was actually very clear about them. Those arrogant scholars either couldn't be helped, or the few talents that could be counted on one's fingers could be counted on one's fingers. It was also not that Lu Dongjiang didn't think so. Even though Su Fengnian had already compensated the Lu family for the construction of the new city, Lu Dongjiang clearly didn't feel that this was the treatment that the Lu family of Qingzhou deserved. Unfortunately, Beiliang was not the imperial court after all. There was no Hanlin Academy to support idle people, and there were also no palace pavilions or academies to give to people. In the end, Su Fengnian, the son-in-law of Beiliang, was the master of the family. It wasn't that he didn't want the Lu family to be able to hold their heads high in Beiliang, but he really couldn't afford to give them this face. Su Fengnian raised his head and saw Baiyu slowly walking over. Su Fengnian didn't deliberately adopt a courteous posture to welcome him. He only sat up straight. Bai Yu walked into the pavilion in the middle of the lake and stomped heavily on the steps, shaking off the snow. The two of them sat facing each other. Bai Yu was the first to speak with a smile. Ever since I entered the mountains when I was young, in all these years, I've seen a few spectacular snowfalls in Jiangnan. It wasn't until I came to Bailiang that I realized that in the end, Jiangnan can't compare to the north. Su Fengnian smiled slightly. I heard Su Xiao say that the winter snow in Liaodong is even heavier. Snow as big as a goose feather isn't enough to describe it. Bai Yu joked, the snowflakes are as big as a hand. Back in the day, when I was at Mount Longhu, I also heard of the poem written by the great general. The corners of Su Fengnian's mouth curled up. The civil officials in northern Liang all feel that Su Xiao is not easy to serve because flattery has always been done on the horse's hooves. Only my second sister's husband, Chancellor Wang, can flatter the right person. In fact, the heavenly secret here is very simple. It is to be as shameless as possible. He absolutely can't put on the airs of a scholar because Su Xiao can't understand things that are too profound and implicit. Just thinking about how to reply is very difficult. Chancellor Wang went straight to the point. The two lousy chess players were evenly matched with Su Xiao on the chessboard. They even praised Su Xiao by saying, "Great, great, this move is so domineering." Su Xiao naturally understood these compliments, so he was especially happy. And there's also Huang Manor's master, Zhao Shituan, who also knows Su Xiao's weak spot. I remember the first time he came here, he said that Huang Manor was born with innate intelligence and a handsome appearance, worthy of being the great general's son, and so on. At that time, even I couldn't stand it and felt that this old man was most likely a Jianghu swindler. In the end, I sent someone to bring a dog to scare the old celestial master. Now that I think about it, the saying, "the wise man doesn't show his true colors," is very true. Su Fengnian didn't know if it was because he started talking, but he couldn't stop himself. I remember when I went to Mount Wudang to practice martial arts and met the old chief for the first time, Wang Zhongluo. At that time, I heard a lot of Jianghu rumors about breaking the river with one finger and admired this Bailiang celestial Daoist immortal. In the end, after meeting him, the old chief indeed had a celestial demeanor and didn't disappoint. However, he was soon exposed. Guess what it was? Bai Yu shook his head. Su Fengnian smiled. He squinted his eyes and said softly, "At that time, I was curious and asked the old chief if he really broke the river with one finger. He first shook his head and said no. Then, he stretched out 2 fingers and said 2 fingers. At that time, other than being stunned, admiring, and fascinated, I also felt that this old chief was actually quite dignified despite his celestial aura." You didn't see the old man's expression after he said those 2 words. He was obviously trying his best to pretend to be an otherworldly expert, but he didn't do it well. When people thought about it afterwards, they felt that he was just an old man who had done great things in his early years. When he got older and was remembered by the young people, especially when they mentioned him face to face, he was so happy that he couldn't even hide it. Bai Yu said softly, "The celestial master's residence is different." Su Fengnian looked at the lake and murmured, "Later on, I understood that Su Xiao was also such an old man. However, when I was young, I never praised him face to face. Instead, I often scolded him and even beat him up, always wanting to embarrass him. At that time, I only thought that you were the one who caused my mother's death. Now that I have no manners and no manners, it's actually all your fault, Su Xiao. Don't blame me, Su Fengnian." Chapter 1680. Bai Yu's gaze moved past Su Fengnian's shoulder to look at the other side of Tidehark Lake. After a long silence, he slowly said, "My parents passed away while Hong Jia was on his way north. Because they were great pilgrims at Wudang Mountain, I was brought up the mountain." Su Fengnian asked, "You don't hold a grudge?" Bai Yu calmly said, "At the beginning, I held a grudge. Not to mention the commoners, even us scholars who read history, when we read about those fallen monarchs, the history books only described the treacherous officials as deceiving the emperor. So I couldn't blame the emperor, nor could I blame those civil officials in Li Yang's newly compiled record of loyal officials, nor could I blame those generals who died on the battlefield. So after searching everywhere, I could only find your father, Great General Su Shao, nicknamed the Human Butcher. As a child, I personally witnessed the fall of my country and the fall of my family. How could I not blame him? Su Fengnian was silent. Bai Yu suddenly sighed. In the end, I can't blame him. Su Fengnian didn't ask if he shouldn't blame him or if he couldn't blame him. Bai Yu turned his head to look at the small path leading to the pavilion in the middle of the lake. At the end of the path was a graceful figure. She had probably walked closer and noticed them sitting in the pavilion, so she turned and walked further and further away across the frozen lake. Bai Yu smiled apologetically. It seems that I've spoiled the scenery. Otherwise, it would have been your highness and her facing each other. It wouldn't have been better to enjoy the scenery. Su Fengnian glanced at that figure and said helplessly, "There's nothing between us." Bai Yu's expression was strange. Su Fengnian felt even more helpless. It's true. Bai Yu once again looked at that figure and joked, "That's too much of a pity." Su Fengnian smiled but didn't say anything. Just as the two of them were quietly admiring the scenery, the steward of the Wang estate, Song Yu, quickly walked over and said that Regional Governor Yang Xinxing had come to pay a visit. Su Fengnian asked him to bring the recently deceased regional governor to the pavilion in the middle of the lake. Bai Yu smiled and said, "Old General Yang has been suffering in the provincial capital these days. The regional commander's residence is being smashed up almost every day. Scholars are throwing books at the door, and commoners are throwing rocks at the walls. It's said that there are even people throwing kitchen knives. It's very lively. The servants of the residence are scared witless and see it as hard work." Su Fengnian saw that Mr. White Lotus had finished speaking and was about to leave. He said coldly, "Mr. White Lotus, why don't you accompany me to see Yang Xinxing?" Bai Yu bowed and stood up. After hearing this, he hesitated for a moment before sitting back down. When Yang Xinxing strode up the steps, he saw the young lord sitting there, but there was an elegant scholar of unknown identity standing there to welcome him. When he looked at him, he was smiling. It was not the kind of smile that hit a knife. On the contrary, it was very friendly and natural. When Su Fengnian introduced the two of them, Yang Xinxing was shocked. Only then did he know that the person in front of him was actually the Taoist master of Dragon Tiger Mountain, who was not of the same surname as Mr. White Lotus. His heart suddenly felt warm. When he heard that Bai Yu personally said that he would go to the regional commander's residence to ask for wine when he was free, Yang Xinxing, regardless of whether it was true or not, and whether it was out of politeness or sincerity, felt a little closer to Bai Yu. After all, when he arrived in Liangzhou, the only reason he had closed the door to visitors was because he knew that if he took even half a step out of the door, he would become a street rat that everyone wanted to kill. Not to mention that none of the civil and military officials of Liangzhou had shown up. Even the servants and maids of the residence looked at him with hostility. Yang Xinxing had shamelessly come to Mount Qingliang this time because he had previously sent a secret letter to Su Fengnian to greet him when he returned from outside the pass. Whether or not the old man had entered the prince's residence on Mount Qingliang, or whether or not Su Fengnian was willing to let this regional commander enter his residence, the entire Beiliang officialdom was waiting to see. If he succeeded, Yang Xinxing might not necessarily be able to hold power in Beiliang. If he failed, Yang Xinxing's future days would definitely be difficult. Yang Xinxing's original plan was to make this trip today. He did not have any extravagant hopes that Su Fengnian would be able to put on a grand display. It would be fine as long as he could keep up appearances. However, Bai Yu's appearance was definitely a pleasant surprise. Yang Xinxing was an old fox who had immersed himself in the officialdom of Liang for most of his life. Now, the slightest movement in Beiliang only needed a few words from the servants in the residence for the old man to grasp the key points. For example, the choice of the main consort and the resignation of the provincial governor, Tian Peifong. The two matters seemed unrelated, but in reality, the clues within were very particular. Tian Peifong was secretly expressing goodwill to Lu Dongjiang. With the precedent of the change of the provincial governor of Lingzhou as an example, rather than waiting for a year or two to be forced to abdicate to a foreigner, He might as well take the initiative to abdicate and form a tacit understanding with the Lu family, the future provincial governor of Liangzhou, Lu Dongjiang, and even the princess consort, Lu Qingyan. The three of them chatted happily in the pavilion in the middle of the lake. They did not talk about matters of state, only about the wind and the moon. They parted happily. Bai Yu took the initiative to send Yang Xinxing all the way out of the prince's residence. Bai Yu stood at the door and watched as the provincial governor left. He smiled with understanding. Since Song Dongming was the deputy administrator who held more power than Li Gongda, as long as Su Fengnian agreed to let Li Gongda become the provincial governor, then the entire Lu family would be indebted to him. The Lu family also needed someone in the imperial court in Mount Qingliang. The famous scholar Lu Dongjiang and the merchant Wang Linquan. Between the two, it was like choosing the lesser of two evils. Of course, Song Dongming would choose the former. He, Bai Yu, was in a more awkward position. He did not even have the opportunity to choose. However, now that Yang Xinxing had delivered himself to his doorstep, Bai Yu's situation was different. Right now, Yang Xinxing could not speak in Beiliang's officialdom, but that did not mean it would not be the case in the future. As long as Liang Meng was still fighting, as long as Yang Xinxing was smart enough, there would be a day when he would not be able to stand out. Thus, in the future, no matter how busy the provincial governor's estate was, Bai Yu would always be the person who met Yang Xinxing. He would be the benefactor who would send charcoal in snowy weather, not an idler who would add flowers to the brocade. Just as Bai Yu was about to step over the threshold, he suddenly pulled his foot back and turned to walk down the steps. He then turned back to look at the large door. This Sir White Lotus raised his head to look at the imposing plaque and then at the couplets on both sides that were about to be replaced. He thought of that young man in the pavilion in the middle of the lake and muttered to himself, Beiliang, Li Yang, in this world, with you, Su Fengnian, can this be considered sending charcoal in snowy weather? Just as Bai Yu was walking back into the prince's estate with mixed feelings, he passed by Tidehark Lake. In the end, he saw a scene that almost made Sir White Lotus jump up and curse. He had just left, and that upright gentleman who had repeatedly said that he had nothing to do with Roji and other women was already walking side by side with him on the lake. Even more outrageous was that when that fellow saw him, not only did he not feel guilty, he even raised his hand to greet him. Bai Yu muttered angrily in a low voice. On the lake in the distance, Su Fengnian laughed heartily. Qin Yu asked curiously, "What's wrong?" Su Fengnian laughed. "Sir White Lotus thinks that I can't hear him because we're so far away, but in truth, I heard everything very clearly." Qin Yu asked, "What did Sir say?" Su Fengnian said in all seriousness, "He praised me for being handsome and dashing, but he felt ashamed of his inferiority." Qin Yu made a sound of acknowledgement and then took her leave. She then went straight to Sir White Lotus. Su Fengnian was dumbfounded. In the end, Su Fengnian on Solitary Lake laughed. Looking around, everything was serene. In this kind of Beiliang, whether the women were as beautiful as flowers or beautiful enough to ward off evil spirits, or the men, whether they were scholars, martial artists, or commoners, were all safe and sound. The sounds of reading, peddling, hoofbeats, snoring, and quarreling were all lively and bustling. Su Fengnian folded his hands in his sleeves and looked up at the sky. Everything this young man did was for the sake of no longer resenting the Su family. Chapter 1681. This year's New Year's Eve was actually very difficult for Su Fengnian, because Su Wisheng said that all the spring festival couplets on Mount Qingliang had to be personally written by him, and none of them could be repeated. There were a total of 365 couplets, big and small, not including the two characters, Chun and Fu. For this reason, Su Fengnian had no choice but to ask Song Dongming, Bai Yu, and even Wang Chudong for help. He asked for the contents of more than 300 couplets and put them on his desk to copy. Because Su Shao had passed away for less than 3 years, they should continue to use white couplets, but Su Wisheng said that this year they should use red couplets. Although Su Fengnian was not very willing, even Auntie Zhao Yute agreed with second sister. Su Fengnian could fight against Tu Chao Chongqing and Dong Tai, but he could not defeat these two together, so he could only obediently accept his fate. Therefore, Su Fengnian began to write at a high speed on the second floor of Wutong'an early in the morning. Lu Qingyan was grinding on the side, and Wang Chudong was helping to cut the rice paper. Su Fengnian's 3 disciples, Lu Yunchang, could not endure staying in the study room for less than an hour. He ran out to find Yu Groom to compare notes on martial arts. The eldest disciple, Wang Sheng, who had returned to Beiliang alone from Beimang, had a calm temperament and helped the young master's wife, Wang Chudong. Only the little brat, Yu Dilong, was nowhere to be seen. Everyone in the room knew that now in the officialdom of Beiliang, especially in the border of Yuzhou, almost all the generals knew the story of the young lord walking with the support of the wall. It was not known whether it was Yan Wenluan or Qin Yinshui who blurted it out, but they gave the king of Beiliang the nickname, the second Su Fengnian, which meant that in the end, there was still someone in the world who could defeat the young lord. As for who defeated Su Fengnian on which battlefield, the gloating old generals did not care. Therefore, the moment Yu Dilong returned to Mount Xingliang from the border of Yuzhou, he was called to a secluded back mountain by his master who had a fake smile on his face. The master and disciple did not come back together. They only saw that the young lord looked a bit refreshed. However, the kid only showed up after a long time. With a bloody nose and a swollen face, he sat in the pavilion in the middle of the Lake of Tide listening pavilion and sulked for a long time. He even ignored his master's call to eat. Finally, Lu Qingyan, the master's wife, came to the rescue and took the kid's hand to eat. While wolfing down the food, the kid was frightened and complained to the master's wife that his master beat him for no reason and even asked him to practice the vow of silence meditation during this period. Yu Dilong asked the master's wife what he had said wrong. Seeing the kid's bitter eyes, Lu Qingyan's resentment disappeared. She stood up for the kid and told him not to worry about his master. If he wanted to vent his anger on his master, he could come to the master's wife. After being beaten into a pig's head by Su Fengnian, Yu Dilong smiled and said okay. He grimaced and then continued to eat. The kid felt that the master's wife had a good temper and that his master was even more blessed. Su Fengnian wrote for nearly 3 hours. After finishing, he had to carry a stool and a ladder to put up the Spring Festival couplets. Fortunately, Su Wisheng did not continue to torment him on this matter. In the past, Su Shao had personally put up the Spring Festival couplets in more than a dozen places, such as the Old Mansion, the Gate of the Prince's Mansion, Wutong'an, Tide Listening Pavilion and so on. Su Shao had always put up the Spring Festival couplets in these places by himself. As for the other places, they were handed over to the stewards of the prince's mansion. Su Fengnian had Wang Sheng call Lu Yunzhang and Yu Dilong over. He had the young boy and girl help set up a ladder and a stool. At the same time, he had to make sure that the Spring Festival couplets were not pasted crookedly. Furthermore, every time he pasted the Spring Festival couplets upside down, he would have his 3 disciples shout, "Fortune has arrived." When shouting, Wang Sheng would be more reserved, but from his expression, he could tell that the young girl was very sincere. Lu Yunzhang was the most careless, while Yu Dilong's voice was the loudest. According to the old rules, the Spring Festival couplets at the gate were the last to be put up. After finishing, Su Fengnian held the big bowl of rice milk in his hand and looked at the sky and the end of the street. It was about time for Huang Manor, Yang Guangdou, Chen Shiliang, and the others to return. His 3 disciples did not do their best for nothing. They all received an additional Spring Festival couplet. Su Fengnian did not ask what they were going to do with it, but he could roughly guess that Yu Dilong was definitely going to give it to the tall scout who had died outside the pass. He was going to ask someone to bring it to his house. Lu Yunzhang, this heartless fellow, was probably going to be used to flatter a certain general of the Great Snow Dragon Cavalry. As for Wang Sheng, whose figure was becoming more and more like an ordinary girl, he was probably going to be used as a collection and had no other use. Su Fengnian suddenly asked with a smile, "How is master's handwriting?" Lu Yunzhang immediately said with a cheeky smile, "It's written with iron and silver hooks, like dragons flying and phoenixes dancing." Su Fengnian calmly took it all in. Finally, when the youth could no longer say anything else, he smiled and said, "You can speak human language now." The youth immediately asked in a whisper, "Master, why don't you write another one for me?" Su Fengnian said playfully, entering a temple to burn incense and pay respects to Buddha is a good thing, but if you have to go to every temple and worship Buddha every time you see him, that would instead appear insincere. In the officialdom, it's actually better if one person is willing to do 10% for you than two people doing 30 to 40% for you. The youth thought about it carefully and nodded vigorously. Su Fengnian turned his head to look at Yudilong. The latter trembled in fright and said with a sullen face, "Master, what's wrong?" "Apart from eldest master's wife, I haven't spoken to anyone else." Su Fengnian coldly snorted and handed the porcelain bowl to the child. He said without reason, "Consider yourself lucky." Yudilong was somewhat sullen, but he did not dare to say anything. Su Fengnian looked into the distance. Ancestor Lu, Gao Shulu, Lu Songtao, Li Chungang, Wang Xianji, and then Su Fengnian. In the future, it might be Xianyuan Qingfeng, and then it would be Yudilong's turn. When Su Fengnian was about to be truly invincible in the world, Xia Guanying, who was on the continent's immortal rankings, appeared. Everything had its vanquisher, and according to the old heavenly Tao, if Xia Guanying could not take on the great responsibility, there would still be Hong Shixiang to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. However, the latter did not care. When Yudilong, Wang Sheng, Lu Yunzhang, and this group of young people appeared out of nowhere, there would no longer be the so-called celestial beings. When humans fought humans, everyone relied on their own abilities and not their previous lives. Each of them would be vigorous and vigorous. They would either win or lose, die or live. But now, after all, humans were not truly separated forever. There was also the so-called heavenly will in the dark. Su Fengnian intuitively felt that there was someone who could fight against Yudilong in the future, and it was very likely to come from Donghai. As for who it was, Su Fengnian was not interested. As for Wang Sheng and Lu Yunzhang beside Yudilong, they could only be people like Wang Xiufeng and Lu Yunzhang from Li Chuangang's era, or people like Dong Tai and Chao Chongqing from Wang Xianji's era. However, Su Fengnian still hoped that Yudilong at that time, especially on the day when he was no longer in this world, would not become a runaway horse between heaven and earth. Instead, he would have to have something to worry about. Wang Xianji, or Su Fengnian, who was completely unrestrained by fate, would undoubtedly be a disaster if they had no fear and only knew how to run amok. When the girl came back this time, she relayed a lot of inexplicable words. It was not only Huang Sanjia's drunken words, but also Huang Longshi's last words. It sounded very nonsensical. The old man who had died said that the world in the future would be very interesting. Ordinary people could also ride a sword to fly, travel to the North Sea in the morning and Canggu in the evening, travel to the four seas in a day, and even pluck stars from the sky and dive into the sea to fish for the moon. He also said that in the future, everyone would be a scholar. The books that they read in a year might be more than the books that the current Confucian sage had read in a lifetime. Unfortunately, the scholars in the future would not be real scholars, but book flippers. The books that they read would not be the books of the sages, and they would not be able to emulate the virtuous. The so-called putting oneself in other people's shoes would have a different meaning. Many people were not willing to be heroes, so they thought that there were no heroes in the world. They would regard others' sacrifice as fools, and they would forget the martyr's generosity to die in an instant. That world seemed to be very interesting, but in fact, it had lost a lot of things that the martyrs had hoped that the future could inherit when they were alive. Therefore, Huang Longshi was willing to die in the present, in this world, and turn into a pile of yellow soil. In Jianghu, ancestor Lu was unwilling to pass through the gate of heaven, Li Chungang was unwilling to ascend, and Wang Xianji was willing to lose to Su Fengnian. In the imperial court, Zhang Julu did not leave a way out, Qi Yanglong resolutely left the mountain, and Tantanan was reluctant to leave. Perhaps it was because they were the same kind of people as Huang Longshi. They were born from death. Su Fengnian sighed softly, and reached out to rub the head of his eldest disciple. He smiled and said softly, "Since you have the happy sword, you should live happily. Don't be like some people." After all, the girl had grown up. Her master's intimate action made her blush a little. Lu Yunzhang suddenly screamed, "Master, actually Wang Xing likes you." "It's true. Even a blind person can see it." Chapter 1682. The girl, who was not carrying 6 or 7 swords on her back at the moment, was suddenly filled with a murderous aura. After traveling thousands of li with White Fox Face in Beimang, the girl's swordsmanship cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds. As of now, her cultivation was the highest among the 3 disciples. However, the girl's thoughts were obvious. If she were to fight with Lu Yunzhang, wouldn't it mean that she acknowledged Lu Yunzhang's words? However, if she ignored him, she would not be able to hold back her anger. Fortunately, the sound of horse hooves on the street helped her out of her predicament. It was her master's younger brother, the commander of the Longxiang army, Su Longxiang, who had returned from Liuzhou to the capital. When Su Fengnian walked down the steps, he said, "Dilong, spar with your junior brother. Beat him up the same way our master beat you up yesterday, as long as it doesn't delay the reunion dinner." Yu Dilong was stunned. Lu Yunzhang, who was the smartest, had already run into the residence and shouted, "I can fight, but let me go get my weapon." Yu Dilong hurriedly passed the porcelain bowl to the blushing Wang Sheng and went to stop Lu Yunzhang. Wang Sheng lowered his head and returned the bowl to Su Fengnian. He whispered, "Master, I'll go too." Su Fengnian held the bowl and said helplessly, "The 3 of you should at least take the stools and ladders back." When Huang Manor saw Su Fengnian, he seemed to be a little timid. Su Fengnian passed the bowl to Qin Shiliang and then grabbed Huang Manor's shoulder with a smile. In the next moment, Su Longxiang's body slid along the side of the street in the snow, stirring up countless snowflakes. Back in the day, the 4 sisters and brothers of the Su family, Su Fengnian loved to throw the thin and weak Huang Man into the snow every time it snowed. He never got tired of it. He would even pick up Huang Man's feet and throw her upside down in the courtyard, making head-sized holes in the ground and writing a large Su character. When he was done, Su Fengnian would put his hands on his hips and look heroic. Huang Man would sit in the snow and smile foolishly. Big sister Su Jihu, who was standing under the eaves and watching the fun, would definitely clap her hands and cheer. Su Weisheng, who had a precocious temperament, would pout and pretend to be disdainful. Because Su Weisheng was not very willing to play with the 3 of them and have a snowball fight, Su Fengnian and Big Sister could only make Huang Manor stand at the foot of the wall as a target. The 2 of them competed to see who could throw snowballs more accurately. Every time Su Fengnian accurately smashed a snowball onto Huang Manor's head, the one who laughed the happiest was not Su Fengnian, but Huang Manor. At that time, Su Weisheng would roll his eyes. Qin Shiliang was dumbfounded. Liuzhou provincial governor Yang Guangdou, who had stayed in Qingliang Mountain for more than 10 years, was calm and unperturbed. He had long since become accustomed to this. Very quickly, Su Longxiang ran in front of Su Fengnian. Without saying anything, he crouched down and carried his brother on his back. It looked like he would not stop until he ran from the foot of the mountain all the way to the top. Eating dumplings during the New Year was a rule set by Su Shao. When Wu Su was alive, she and her 2 daughters would make dumplings together. After Wu Su passed away, especially when the eldest daughter married far away to Jiangnan and the youngest daughter went to study, it was all handled by Su Shao. This year's dumplings were made by Zhao Yute, Su Weisheng, Lu Qingyan, and Wang Chudong. These 4 women. This year's New Year's Eve dinner was still Su Zhao's rule. The women did not leave the table, so other than Su Fengnian, Su Longxiang, Wang Xing's 3 disciples, Su Beiji, Song Dong, and Xiaoyu, who were close to the water, as well as Qin Shiliang, Yang Guangdou, and the others who had come from afar, the large table was filled with people. It was a rare lively scene. After eating the New Year's Eve dinner, it was time to stay up. Su Fengnian walked alone to the entrance of the main hall of the manor. In the middle of the hall, there were 2 chairs placed in the main seat. One of the things that Su Fengnian was criticized the most was that when Su Shao was discussing matters with the important people of Beiliang when they were young, he, His Royal Highness, would casually sit in Su Zhao's seat while Su Shao could only sit on the chair to the side with a smile. He never felt that there was anything wrong with it. Su Fengnian stood at the entrance of the main hall. He looked at the dozens of old chairs placed to the left and right, and then looked at the 2 chairs in a daze. Soon, the old steward of the manor, Songyu, brought in a large stove. There were small tongs for fiddling with charcoal fire hanging from the cracks of the wooden stove. Su Fengnian took the stove and placed it by the feet of the two chairs in the center. He squatted down and began to skillfully fiddle with the charcoal fire that had just glowed red. The matter of staying up was a man's matter. Even though Su Xiao was famous for being a henpecked husband, this matter was not discussed. Of course, the old Wang Fei, Wu Su, would never argue with Su Xiao on this matter. After marrying into the old Su family, Wu Su was the daughter-in-law of the Su family. She would never say anything about the old Su family's customs. When Su Fengnian was squatting in front of the stove, Su Longxiang also walked into the main hall with 2 large bags of charcoal. They had to stay up until dawn, so it was necessary to add charcoal to the fire. The 2 brothers squatted together. Su Fengnian said softly, "In the past, when I stayed up, would get sleepy easily. Su Xiao has never been a man who doesn't talk about his past bravery. He likes to talk about it. Every time, I couldn't stay up until midnight. You would leave with me, so Su Xiao always stayed here alone. Now that I think about it, Su Xiao is all alone. It is quite pitiful. Huang Manor, don't you think so?" Su Longxiang nodded. Su Fengnian asked again, "What do you think Su Xiao is thinking when he sits here every year at this time?" Su Longxiang shook his head. Su Fengnian hesitated and said to himself, "When Chao Changqing was in Taiyan City, he told me that I could go to West Chu after the new year to pick up someone. But I don't know how to say it. Second sister may not agree, and whether your 2 sisters-in-law agree or not, they will have a knot in their heart. Not to mention Yan Wenluan, great ancestor Gu, and the other generals. Yes, how can the military and national affairs be trifled with? Beiliang has lost so many people in battle outside the pass. After all, they died for Beiliang. But if I say that accompanying Su Fengnian to Guangling Taoism and risking universal condemnation, what is going on? Even if I am stubborn and use my identity as the king of Beiliang to pressure them, I fear that before the next battle of Liangmang is even fought, our Beiliang will already be divided." Su Longxiang sank into deep thought. He was not like when he was young. He would foolishly and happily stand by his older brother's side no matter what happened. In the early years, for his older brother, Huang Manor even dared to oppose Su Xiao. Just like the song and dance on the peak of Qingliang Mountain after the death of the old emperor, Su Xiao was infuriated for the first time. Huang Manor stood between his father and his older brother, not retreating a single step. Su Fengnian put down the fire tongs and crouched in front of the stove, staring at the fire in a daze. Even Su Fengnian did not know that tonight, in the night, group after group of people would enter through the gates of the provincial capital. Yuzhou had Beiliang Infantry Commander Yan Wenluan, Deputy Commander Chen Yinshui, Provincial Governor Hu Kuei, General Huang Fuxi, General Yu Wandao, and others. Lingzhou had Administrator Li Gongda, Li Hanlin, the new provincial governor, Lingzhou General Han Laoshan, Deputy Commander Wang Ji, Huang Xiaokuai, and others. In Liuzhou, apart from Chen Shiliang and Yang Guangdou, there was also Longxiang Army Deputy Commander Li Mofen and Liuzhou General Ko Jianghuai. In the outer pass of Liangzhou, with Beiliang Governor General Chu Lushan and Cavalry Commander Yuan Zuozong at the head, there were even more people. For some reason, Beiliang's civil officials and generals all rushed to the gates of the prince's mansion on this New Year's Eve. Su Yanbing stood at the entrance of the hall, his face abnormally heavy. Su Fengnian slowly stood up and smiled bitterly. The lineup at the foot of the mountain was undoubtedly forcing him to abdicate. Since he was kept in the dark, that meant that even his second sister and Chu Lushan would not agree. Su Fengnian stood near the chair and turned to look at the entrance. Chu Lushan was the first to appear at the entrance, but he was not in a hurry to step over the threshold. Su Fengnian gathered his thoughts and said with a hoarse voice, "Come in." Chu Lushan, Li Gongda, Yan Wenluan, Yuan Zuozong, Chen Yinshui, Great Ancestor Gu, Li Mofen, Yu Wandao, Ko Jianghuai, Chao Xiaojiao, Song Dongming, Bai Yu, Huang Shang, Su Beiji, Chen Shiliang. Because there were too many people entering the hall, they had no choice but to add more than 10 chairs. Su Fengnian waited until there were chairs behind everyone before sitting on the chair that Su Xiao used in the past. Su Fengnian stretched out his hand and gestured. Everyone sat down. Su Longxiang also picked a chair and sat on the side. That majestic momentum was not inferior to Chao Changqing, Dong Tai, and Tuoba Bodhisattva. All the top martial arts masters appeared in front of the young king. Su Fengnian was not angry, but a little tired. Chu Lushan, who was sitting next to Su Longxiang, Yuan Zuozong, and Qi Danghua, lowered his head as if he did not dare to look at Su Fengnian. The reason for the situation tonight was because of him and Su Wisheng. Otherwise, who would dare to act like this? Su Fengnian sat upright with his hands in his sleeves. Just like Su Xiao in the past. Chapter 1683. In the Su family on Mount Xingliang, the men were staying up in the meeting hall, while the women were not sleeping either. Instead, they were gathered in Su Wisheng's small courtyard. Like Wutongan, they had laid out extravagant earth dragons. However, ever since the Battle of Liangmang, both Wutongan and this place had never used earth dragons that consumed countless charcoal. Even when facing Su Wisheng, Aunt Zhao Yute still wore her visor. She was bending over and fiddling with the charcoal fire. The light of the fire shone on her visor, making it sparkle. Lu Qingyan and Wang Chudong sat to the left and right of Su Wisheng. Wang Chudong, who had a lively temperament, had never liked to pay attention to the posture of the armchair, so she sat on a small stool. At this time, she simply rested her head on Su Wisheng's knee, her eyes drowsy. Su Wisheng reached out to rub his sister-in-law's hair. His movements were gentle, and Wang Chudong became more and more sleepy. Jia Jejia and Suing sat at the door where the threshold had been removed. They were playing a game of 15, 50, and 20. Their hands were moving in a dazzling manner, but they were silent. Inside and outside the room, only the occasional sound of the charcoal fire crackling could be heard. It was quiet and peaceful. Zhao Yute gently moved the ashes to cover the charcoal fire, so that Wang Chudong would not feel her skirt burning. She finally broke the silence and sighed softly, "We shouldn't have forced Xiaoyan like this. Since we are family, even if we knew we couldn't persuade him, it would have been better to let him know in advance." Su Wisheng lowered his gaze and stared at the fire that was faintly discernible under the ashes. He softly said, "Auntie, it's not like you don't know what kind of temper he has. Since he was young, he has a stubborn temper. Once he has set his mind on something, even if mother punished him, he wouldn't change his mind. Now that he is a martial arts great-grandmaster, if he left Liangzhou alone in a fit of anger, who could stop him? Could I let Yuan Zuozong lead the great snow dragon cavalry to stop him?" Whether it was Su Yanbing or Huyan Daguan, there were only a handful of great-grandmasters in Beiliang who could stop them. They were also sentimental people and would not stop them. It could be said that they had the attitude of wanting to see the world in chaos. Don't look at how we defeated Beimang. In the end, father only left us a small fortune. How can we afford to let him squander it as he wishes? Su Wisheng's expression was dark and gloomy. He said as calmly as he could, "Why did I announce that all the influential people in Beiliang would come to our house on New Year's Eve? Naturally, some people are selfish. They are afraid that Beiliang will be trapped in the whirlpool of West Shu and lose their troops and horses. Once they are affected, Beiliang may be lost. In that case, they will be beaten back to their original state and the official titles in their hands will be wasted. In the future, even if the Liang imperial court is willing to accept them, how many decades will they have to climb back up in the officialdom? But I also believe that more people are doing this for the sake of Beiliang and the Beiliang frontier army. They are not afraid to offend their superiors." Apart from Su Wisheng's voice, there was dead silence in the room. Su Wisheng unconsciously emphasized, "Perhaps he can pat his chest and say with a clear conscience that the reason Beiliang has a moment of stability today is because of Su Fengnian. He has been outside Huda City, outside Calabash City, outside Qingsang City, and thousands of miles in the western regions. He has risked his life there, so he has the right to be willful for once." Zhao Yute raised his head and asked, "Is that not the case?" Su Wisheng's expression was miserable. He shook his head and said, "No. Although the cold helmet covered his ferocious and terrifying face, Zhao Yute was clearly angry. He said in a low voice, just because his surname is Su and he is the son of the great general and the princess? Su Weisheng and Zhao Yute looked at each other. Their eyes were firm. He is the eldest son of the Su family. The king of Bailiang is related to the life and death of more than 2 million people in Bailiang. He is also one of the 4 grandmasters of martial arts. Since he chose to increase his burden and practice martial arts, then he should be like our father and take the lead in every battle. Even more than our father, he should face Tuoba Bodhisattva and Beimang's million-strong army. It is he who blocked the only way out. It is he who made himself unable to be a vassal king who can enjoy peace by taking a step back. He can't blame anyone else. Zhao Yute wanted to say something but stopped. He could only sigh. It turned out that this was the reason why she was extremely unwilling to let Su Fengnian practice martial arts. After practicing martial arts and becoming a peerless master, once he became the enemy of tens of thousands of people on the battlefield, then during the Battle of Liangmeng, what reason did he have to just hide behind the scenes and strategize? If he was just a weak young vassal king who was not a great grandmaster, Su Fengnian, then he would still have an excuse not to personally fight. At the very least, even if he rode to the battlefield, he would only die after many people. Or even, when she didn't want him to die in Bailiang, she could forcibly take him away from the northwest and fly away? Facing such a painstaking woman, Zhao Yute couldn't get angry. Su Weisheng suddenly patted Wang Chudong's little head and said resolutely, "I am going to add charcoal to the meeting hall." Wang Chudong rubbed his eyes. He didn't understand. Zhao Yute said bitterly, "What else do you want to do? Isn't it enough?" After Wang Chudong raised his head, Su Weisheng said coldly, Huda city's Lu Jinu, Longxiang army's Wang Lingbao, Wugong city's Zhu Mu and Gao Shiqing, these people, those people, many of them are dead. I am going to add chairs for them in the meeting hall. I just want Su Fengnian to see with his own eyes the empty chairs. Lu Qingyan suddenly said, "I will go." Su Weisheng smiled. He bent his finger and knocked on her forehead. "Silly, how can you do this kind of thing? Anyone can be a villain, but you, Lu Qingyan, can't." Zhao Yute also nodded and said, "Don't worry about it, Qingyan." Su Weisheng interrupted Zhao Yute's next words, "Aunt, I will go." Zhao Yute was silent for a long time. Finally, he slowly nodded. Without Su Weisheng in the room, no one spoke. About 2 incense sticks later, Su Weisheng pushed his wheelchair back to the door. His face was pale. Zhao Yute got up and walked over. She said with heartache, "Did Xiaonian get angry at you? Aunt will go teach him a lesson now." Su Weisheng grabbed Zhao Yute's sleeve tightly and said sadly, "I went back halfway, but someone told me that he had already added chairs for those heroes in the meeting hall. Auntie, am I wrong?" Zhao Yute squatted down and wiped away the tears on his face. She said softly, "No, you are not wrong. You and Xiaonian are both good children." Inside the room, Lu Qingyan's expression was wooden. Wang Chudong was silently sobbing. The 2 girls, who were sitting cross-legged at the door with Su Ying, suddenly said, "Women shouldn't get involved in men's business. Fighting and defending the world has nothing to do with us." Perhaps because she had been with Jia Jiajia for a long time, Su Ying actually laughed for the first time. Everyone in the meeting hall was an ambitious and ruthless person, a hero, and a famous scholar. Chu Lushan, Yan Wenluan, Li Gongda, Yuan Zuozong, Ancestor Gu, Chen Yinshui, Zhou Kong, Qi Danghua, Ko Jianghui, Hu Kuei, Huang Fuxi, Han Laozhan, Song Dongming, Bai Yu, Su Beiji, Chen Shiliang, Li Hanlin, Huang Shang, Yang Guangdou, Shi Fu, Yu Dian, Hong Yu, Huang Xiaokuai, Yuan Wenbao, Chao Xiaojiao, Hong Xinjia, Wang Ji, Song Changsui, Xian Yinma, Wei Shaking, Tian Peifang, Hu Gonglai, Wei Chenshi, Jiao Wui, Chang Sui, Su Huang. There were only 4 prefectures in northern Liang, but the number of generals there was enough to make the imperial court of Liang, which had unified the Central Plains, blush with shame. Chapter 1684. Su Yanbing, who was regarded as a half-step martial saint by the young vassal king, stood outside the door, leaning against the pillar, arms crossed, looking at the night sky. There was a travel-worn old man who came from an academy in Yuzhou. For some reason, he was in such a hurry that he wished the horse had 8 legs, but after entering the mansion, he was not in a hurry. He walked leisurely on the bright moonlight and the endless red lanterns to the tide-listening pavilion. Beside the old man in a scholarly robe was a woman with a cold temperament. She was one of the disciples of Shangyin Academy's Han Guzi, Su Weisheng's junior sister, Jean Baosher. She was different from her fellow disciples who were already in Bailiang's court. She was not willing to go to Wutong'an to live under someone else's roof, nor was she suitable to be an official, so she went to the academy. She helped the old man with chores while concentrating on her studies. The old man was the bad chess player that the young vassal king spoke of. He was the national player who could play chess on par with Su Shao. Of course, his more famous identity was Chancellor Wang of Shangyin Academy, the person who led the scholars to die. If, and only if the Bailiang Su family really split the land and became emperor, then this old man was actually the first official to follow the dragon. The significance was even greater than Zhao Chongling's defection to Su Shao during the Spring and Autumn War. But unexpectedly, the old scholar who had made great contributions in Bailiang, one of Su Weisheng's teachers, and a famous scholar who had wrestled with the Academy's Grand Chancellor Qi Yanglong in the early years, was like a clay ox entering the sea after his identity was revealed. He became an unknown teacher on a small mountain far smaller than Green Deer Mountain Academy. Chancellor Wang came to the wide platform of the tide-listening pavilion and looked up at the tall building. He first smiled, then his entire mouth opened, and in the end, he almost laughed out loud. Jean Baosher asked curiously, "Why are you so happy?" The old man laughed evilly and said, "Nothing, I just thought of some funny things." "Daughter, do you want to hear it? Instead of being happy alone, it's better to be happy together." Jean Baosher, who was already quite familiar with this old man, said unhappily, "Mister, you might as well enjoy yourself." There was no doubt about Chancellor Wang's knowledge, which could be counted on one's fingers. His teacher Han Guzi, head of the Secretariat Qi Yanglong, and Imperial College's Ya Baifeng. Perhaps only these 3 people could sit down and discuss Tao with the old man in front of him. However, this old man, who had lived in seclusion in the Shangyin Academy in his early years, had completely revealed his old fox tail after coming to Bailiang. When Jean Baosher was helping in the academy, he was often teased by this old man and always liked to say extremely obscure dirty words. If not for the fact that he only used his mouth and not his hands, Jean Baosher could not guarantee that he would not beat him up. When a scholar was bad, he was really full of evil tricks, especially an old fox like Chancellor Wang who was well-read. Jean Baosher had been in hot water during this period of time. She almost felt that she was no longer a virgin, but a mature woman who could quarrel with scoundrels. The old man did not care whether Jean Baosher wanted to hear it or not. He had already poured out beans from a bamboo tube. In the past, there were many famous moral scholars in our Central Plains who had nothing to do. And those guys who had nothing to do during the day and nothing to do at night. Daughter, don't turn your head away and refuse to listen. Fine, let's talk about serious matters. It was those people who made up interesting stories about Mount Xingliang all day long, swearing solemnly as if they had seen and heard it with their own eyes. To be honest, back then, my curiosity was piqued and I believed the nonsense of those old bastards. That was why I shamelessly begged that girl Wei Xiong to be my disciple, thinking that I would have an excuse to come to this Bailiang palace to eat, drink, and sleep for free. Cough, it's just sleeping. Daughter, please don't misunderstand. When I eagerly came to this godforsaken place in Bailiang and entered the prince's mansion, the result? In the end, King waited for half a day. During this time, I gave lame Su countless looks that all men would understand. But from start to finish, wasn't it said that your Su family would choose talented women to perform the 18 heavenly demon dances? Wasn't it said that the licentious Bailiang heir had a fondness for charming women, to the point where he would occasionally see a beautiful woman sitting at a banquet and ask the people around him, "Who is she?" If he wanted to ride her, he would say, she's His Royal Highness's woman. Alright, even if that wasn't the case, wasn't it said that the Tide Listening Pavilion had countless foreign monks from the western regions who had secretly taught them the art of seduction? Did they gather hundreds and thousands of unorthodox bedroom techniques? That brat was truly wicked. Su Xiao didn't have the foresight, but that brat saw through it. He privately told me that the Tide Listening Pavilion really did have treasures. By the time I found the top floor from the first floor, I rummaged through the cabinets and chests for 3 days and 3 nights. When I finally reached the top floor with great difficulty, I almost spat out a mouthful of blood. At this point, the old man whose saliva was flying everywhere beat his chest and stomped his feet in righteous indignation. Jean Baosher immediately felt that the sky was high and the moon was bright. It was satisfying, it was really satisfying. Suddenly, the old man calmed down. It was as though at this moment, he was the Chancellor Wang that the world had mistakenly thought was the true first teacher of Shangyin Academy. The old man reached out and pointed at the highest point of the tall building. It was there that I saw a scholar, a sickly person who was half dead, a pitiful person who was more tired than dead. Jean Baosher looked up with the old man and sighed softly. Li Yishan. The old man, Chancellor Wang, said slowly in a deep voice, unlike many people, in my eyes, Li Yishan is the top strategist of the spring and autumn period. Jean Baosher said in bewilderment, even if it is not Huang Longshi, there is still Nailan Yusi of the Yuan Benshi. Also, even Zhao Chengling, who was also a Su family strategist, was thought to be better than Li Yishan even though he died young. His talent and knowledge, especially his schemes, are better than Li Yishan. The old man bent down as though he was holding something in. Jean Baosher was confused. The old man turned his head and said, I was afraid that if I said, fart, my daughter would not be willing to hear it, so I really planned to fart for you. Jean Baosher was speechless. The old man straightened his back, took off a jade pendant at his waist, and smashed it on the ground. It shattered. The old man looked at Jean Baosher and asked with a smile, do you understand? Jean Baosher was confused. The old man pointed at the messy jade fragments on the ground. Zhao Chengling, he cannot transcend the vision of an era, and cannot be considered a top strategist. Nailan Yusi is the same. As to Huang Longshi, he scattered all the pieces but could not gather them. But Li Yishan can. It is easy to smash jade, but hard to mend jade. Jean Baosher sank into deep thought. The old man muttered softly, fortunately, it was smashed. Otherwise, it would be embarrassing. But this jade is very valuable. I have to ask Su Fengnian for a few pieces later. Jean Baosher said helplessly, teacher. The old man waved his sleeve and said boldly, all right, I have been brewing here for half a day. Using this Tide Listening Pavilion and the name Li Yishan, I finally have enough courage to go to the conference hall to support Su Fengnian. At this time, a cold voice sounded behind the two. Support what? At this moment, Jean Baosher, who was called the two-legged arsenal by his fellow disciples, felt his hair stand on end. Like a snake meeting a dragon, Jean Baosher stiffly turned his head and then froze at an untimely moment. Wang Ji, who did not know martial arts, turned around after drinking and blurted out, such a handsome woman? Man? In their field of vision. Dressed in white robes, with 2 blades at her waist. Embroidered winter and spring thunder. Chapter 1685. If it was said that adding chairs to the discussion hall was adding oil to the fire, it was the young vassal king's own trap. Then the White Feather Cavalry Commander Yuan Nanting brought several retired generals to the discussion hall. It was one disaster after another. Not only did the former cavalry deputy commander Wei Taizhan and the former infantry deputy commander Lu Yuanji come, even Lin Dofang came. The latter had not only beaten up Lu Yuanji who wanted to fight for Zhonghonggu at the Liangzhou border, he had also appeared with Partridge Zhou Kong in the procession to send off His Royal Highness. This old soldier of the Su family had almost become in-laws with Su Xiao back then. So while Lin Dofang had retired from Beiliang for many years, in the eyes of the masters of the Beiliang cavalry of the 2 dynasties, he was a very special existence, far from being comparable to ordinary Beiliang generals. The discussion hall was already crowded, and after adding chairs for Lu Jinu, Wang Lingbao, and the other heroes, when Lin Dofang and the others sat down, the discussion hall that had been empty for many years was overcrowded tonight. At this time, there were nearly 60 chairs in the discussion hall. The main generals of Beiliang's cavalry and infantry, the generals of the 3 provinces, the local officers with real power, the Qingliang Mountain civil officials and strategists were all gathered together. A storm was coming. After Lin Dofang sat down, he looked around. There were some young faces, but more were old faces that he had known for half his life. The old man had a complicated expression. Looking at the situation, the 2 sides had not broken through the window paper, so he did not come too late. Although they were 2 sides, in the end, it was just Su Fengmian and all of Beiliang. This old soldier who had once risked his life for the Su family had a dazed expression. He thought back to the past. After winning the Battle of the Western Wall, the general had faced a similar situation. With Zhao Chongling as the leader, he strongly advocated that the Zhao family of Liang, who had shown signs of being cooked after the cunning rabbit was killed, be controlled by the river. Yan Wenluan, who was still sitting in the discussion hall, was one of those people. There were also Su Pu and Wu Yong, who were no longer in Beiliang, and Zhong Honggu, who was already dead. Of course, Lin Dofang himself was one of them. It was just that the new and old Prince Liang had been together twice. It was similar but also different. After all, at that time, the general had Li Yishan by his side. Except for the scheming Qin Jibao, the other 5 adopted sons who had outstanding military achievements stood firmly behind the general. But today's young king seemed to have really fallen into a situation of being betrayed by his friends and family. Lin Dofang glanced at the brocade partridge without showing any emotion. It was said that Zhou Kong was forced to hand over part of his military power in Beiqing, so he was already at odds with the prince. Lin Dofang's gaze moved to the Beiliang governor Chu Lushan and the cavalry commander Yuan Zuozong. Chu Lushan was looking down at his feet like he was counting ants. Yuan Baixiong was resting with his eyes closed. Beside the 2, Qi Danghua, who was also the general's adopted son, straightened his back and clenched his fists. He looked like he wanted to say something but stopped. This made this burly general look somewhat comical. Lin Dofang glanced at Tian Peifong, who was about to step down as the provincial governor of Liangzhou. This nominal 3rd civil official of Beiliang was probably like a lamb standing between wolves, tigers, and leopards. Lin Dofang sighed quietly. He had long received the news that they were going to have an audience with the prince on New Year's Eve. Shen Yinshui, who still held great power in the border army, told him about it. He didn't say anything in detail. He only said that all the high-ranking people in Beiliang would go to the prince's mansion. He only asked Lin Dofang if he wanted to join in the fun. Lin Dofang knew that it wouldn't be something pleasant. He didn't want to get involved in this mess, but he couldn't hold it in. He was afraid that the prince's hard-earned family property would fall apart overnight. In the end, Lin Dofang called his life-saving brother, Lu Sainer, and the old and wise Wei Taizhan. He hoped that no matter what happened, the 3 old men would be willing to sacrifice their lives to be the peacemakers so that things wouldn't get out of hand. The strange thing was that when they arrived at the prince's mansion, Yuan Nanting had been waiting there for a long time. He said that Yan Wenluan and Chu Lushan had passed a message to the 3 old men, telling them to wait and see. Lin Dofang, who had rushed to Liangzhou in a hurry, immediately felt a surge of anger. However, because Yuan Nanting was one of the old soldiers who had sent off His Royal Highness, Lin Dofang held back his anger and didn't get angry at him on the spot. In the hall, there was no noisy chatter of, the emperor and his subjects are suitable for each other, and the group of civil and military officials did not exchange pleasantries either. Lin Dofang, Wei Taizhan, and Lu Yuanji all felt a kind of suffocating pressure. At this time and place, silence was better than words. It wasn't hard to imagine how much pressure the young king was under. Lu Yuanji had a rough temper and was used to being careless. He turned to He Zhong, who was sitting next to him, and suddenly asked in a low voice, "Old He, what do you want to do?" "Tell me, Lu Sainer, so that I don't feel uncomfortable." "It's too uncomfortable to have a knife on my neck." The old general, who had been ill in recent years, hesitated for a moment. He lowered his voice and said calmly, "We don't know when the Beimang barbarians will send their army to the border. At this time, the prince wants to lead an elite cavalry to the south to the Central Plains." Lu Yuanji immediately glared at him and said, "What? Are we finally going to kill those ungrateful Liang? Good thing, count me in. I don't want to continue to be the deputy commander of the infantry after I come back. If I can be a general and have 20 to 30,000 soldiers, it's enough. Do you want to attack Shishu or Hezhou first? But let's make a deal, I want to be the vanguard general." In the past, when Lu Yuanji returned to his hometown from outside the Great Wall, the old general immediately beat his 3 offending sons half to death, and almost personally ran to Mount Qingliang to bring a bramble and ask for punishment. Only after the great general wrote a letter to Lu Yuanji did he give up. However, very quickly the old general personally escorted his 3 sons to Yan Wenluan's army, saying that they could throw them to wherever in Yuzhou it was easy for people to die. Even if they died, it didn't matter. But what was more interesting was that Yan Wenluan said to Lu Yuanji, which made Lu Sainer so angry. Yan Wenluan said in front of the old man that the Yuzhou infantry didn't accept garbage. Because of this, the 2 old men almost broke off their friendship. In the end, it was Qin Yinshui who helped Lu Yuanji's 3 sons to join the army. Lin Dofang asked softly, "Old general what happened?" He Zhong suddenly said helplessly, "Do you know the Empress of West Chu, Jiangxi?" Lin Dofang nodded, "It's a hot topic. I even heard about it in the countryside. It's said that this woman was saved by the general and had been secretly kept in the prince's mansion. Later, she was taken away by Chao Changqing. That's why West Chu was reinstated." Lin Dofang frowned after saying this. Could it be? Chapter 1686. He Zhong suddenly sighed, lowered his voice and said, "You guessed right, His Highness is angry because of a woman. If it was in the past, when the war of Liangmang wasn't imminent, let alone 7 or 8,000 elite cavalry, even 20 or 30,000 cavalry would go to the Central Plains. With the banner of the vassal king Bailiang, and it's not really a rebellion, Bailiang wouldn't worry about the imperial court making irresponsible remarks. Taking a step back, if the Zhao family really makes things difficult for Bailiang again and again, we can take advantage of the situation and make it difficult for the imperial court to get off the tiger. But now, Bailiang has lost so much that it's almost crazy. I think that old woman is about to go crazy. We haven't built the north-resisting city yet, and the deployment outside the Great Wall hasn't been completely completed. Ah, Brother Lin, don't you think this is reasonable?" Lin Duofang was silent. Lu Yuanji was a little upset. He wasn't good at reasoning with scholars, but he always felt that something was wrong. Therefore, the old man who scolded His Royal Highness the most fiercely looked at the young man who sat on the main seat and had an empty chair next to him. Lu Yuanji scratched his head, and his heart was in a mess. Yan Wenluan, the only general of the border army who could openly raise the flag in Bailiang's army after the main pillars like General Li Yishan and Qin Jibao either died or left. He looked around and finally took the lead to break the awkward silence that made everyone feel embarrassed. He looked up at the young vassal king and asked in a deep voice, "I, Yan Wenluan, Bailiang's infantry commander. I recently heard that His Highness plans to personally lead the Phoenix Battalion and transfer more than 10,000 elite cavalry south to Guangling Road. May I ask why His Highness wants to do this? May I ask if this will delay the battle outside the Great Wall?" The young man on the main seat bent down and gently touched the charcoal fire, and then stood up straight. Lin Duofang's mind turned quickly, and before the vassal king spoke, he didn't care about overstepping his authority and hurriedly said, "General Yan, 300,000 people in Beimang died in the battle. As the bridgehead for the food supply, the southern dynasty can't bear the burden. It's very difficult to reorganize in a short period of time. This time, the Beimang barbarians are different from the nomads in the past. They are fighting in the Central Plains, and the more it is, the more it will hurt their vitality. I believe that in the next 3 months, there won't be a war. With the advancing speed of the Bailiang cavalry, going to Guangling Road in the Central Plains and back, it won't affect the overall situation." He didn't look at Lin Duofang, and he just said, "Is there no war in the Central Plains in the Central Plains? Moreover, Wouldn't that old woman and King Dong Zhuo of the southern courtyard take advantage of the fact that northern Liang is leaderless and send several elite troops south first? Lin Duofang looked at the young vassal king and said, Your Highness, you don't have to go to Guangling Road in person. Before Yan Wenluan responded, Su Fengnian already shook his head and said, If Beiliang sends troops to Guangling Road, I will definitely lead the troops myself. Lin Duofang was confused. How should he talk about this? Su Fengnian suddenly laughed. I mean, if we send troops, since everyone here doesn't agree. At this moment, an old man in a Confucian robe ran to the door of the conference hall breathlessly. He stepped over the threshold, and then suddenly stopped, as if he didn't dare to lift his other foot. He calmed himself down, and his face turned red. He raised his voice and said angrily, The Beiliang cavalry is the best in the world. How can you be so timid after winning the battle? So what if you send 10,000 cavalry to the Central Plains? Let alone 10,000, I think even 20 or 30,000 won't be a problem. What? Without the king of Beiliang guarding the border, you officials don't know how to guard the gate of Beiliang? Yan Wenluan, your soldiers are the best in the world, guarding Yuzhou. Do you need the prince to stand behind you all the time? Do you need the prince to give you advice or serve you tea? He Zhonghu, Zhou Kong, great ancestor Gu, you are guarding the border of Liangzhou. Do you need the prince to take the lead in every battle? Otherwise, you can't defeat the Beimang barbarians? The old man got angrier as he talked. He pointed at the people sitting in the front, as if he was scolding, Chu Lushan, Yuan Zuozong, Qi Danghua. The three of you, don't forget why you are sitting here. The old man turned his head to look at the civil and military officials of Liuzhou and sneered, As for you Liuzhou officials, you really have a reason to not let the prince leave Beiliang. If the prince didn't personally lead the troops to Qingcang City, you really wouldn't be able to guard Liuzhou that Li Yishan single-handedly created. Liuzhou's provincial governor Yang Guangdou almost jumped up and cursed, but he was pulled back by Chen Shiliang, whose face was just as gloomy. Jin Baochu, who was in the corridor outside the door, didn't show himself. When he heard Chancellor Wang's outburst, he felt admiration from the bottom of his heart. Not to mention whether it was reasonable or not, just this courage of his in a war of words was enough for the old man to boast for the rest of his life. Although the scholars of the Central Plains also liked to scold Beiliang's martial artists, who would have the guts to scold people in front of Beiliang's generals? However, Chancellor Wang scolded almost all of Beiliang's civil and military officials in one breath. No wonder the old man wanted to drag him to Tide Listening Pavilion first. It turned out that he was emboldening him. During this period of correspondence, the senior and junior brothers all mentioned the deeds of great ancestor Gu outside the Liangzhou Pass. The facts proved that even the famous veteran of the spring and autumn period, the first pillar of South Tang in the past, after coming to Beiliang, even if he was already the deputy commander of the infantry army, he still couldn't bear the consequences after angering the local generals. Everyone knew that the next commander of the infantry army was between great ancestor Gu and Chen Yinshui. Now, even if Chen Yinshui didn't take over Yan Wenluan, even if a younger generation general took over, it would definitely not be great ancestor Gu. This indirectly showed that the power of the generals was deeply rooted in the Beiliang frontier army. Even if the young king pushed great ancestor Gu, who had lost the confidence of the army, to the position of the commander of the infantry army, great ancestor Gu himself probably wouldn't be able to hold on. In this way, Chancellor Wang's concealment of strength and biding his time in the academy was completely in vain. It should be because the old man was no longer timid like before. He put his hands on his waist and said angrily, after the general left, everyone became arrogant and dared to flaunt their power in front of the Su family. I don't believe that there is no one here who is loyal to the Lord. Su Beiji, Chen Shiliang, Li Hanlin. All of you, stand up and say something fair. As a result, not only Su Beiji and Chen Shiliang, the two counselors, even Li Hanlin, who had turned over a new leaf, sat still on the chair. Chancellor Wang was stunned on the spot. Suddenly, he sat on the door sill and cursed like a shrew on the streets. He said in a heart-wrenching voice, "Why should we, the king of northern Liang, who has 300,000 strong cavalry, live without any meaning at all? Once, just once, can't we do it?" Yan Wenluan, you bunch of old bastards. You are so old, what right do you have to bully a young man who is not even 30 years old? The whole hall was silent. Chancellor Wang's eyes were completely bloodshot. He was so angry that he began to laugh. He raised a palm high up and said with a loud laugh, "Ever since Yonghuichu's Liang Great Army returned without accomplishing anything, the Great Snow Dragon Cavalry has entered northern Mang's hinterland for the first time in more than 10 years. Do you know why?" Chancellor Wang slowly stood up. The old man seemed to have pressed his palm on the wall. He said loudly, "At that time, Su Xiao stood by the wall and slapped the map of Beimang. He said something to me. Su Xiao said his son was there." The old man glared at everyone in the conference hall. Su Xiao also asked me if this reason was enough. The old man suddenly raised his other hand and pressed it again. "Then, the current head of the Su family told you that there was someone in Guangling Road. Su Fengnian also had to save him. Is this reason enough?" After looking at each other in dismay for a short while, Yan Wenluan still said with a straight face, "Not enough." He was stubborn. Chancellor Wang got up and said with threatening gestures, "I will beat you to death, you old tortoise." Suddenly, the old man seemed to have been stuck with an immobilizing talisman. He leaned back and caught a glimpse of a person from the corner of his eyes. Chapter 1687. Su Yanbing, who was leaning against the pillar outside the door, let out a heavy sigh. The martial artist who had been suppressing his anger was ready to make a move. Su Yanbing was not Chancellor Wang. He was a martial artist and would always use his fists to solve things instead of using his mouth. His fellow disciple Han Laozhan, the current general of Lingzhou, was the first person he wanted to beat up tonight. However, Su Yanbing was stunned for a moment because a white robe was slowly walking over from not far away. In Su Yanbing's eyes, this young man with a dark background was probably the only person in the world who was more handsome than Shen Yu and at the same time, more handsome than Su Fengnian. In his early years, he met His Royal Highness in Jianghu and once flipped through books in Tide Listening Pavilion. Later on, he also lent His Royal Highness a knife to roam Jianghu. White Fox's face. He brushed past Jinbao room and walked behind Chancellor Wang. He stood at the door and said with a cold expression, "Su Fengnian, are you a man or not? If you are, then go to Guangling Road, I will accompany you." Su Fengnian did not stand up and asked softly, "I will not bring a single soldier and will come back quickly, how about that?" Beiliang's governor Chu Lushan, who had been pretending to be deaf and mute, stood up with difficulty. For the first time, he used an unquestionable tone to shake his head at His Royal Highness and said, "Chu Lushan, will be the first to disagree." Yan Wenluan also stood up, "I, Yan Wenluan, will not agree." Su Beiji and Chen Shiliang stood up at almost the same time and said in unison that they did not agree. Almost everyone stood up and did not agree. Among them were Yuan Zuozong and Qi Danghua, who were Su Zhao's adopted sons, Li Hanlin, who was a brother, great ancestor Gu Huangshang, who was personally brought to Beiliang by Su Fengnian and given a high position, Chang Sui, Su Huang, and Hong Yu, who were young and strong generals that Su Fengnian had high hopes for. None of them agreed. Su Fengnian slowly stood up and looked at the face of the white fox with a forced smile. Bai Hu did not say a word. She only took down the Shudong saber from her waist and threw it to Su Fengnian. She said calmly, "Just follow me." Su Yanbing stood beside White Fox with his arms crossed and nodded at the young vassal lord. Su Fengnian subconsciously reached out to take the familiar embroidered winter saber. Then, the light in front of him dimmed. It turned out that Huang Manor was standing in front of him, blocking everyone. He hit his fist against his palm and said coldly, "Whoever stops my brother will die." Su Fengnian gently patted Huang Manor's shoulder. The latter turned his head. Su Fengnian said softly, "Sit back down." Su Longxiang shook his head. Su Fengnian said indifferently, "Sit back down." Su Longxiang roared, "No." Bai Hu squinted her peach blossom eyes. She pressed her thumb on the hilt of the spring thunder saber and was about to pull it out of the scabbard. Su Fengnian sat back down and put the embroidered winter saber on his knee. He bent down again to pick up the fire tongs. His lips moved slightly. A subtle sizzling sound was particularly ear-piercing in the silent hall. It was like a drop of water falling into the fire. Bai Hu-er's face was full of anger, Su Fengnian. Even Su Yanbing was full of murderous intent. He looked at Han Laozhan and said, "If you don't sit down, then take a shot from me. Next year during the Qingming festival, Su Yanbing will help you toast." Su Yanbing didn't know why, but when he saw this guy, he actually blinked and smiled inexplicably. On the main seat, Su Fengnian, whose expression could not be seen, lowered his head and said sadly, "I'll be back soon." Then he disappeared in a flash. In less than half an hour, the young king returned to his seat. During this period, the young man went to the ownerless house. This year, for the first time, a spring festival couplet was pasted outside the shabby house with the word "spring." He did not put it up himself. Instead, he asked his two disciples, Wang Sheng and Yu Dilong, to secretly come here. He originally hoped to take her back to Mount Qingliang and see if she would be a little surprised. It seemed that he was going to break his promise. Su Fengnian rubbed his cheeks and raised his head. In the Central Plains, there were Lunar New Year celebrations everywhere. In the capital of West Chu, the sound of firecrackers was even louder. In the atmosphere of celebration, a young woman in a dragon robe sat alone in the imperial study in the imperial palace. There was a big stove with a lot of charcoal beside her feet. It had been burning since dusk until now. The charcoal fire was just right, warm but not hot. The Empress of West Chu did not feel sleepy. She sat on a small stool, curled up, and put her chin on her hands. There was a small gourd tied to her wrist. There was a trembling sound from it, light and sweet. People lived in a lifetime, plants and trees in autumn. Naturally, grass and insects lived and died in a hurry. However, Dachu's imperial palace had a tradition long ago. Every year, the imperial household department would catch crickets and other insects in embroidered cages on the heated kong, cover them with soil and water them. After that, they would lay eggs. When winter came, they would be used for the New Year's Eve banquet. Their loud chirps and firecrackers complemented each other. At this time, the small gourd in Jiang Xi's hand contained a few long-lived insects. They spread their wings and chirped incessantly. The gourd was a homonym for good fortune. In ancient books, there was a record of eating melons in July and breaking the pot in August. There was also a saying among the people that it could absorb all the evil qi between heaven and earth. Therefore, the successive empresses of Dachu's imperial palace would personally plant gourd seedlings every spring. When the gourd shed was lush and green in midsummer, it would be picked in autumn. The imperial household department would either make it into a water ladle or a wine pot, and then the emperor would bestow it to the meritorious ministers. Jiang Xi raised her arm and looked at the small yellow gourd. She was not thinking about Dachu's Jiang family's tradition. Instead, she was thinking about the greenery of the vegetable garden on the mountain. Every day, after working, she would squat there and personally watch the greenery grow thicker. She had never mentioned that kind of joy to others. She had never shared that joy with anyone, not even her uncle and the old man in the sheepskin fur coat. Ever since she could remember things, even now that she was sitting on the dragon throne of the West Chu emperor, she still felt that in this life, only that little vegetable garden truly belonged to her. What to choose country, what West Wall's battlefield, what capital? She was unfamiliar with them and could never get close to them. She moved books to Mount Wudong. Later, she read for a certain someone to earn money. Later, she practiced calligraphy and swordsmanship with Li Chungang. In the end, she wore the most luxurious clothes in the world. Jiang Xi sighed. She pressed the small gourd to her ear and listened to the chirping inside. No matter how hard she tried, she could not hear the slightest hint of joy. She felt melancholy for no reason. Chapter 1688. Jiang Xi looked at the big room that was lit with red candles. Although there were maids standing outside the room, she was still a little scared. She had been timid since she was a child. She had only done two great things in her life. The first was to assassinate someone with a dagger talisman. The second was probably to practice swordsmanship. As for becoming the first female emperor in the history of the Central Plains, she had no feelings about it. She thought about the word home for a long time. In the end, she was annoyed to find that in the depths of her heart, it was the dilapidated house that was so cold that it made people's teeth chatter every winter that was the most like home. At that time, every New Year's Eve, there would be a hateful guy of the same age who would follow behind the old man she was most afraid of. They would put up spring festival couplets openly. Once, the young man deliberately ran into her room and asked her with a smile if she wanted to hang spring festival couplets on both sides of her room. Of course, she said no, but she was unwilling to admit that she wanted to. The sound of firecrackers in the city became louder and louder. Jianghu stood up and walked to the window. She knew that it was time for the new and the old to change. Suddenly, there was a squeak behind her. Someone pushed the door open and entered. Jianghu turned around with a smile. As expected, it was her uncle. She felt more at ease when she saw this kind elder. Qiao Changqing gently closed the door. The maids outside turned a blind eye to this man who was known as the proudest man in Dechu. In fact, his position in the hearts of the people in Dechu was not even comparable to the current emperor. Everyone in West Chu admired Qiao Changqing from the bottom of their hearts. Qiao Changqing squatted beside the stove and put his hand on the charcoal fire to warm himself. Logically speaking, with the cultivation of the land immortal, this Confucian sage was already immune to the cold and heat. Jianghu sat back on the stool and smiled brightly. Qiao Changqing hesitated for a moment and said, "It's almost the new year. I should be here to announce the good news. However, there is something that I want to make clear to your majesty. Not long ago, I received news that many generals in Bailiang will gather in the meeting hall in the next few days." The young empress was confused and asked, "Ah? They are going to pay New Year's greetings so early?" Qiao Zhangqing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. With a bit of sentimentality, he said, "According to my original expectations, if he wanted to dispatch troops to Guangling Road, Northern Meng wouldn't be able to stop him, because it wasn't appropriate to hastily dispatch troops down south. Liang wouldn't be able to stop him even more, because the two of them were appointed as Jinggan Road's Jingshu envoys. They were in the wrong. But I have underestimated the cohesion of the Bailiang. Bailiang, Jianghu lowered her head. She said softly, "It's okay. I didn't expect him to come." Qiao Changqing was silent for a long time. Then, he said in a hoarse voice, "Your Majesty, there is one thing you must remember. It's not that he doesn't want to come, but that he can't. Su Fengnian can't be blamed for this." Jianghu looked at the fire in a daze. She did not say anything. Qiao Changqing smiled bitterly. "Originally, I planned to go north when Bailiang sent troops to Guangling. Now, I have to make other plans." Jianghu, who was absent-minded, did not pay attention to the fact that Qiao Changqing said, "I," instead of leading the troops to the north. Qiao Zhangqing used a pair of pliers to poke at the charcoal fire. When the stove was slightly warmer, he said quietly, "I was wrong. Back then, I shouldn't have used the country's interests to force the emperor to return here." Jianghu shook her head. Qiao Changqing suddenly showed an unprecedented anger. "Su Fengnian has never disappointed Bailiang. Why do you Bailiang have to do this? What's the difference between you and me, Qiao Changqing?" Jianghu raised her head. She looked relieved. She smiled and took off the small gourd. She handed it to Qiao Changqing. "Listen, Uncle Qiao Changqing." The white-haired Confucian scholar did not take the small gourd. Instead, he clenched his fists and closed his eyes in pain. Outside the window, the new year had just arrived. It was snowing heavily in the north and south of the Yangtze River. Snow fell from the sky. The human world could not sing. However, in Bailiang, Su Fengnian, Su Weisheng, Chancellor Wang, and Bai Hu, Guangling's little clay figurine and Qiao Changqing, On this New Year's Eve, they seemed to have forgotten that Baoyang was never Liang. Therefore, the next scene was unforgettable for Jin Baolu. Chancellor Wang was even more dumbstruck. Chu Lushan took a step forward and turned around to face the main seat. He bowed his head and said loudly, "Whether the king of Baoyang leads the cavalry south or rushes to Guangling alone, Chu Lushan will not agree." Yuan Zhuozong also took a step forward. His action was exactly the same as Chu Lushan's. "If the king does not have me, Yuan Zhuozong, by his side, of course, I will not agree." Yan Wenluan snorted coldly and took a large step forward. "Still like this," he sneered, "without the great snow dragon cavalry entering the central plains, how can we display the might of my northern Liang army? How can I agree to this?" Su Beiji said lazily, "The king of Baoyang has 300,000 cavalry. How can he lead the bullshit elites from all over the country to the central plains? Baoyang can't afford to lose face like this. How can Su Beiji agree?" Song Dongming immediately stepped out and cupped his fists. He laughed and said, "Everyone says that I, Song Dongming, am not worthy of the title of deputy administrator. That's fine. But is the Northern Liang cavalry, whose combat power is the best in the world, also going to be looked down upon? Even if I am a scholar, I will not agree." Li Hanlin said loudly, "Brother Nian, you want to marry sister-in-law. How can the dowry be less? As your brother, I will not agree." Bai Yu was waiting for him to make the final decision. He smiled, "The Central Plains cannot tolerate a girl who grew up in the Su family. Of course, the Baoyang cavalry will not agree. I believe that Lu Jinu, Wang Lingbao and the others will not agree either." Bai Yu pointed at the empty chair next to the young king. "Even if you, Su Fengnian, agree, the great general will be the first to disagree." Su Fengnian was at a loss. Everyone laughed heartily at the same time. Everyone colluded and acted until now. It was really hard to hold it in. Su Beiji smiled brightly. He and Chu Lushan looked at each other and smiled. They were the initiators of this play. Baoyang, 300,000 cavalry outside the pass, and millions of families inside the pass. They all owed the king of Baoyang a surprise. Under everyone's gaze, Su Fengnian raised his arm, wiped his eyes, and cursed softly, "Bastard." At this moment, everyone said at the same time, "Great General, please sit down." Chancellor Wang looked at the hall full of civil and military officials. The old man sat on the threshold. He was so excited that his whole body trembled. He remembered the catchphrase of a young man and murmured, "Technical work, I can't reward you." At that moment, whether it was fighting with Tuoba Bodhisattva for thousands of miles, or dismounting from his horse to fight against two people, or killing people in the Imperial Astronomer, Su Fengnian had never been so heroic in his life. The young king waved his sleeve and took the lead to sit on the chair and said loudly, "Sit." Chapter 1689. Because Hezhou was adjacent to the Baoyang circuit, after that person slaughtered the king of Baoyang, he was like a little wife who had been bullied for more than 20 years. Now that his little wife had a new husband, he finally felt that he could speak a little louder. Therefore, the military governor of Huai and Huai, Kai Nan, personally led his army and set up a formation on the border of Yuzhou and Hezhou. He had made up his mind to stop the armored cavalry that had left the territory of the king of vassal states without permission. Because the 800 Phoenix Battalion had passed through the border unimpeded last time, there had been a lot of memorials to impeach him as the great general of the Liang border pass. Kai Nan was well aware that he could turn a blind eye to the 800 white horses' righteous followers. However, this time, if the 10,000 armored cavalry marched straight into the central plains, not to mention the imperial censor of the Liang palace, even the emperor of Zhao would question his loyalty as a border official. Moreover, this time, the administrator, Han Lin, had also agreed to send troops to stop them. Even this refined civil official, who was at the top of the local hierarchy, dared to disregard life and death. He wore his official robe and personally came to Kai Nan's army, intending to accompany Kai Nan to stop them. Obviously, this newly appointed administrator, who was based in the capital, did not hesitate to put himself in danger in order to show that he would not shy away from Baoyang's edge. On the border, Great General Kai Nan, wearing heavy armor and holding a spear, was looking into the distance. The administrator, Han Lin, who was standing beside Kai Nan, had a complicated expression. As a second-rank official who had not ridden a horse for many years, he did not have time to care about the burning pain in his legs. His face was full of anxiety. When they heard that Bailiang had mobilized the cavalry outside the pass, Han Lin and Kai Nan were both furious and shocked. However, there were some subtle differences. Kai Nan felt that the rebellious young king of vassal states was finally going to rebel, while Han Lin, who was secretly in contact with Mount Qingliang, felt that Su Fengnian had lost his mind. Han Lin, who had always been gentle and refined in the officialdom of the capital, was like an ant on a hot pan in the study 2 days ago. He had not slept the entire night. In addition to submitting a secret memorial to the court that could reach the emperor's desk, the administrator, who was famous for his simple and elegant poetry, had also written a slightly long-winded letter home. At that time, Han Lin understood that the so-called letter home was actually no different from a suicide note. No matter whether Su Fengnian was crazy or not, as long as he blocked the way, the previous pitiful relationship could not stand up to scrutiny. It could not stand up to scrutiny even with a knife. But how could he, Han Lin, not come here? His entire family was in Great Peace City. They were all at the feet of the emperor and under the eaves of the Zhao family. The honor and disgrace of his family were tied to his body. Han Lin could not be here. Han Lin, as a civil official who had walked out of the capital, did not hate or dislike Kai Nan, who was a country bumpkin in the eyes of the officials of the capital who had been in the mud for a long time. However, they could not be said to be close. Thus, during this trip, Han Lin and Kai Nan had only skimmed the surface of the water. Other than the welcoming banquet where the high officials of Huai and Huai came out in full force, Han Lin did not have any private meetings with Kai Nan. This was not only because he was afraid that the court would suspect that a civil and military leader was colluding with each other. In Han Lin's heart, compared to the rough and unrefined Kai Nan, the young king of vassal states, who had been wild and unruly in his youth, was much more romantic. However, today, walking side by side with Kai Nan, there was a feeling of sharing life and death in the face of a great disaster. Han Lin realized that Kai Nan was not as bad as the officials of the capital said. It seemed that in just 20 short years, Liang had gone from honoring martial arts and belittling literature to honoring literature and suppressing martial arts. Kai Nan turned his head and asked with a smile, "Sir Han, did the king of Han not say anything?" Han Lin smiled bitterly. On the second day of the first month, I paid a special visit to the king of Han's residence. I saw with my own eyes that the king of Han was bedridden and had no color in his face. He struggled to get up several times but fell back into bed. Kai Nan, who usually did not reveal his emotions, clicked his tongue and laughed. To have such a loyal king of the border who serves the country is truly a blessing for the Huai and Huai, and also a blessing for the court. Han Lin consoled, "General Kai, things have already come to this. There is no point in saying more." Kai Nan laughed. "A person is about to die. Can't he grumble a little?" Han Lin looked at the vast expanse of white and sighed. "If I had known this would happen, would have drunk a few cups with General Kai. Good friends meet on a snowy night. Presumably, even inferior wine can taste good wine." Han Lin realized that the regional governor was staring at him and asked in confusion, "Is there something wrong?" Kai Nan suddenly said softly, "There is nothing wrong. I only hope that after today, the women and children of the Kai family will be taken care of by Sir Han." Han Lin scratched his head in confusion. Just as he was about to ask, his vision suddenly darkened and he fainted. Kai Nan looked at the personal guard who had hit the back of Han Lin's head with the scabbard. She waited until the personal guard jumped off the horse and sat behind the administrator to support Han Lin, who was leaning back. Only then did Kai Nan say, "Take Han Lin back to the manor." The personal guard, who was no longer young, wanted to say something but hesitated. Kai Nan smiled. "Old song, back then, when Su Shao led 10,000 cavalry south to patrol the border, as the leading general, I led you all to kneel, causing you all to be unable to raise your heads in front of the court. I know that you old brothers all have resentment in your hearts. 2 years ago, every time you came to pay a New Year's visit, my Kai Nan family's chair seemed to be nailed to the ground. You all quickly left. This is nothing. Kai Nan did not turn his head. He only raised his horsewhip and pointed in the direction of Yuzhou. This time, it's just right. I just want to tell you old brothers that I, Kai Nan, am not scared just because Su Shao led 10,000 cavalry. No, it's just that I, Kai Nan, am a warrior on the battlefield, sincerely admire that great general. It's not just me, our great general Gu also admires him. So this time, it's Su Fengnian leading 10,000 Bailiang cavalry. It's also the king of Bailiang, and it's also the 10,000 great snow dragon cavalry. Of course, I won't be a coward. Old Song, among our old brothers, your old Song family has the most branches and leaves, and we rely on you the most to carry the rice bowl. This time, you don't have to accompany us. Besides, there's only a few months left until this year's tomb sweeping day. When the time comes, none of our old brothers will be alive to drink some good wine. It's not right. The tall and sturdy personal guard who had followed Kai Nan and Gu Jiantang on expeditions all over the country for half his life opened his mouth wide, but he could not say a single word. Kai Nan sternly said, "Get out of here." The personal guard lowered his head and turned his horse around. He fiercely raised his whip and urged his horse to leave. Kai Nan's teasing words came from behind him. "Remember, when it's tomb sweeping day, you miser that even General Gu has heard of. Don't be so stingy. You have to bring good wine." The personal guard did not turn around. He only suddenly roared, "I won't. I'll just bring 2 fin of silver and a pot of lousy wine for you. When the time comes, if you have the ability, then bring your brothers up from the ground." Kai Nan, whose back was facing the 2 riders of the personal guard, gently let out a breath. He restrained his smile. Ever since the beginning of spring in the 3rd year of Xiangfu, there had been endless snow swirling about. It was like this in the sky, and it was also like this on the distant ground today. The great snow dragon cavalry had arrived. The Bailiang cavalry was the best in the world. The great snow dragon cavalry was the best in Bailiang. Kai Nan angrily roared, "Beat the drums." Long before the White Horse cavalry left the provincial capital, on the city wall, Bailiang's civil and military officials sent them off. Further away, the 10,000 cavalry had already secretly entered the pass from outside the pass. They had been waiting for a long time outside the city. They were only waiting for the 2nd-generation king of Bailiang to give the order. After nearly 20 years, they once again galloped into the Central Plains. The Su family's cavalry that shook the world was unstoppable during the Spring and Autumn War. They fought from north to south, and then from south to north. This time, they were going to go south again. In truth, the alliance between Su Beiji and Chu Lushan had not been without resistance. Even He Zhong, Hu Qinyun, and Chui Gu, these 3 extremely important veteran generals, were not willing to see the Bailiang army break into the Central Plains at this time. However, Yuan Zuozong and Yan Wenluan had agreed to it, and Yan Wenluan's unexpectedly firm stance had succeeded in persuading many of these veteran generals. The Northern Liang Protector General Chu Lushan, who was as large as a small mountain, stood beside the thin and weak Yan Wenluan. No matter how others looked at it, they felt awkward. Chu Lushan lightly stomped his foot, cupped his hands, and lowered his head with a smile. "I really didn't think that old General Yan would agree. I originally thought that I would have to personally make a trip to Yuzhou, but when I thought about how I would have to run from Huayang Pass to Xiaoguang City in this terrible weather, I really felt a little guilty." The emaciated old man unhappily said, "Back then, Lord Protector General led 8,000 Yeluo to stop Dong Zhuo's private army. Didn't you think that the bumpy ride would cause you to lose weight?" Chu Lushan chuckled and said, "How can you argue about the good deeds of being in the limelight and the bad deeds of doing evil deeds?" Yan Wenluan pursed his lips. Almost none of the old-school generals of Bailiang liked the infamous Chu Lushan. Putting aside Chu Lushan, even Li Mofan and Chao Xiaojiao were of the same origin as the Bailiang generals, and they would fight to the death in battle. But in terms of character and conduct, could they really be considered good people to the common people? The answer was naturally no. In truth, this was a knot that great General Su Shao had left for the new Prince of Liang, Su Fengnian, to resolve. Beiliang had been at peace for 10 years, and there were as many descendants as there were hairs on an ox. Just how many evil deeds had they committed? Just the deputy commander of the Yuanbu army, Lu Yuanji, was standing on the high walls. Just how many good people had the old man's 3 sons killed? If not for Lin Dofang, his good friend who had retired from the army many years ago, scolding and beating Lu Yuanji in the disturbance outside the pass, the old commander might have been kept in the dark for the rest of his life, mistakenly believing that his 3 sons were just a little useless. In truth, Yan Wenluan and the other elders who were upright also had complaints about the foul atmosphere of the younger generation of their fellow officers. It was just that when the great general was still alive, he had always felt that he owed his old brothers who had fought alongside him, so he had never harbored any thoughts of killing them. Moreover, the new Prince of Liang had also been a sloppy scoundrel in his early years, so the great general had to put himself in his shoes. Yan Wenluan got straight to the point. The New Year's Eve matter was handled beautifully, but even so, I, Yan Wenluan, still can't bring myself to like you, Chu Lushan. Chapter 1690. Chu Lushan rubbed his hands and turned his head with a smile. Old General Yan, you're not a beauty. If an old man likes me, there's nothing to be happy about. Yan Wenluan snorted and stopped talking. On the crowded city wall, great ancestor Gu stood out like a crane in a flock of chickens. Partridge Zhou Kong hesitated and left Lin Dofang and the others. He walked to great ancestor Gu alone, but there was still a distance between them. Great ancestor Gu showed no signs of speaking. Zhou Kong hesitated a few times, but he didn't leave angrily. His tone was stiff as he said sarcastically, Deputy Commander Gu, aren't you always tough? You clearly didn't want His Highness to lead the army south to the Central Plains. Why were you willing to be a mute last night? Great ancestor Gu smiled and said, Sir Zhou, what reason do you want to hear? Do you want me to admit that I'm a fence-sitter? Zhou Kong was also straightforward. He nodded and said, if you say so, I'll go down the city wall and find some wine to drink. Great ancestor Gu said calmly, then I'll have to disappoint Sir Zhou. I didn't stop His Highness because I didn't say anything righteous, but I didn't have any dirty thoughts. I don't need to prove anything in Beiliang. Partridge tilted his head and picked his ears. He sneered and said, this is what Deputy Commander Gu should say. Unfortunately, His Highness has already left the city. Great ancestor Gu said to himself, which old man hasn't been young? Who doesn't have 1 or 2 girls they like? I have one, but I missed her back then. That's why I've lived to this age. I don't know if it was because I wasn't suitable for her or because I was timid. Sir Zhou, you're a famous husband and wife who help each other in difficult times. I don't think you understand. Zhou Kong was silent for a long time. He exhaled heavily and said in a low voice, we've been husband and wife for a long time. Naturally, we should treat each other with respect. In fact, when we were young, there was also a fire between us. Great ancestor Gu sighed and said, at least they've been together. That's better than me. Zhou Kong suddenly turned his head and shouted, Lin Dofang. Didn't you elope with a certain southern Tang princess back then? Our Commander Gu said that he actually loved that princess before. From Commander Gu's tone, the two of them had an unclear relationship in the early years. Why don't the two of you talk about it? Lin Dofang widened his eyes and said, what? You with the surname Gu, you better explain yourself. Lu Yuanji was immediately amused. He winked at Wei Taizhan and said, this is going to be a good show. Grand Ancestor Gu was stunned. By the time Great Ancestor Gu came to his senses, the partridge who had set him up had already run away. He could only see the back of the partridge in the distance. Seeing Lin Dufang trotting over aggressively, Great Ancestor Gu also ran down the city wall without saying anything, and yelled, Zhou, if I don't beat you to death today, my surname will be Gu. After the two of them ran far away, Lin Dufang stopped and laughed heartily. Lin Dufang was no fool. How could he really believe Zhou Kang's nonsense? Yule Wandao stood next to Hu Kuei. Just like Su Beiji and Tian Peifong, Hu Kuei's position as Yozhou's provincial governor was about to be vacated. Unlike Su Beiji and Tian Peifong, Hu Kuei's ambition was never to become an official. His gaze was always on the battlefield outside the pass. Hu Kuei wasn't the only one like this in Yuzhou. Even Yozhou's general Huangfu Shi seemed to be getting restless, as if he wanted to move his butt over to Xiaoguang City. Moreover, Hu Kuei and old Marshal Chen Yinshui had come to Liangzhou together. The old man's words had revealed some clues that the Yuzhou infantry really did need a young general in the prime of his life. Although Chen Yinshui didn't say it outright, the old man clearly hoped that Hu Kuei would take the position of number 3 in the Yuzhou infantry. He also hoped that Hu Kuei could use this opportunity to speak to the prince and not let Huangfu Shi take the initiative. But in the end, Hu Kuei still didn't say anything. For this reason, the old man didn't give him the slightest bit of face today. The Beiliang frontier army was still divided into various factions, but they were no longer as clearly divided as they were in the past. With the conclusion of the first battle of Liangmang, there were some subtle changes that naturally took place. For example, Chen Shiliang got along rather well with the entire Longxiang army. He Zhonghu, Zhou Kong, and the other veteran generals regarded him highly. They believed that this young man was one of the few unswerving scholars. Even if he didn't want to be a civil official, he could still be a Confucian general. Meanwhile, Su Beiji was rather close to Lingzhou's General Han Laozhan and Deputy General Wang Ji. It could be said that the entire Lingzhou army was happy to treat Su Beiji as part of their maternal family. And Yule Wandao, who had truly made a name for himself in Yuzhou, got along the best with Hu Kuei. As for the prince's trusted aide, Huangfu Shi, he didn't care at all. Not far from the two of them stood Huangfu Shi and Ko Jianghuai, who stood side by side. Although they were both generals of a province, there was a world of difference in terms of background and reputation. Huangfu Shi didn't understand why Ko Jianghuai was willing to get close to him, a famous loner in the officialdom. Ko Jianghuai lay on the arrow pile with a smile and said, "General Huangfu, there are countless capable people in the Beiliang frontier army, but I feel that the two of us are the most similar. Not only do we dare to gamble, but we don't gamble on a small scale. If we want to gamble, we gamble on a big scale." Huangfu Shi shook his head. "I came from a Jianghu boorish background. Even if I went bankrupt, how much money would I have? I can't compare to General Ko, who originally had hopes of being made a marquis in West Chu." Ko Jianghuai also shook his head. "I went bankrupt and took out 1,000 taels of gold. I'm willing to put 1,000 taels of gold on the gambling table. You're going to starve to death tomorrow. You only have 10 taels of gold in your pocket, but you also put 10 taels of gold on the gambling table. The level of gambling addiction is actually the same." Huangfu Shi said something baffling. "Perhaps there is no difference in the level of gambling addiction. I just don't know what Ko Jianghuai's gambling character is like." Chapter 1691. Ko Jianghuai turned his head to look at the Yuzhou general who had both praise and blame in Beiliang. He asked with a smile, "What, is the general worried for the prince that if I become a slave to 2 families today, I might go to Beimang tomorrow and become a slave to 3 families?" Huangfu Shi's expression was normal. "General Ko, I did not say that, nor do I dare say it." Ko Jianghuai dismissed it with a smile and asked, after hearing General Huangfu's story, "I am very curious as to why you are so loyal to Su Fengnian. Can you tell me?" Huangfu Shi smiled insincerely. "General Ko, my words are not pleasant to the ears. Please don't take offense. The two of us are not that close. However, if there is a chance one day when we go into battle together to kill the enemy, it is not too late to say a few heartfelt words." Ko Jianghuai smiled. "What, General Huangfu wants to go to Liuzhou's Longxiang army to become a deputy general?" Without waiting for Huangfu Shi to reply, Ko Jianghuai had already asked and answered his own question. General of Yuzhou and deputy general of the Longxiang army are equal positions. However, in Beiliang, the cavalry of the Liangzhou border army looks down on the infantry of the Liangzhou border army looks down on the Yuzhou army, and the Yuzhou army looks down on the Lingzhou army, which does not even have a decent border. The Longxiang army is an elite force pulled out from the Yangzhou cavalry at the border, and the deputy general with real power in the Longxiang army. Of course, the Yuzhou general cannot be compared to the Yuzhou general who has his hands and feet tied. Then, I will congratulate General Huangfu on your promotion. It seems that I will not have to wait too long to hear General Huangfu's heartfelt words. Huangfu she secretly glanced at Hu Kuei, the corners of his mouth rising. General Ko is indeed sharper than others. Ko Jianghu said with a smile, I like hearing these words. It has been a long time since I have heard someone praise me to my face. Huangfu she nodded. Let me say this first. When I go to Liuzhou to take up my duties, perhaps it will be difficult for General Ko not to hear it. Ko Jianghu laughed and said, bring it on. Suddenly, Ko Jianghu, who was chatting happily with Ko Jianghu, heard someone call out to him. It was Yul Wandao, whom he regarded as his mortal enemy. Compared to the lukewarm attitude Ko Jianghu had toward Xie Shibian back in Guangling Road, Yul Wandao, who was also a descendant of a powerful family and had made a name for himself at a young age, disliked Yul Wandao very much. Presumably, Yul Wandao had the same attitude toward him. Two tigers could not live on the same mountain, which should be referring to Ko Jianghu and Yul Wandao. However, the two of them would only fight in secret and never openly. Hearing Yul Wandao shout, Ko Jianghu smiled and turned his head to ask, General Yu, what can I do for you? The one who spoke was not Yul Wandao, but Hu Kuei. The latter walked a few steps closer and asked softly, Ko Jianghu, regarding the three plans of West Chu going up north, down south, and west, I have thought about it for a long time, but I dare not make any rash assertions. After all, I am not a citizen of West Chu and have been away from the Central Plains for more than a decade. I am far from General Ko's grasp of West Chu's situation. Ko Jianghu did not hesitate in the slightest. He said straightforwardly, if I am in charge of West Chu, naturally I will go up north and fight to the death with Lu Xingxiang. To say something off topic, I have always guessed that Chao Chongqing and the two Liaos Gu Jiantang, and even Beimang's Wang Sui have reached some kind of consensus. If Xie Shi is in Chao Chongqing's position, I reckon he will cross the Guangling River to the south, do his best to defeat the southern border army, which has already been betrayed by Wu Zhongshuan, and then try to conquer the area along the river. If he cannot even defend the Guangling River, then he will retreat again and again, retreating into the miasma-filled Shirwan mountain range. When Beimang and Liang are beaten half to death, then he will find an opportunity to run out. Today he will pick up sesame seeds, tomorrow he will nibble on watermelon rind, and this kind of pitiful accumulation of little drops into an ocean. But in the end, whether he can succeed or not, he can no longer rely on himself, he can only rely on his own life. As for what Chao Chongqing himself thinks, I can't figure it out, and I don't feel like thinking about it. In any case, I have always felt that this great officer has already gone crazy. Hu Kuei was the kind of warrior who was born for the battlefield. Being provoked by Ko Jianghu, he unconsciously began to point and gesticulate on the battlements. West Chu has now been surrounded like dumplings. To the east is Songli, the turtle dove occupying the magpie's nest. To the south is Yan Qi's king Zhaobing, who has just personally set out, as well as Nailan Yusi, who is standing behind this old vassal king. To the west is the southern expedition great general Wu Zhongshuan's 100,000 elite troops who broke away from the southern border under his command. They must not be underestimated. Moreover, now that he is the Minister of War in Liang, the army provisions have been greatly tilted. Together with the king of Jing'an, Zhao Sun, the military administrator Wen Tai, and the Jidushi Ma Zhongxian, it is as if they have become Wu Zhongshuan's Ministry of Revenue officials on the Western Front. As for the Northern Front, Lu Xingxiang has begun to behave like the earliest spring and autumn war, fighting without following the rules. Plus, there is Chen Jibao and those 10,000 Western Shu infantrymen who appear and disappear unpredictably. Therefore, West Chu's northern front is suffering the most. General Ko, according to your opinion, if we head north, how should we fight? Should we first look for Chen Jibao's infantry or Lu Xingxiang's cavalry? If we use Xie Shi's troops heading south, wouldn't we be playing right into the hands of the Liang imperial court? After speaking for a long time, when Hu Kuei raised his head, he saw a young face rolling his eyes. Very quickly, he laughed self-deprecatingly. Hu Kuei no longer wanted to be treated coldly. Ko Jianghu laughed heartlessly. Lord Hu, oh Lord Hu, I'm just a Dechu citizen who hides his head and tail in your Bailiang. Even now I don't care about the Guangling Law battle. What are you worrying about? Hu Kuei did not get angry. He laughed calmly. General Ko, I think I'm worrying too much. Yu Wandao frowned. Ko Jianghu raised his eyebrows and gave Yu Wandao a provocative look. In Bailiang, among the civil officials, there were Song Dongming and Bai Yu, as well as Su Beiji and Chen Shiliang. It seemed that among the military generals, there was another pair of enemies, Ko Jianghu and Yu Wandao. It was the beginning of spring in the third year of Xiangfu. Perhaps after the sounds of firecrackers in various parts of the Central Plains, there was still time to clean up the House of Red. 10,000 great snow dragon cavalry came down to Jiangnan. Other than the 800 Phoenix battalions, there was also the 100 cavalry and 100 swords of the Wu family. There was Yuan Zuozong, Yu Wandao, Hong Yu, and Hong Shuwen. There was the king of Bailiang. Su Fengnian. Chapter 1692. Early in the morning, a young woman and an old man walked out of the prince's mansion on Mount Qingliang. Both of them had a deep relationship with the Su family. The old man was called Wang Linquan. He was a lackey of the old Prince Liang in the early years. He was even very familiar with Lin Dofang and the others. Therefore, this time his daughter did not become the princess of Bailiang and refused the position of deputy supervisor of North City. At this time, Wang Linquan was taking a walk with Queen Chu Dong by the Tidehark Lake. Looking at his daughter who was still carefree, the old man was both relieved and worried. He was relieved that his daughter would not be bullied here, but he was worried that her identity would change in the future. No matter how easy it was to get along with her in-laws, after a long time, it was inevitable that there would be unexpected bumps and bruises. His daughter was so simple, how could she scheme against others and compete for favor? What's more, Wang Linquan had always disliked the woman surnamed Lu who came from Qingzhou. He had long despised the famous scholar Lu Dongjiang. To be honest, Wang Linquan had never hit the Lu family when they were down. But Wang Linquan also knew that his son-in-law hoped that he could get along well with the Lu family, and even help the Lu family in some things. But Wang Linquan had never thought that he was a perfect person. He would not be a bad person, nor would he do good deeds that would harm his opponents. Fortunately, the young lord had never forced Wang Linquan to do anything. So Wang Linquan was happy to play dumb and watch the Lu family disgracing themselves. Wang Linquan stopped and looked around quickly. Then, he said softly, "My daughter, you'll be married soon. Father and mother don't want you to run back to your parents' home if you're wronged. No matter how close you are to your parents' home, it's not good. It's just that, but if you're really wronged, you still have to tell father and mother. A married daughter is like spilled water. Don't take it seriously." Listening to her father's contradictory words, Wang Chudong grinned. Wang Linquan hurriedly reminded her, "My dear daughter, how many times has your mother told me to smile without showing my teeth?" Wang Chudong made a lively and naughty face. Wang Linquan said helplessly, "You never grow up. How can we be assured that you will get married?" Wang Chudong smiled and said, "If you can't bear to, then I won't get married." Wang Linquan raised his hand and pretended to hit her. But as a father who was famous in Qingzhou for spoiling his daughter, he could not bear to hit her. He was not even willing to scold her, let alone hit her. Wang Chudong's hands twisted behind his back as he looked up and said in a soft voice, "Father, actually I know that even if big sister Lu doesn't become the legal princess, it won't be my turn. It should be that West Chu woman surnamed Jiang. The woman His Highness can't let go of the most is her, but she isn't suited to be the Northern Liang princess. So it is not easy for sister Lu. Father, I know you're afraid that I'll be angry, but I'm not angry, nor am I unhappy. Every time His Highness returns to Mount Qingliang, he'll take the time to ask daughter about the plot lines in At the First Snow. He even said that when he's truly free, he'll personally watch me write a novel about his 3 travels through Jianghu. He said that I should write about him as a hero. I told His Highness that it wouldn't be a problem to write about him as chivalrous and soul-stirring, but the Jianghu heroine he likes must be surnamed Wang, and she must be an outstanding beauty. Wang Linquan was speechless. Young people these days, he really did not understand. Wang Chudong narrowed her eyes and smiled like crescent moons. Father, if you have time, you should drink more tea with that Mr. Lu. Father, didn't you like to pretend to be cultured? Sitting at the same table as the famous Lu Jiao, you will have a lot of face, right? Wang Linquan said with a stern face, his threshold is high. Your father is old and cannot cross it. Wang Chudong shook Wang Linquan's arm. Wang Linquan's face was heavy. Did King Lu tell you to do this? He wants me to take the initiative to be friendly with the Lu family. Wang Chudong shook her head and said seriously, Father, no. Wang Linquan looked into his daughter's eyes and stared for a moment before finally nodding. I believe in my daughter, and I also believe in the great general's son. Wang Chudong wrinkled her nose and said, wrong, wrong. Believing in our Bailiang's king also means believing in your son-in-law. Wang Linquan did not know whether to laugh or cry. He said helplessly, Father will listen to you. Wang Chudong suddenly said carefully, Father, can we really treat the Lu family as relatives in the future? The kind that is neither close nor far, the kind that is just icing on the cake. Wang Linquan sighed and rubbed his daughter's head. I know, I'll take care of it. I'm afraid that Lu Jiao won't appreciate my good intentions and might even misunderstand that I have ulterior motives. Forget it, forget it. Father also knows that being on good terms with the Lu family, in the end, is for my daughter to be here. It is better to be friends here. It's just that in the past, I always felt that there was something stuck in my heart. Father is too narrow-minded. Wang Chudong lowered her head. Father, it is your daughter who has wronged you. Wang Linquan smiled happily. Silly daughter. Unless it is a girl who is not sensible at all, there is no daughter in the world who can let father be wronged. Who says that daughters will always side with outsiders when they grow up? Our family is not like that. Father is very happy, really. Wang Chudong smiled brightly. Wang Linquan said in a low voice, Daughter, your mother is right. Between women, if there is no competition, there is a big competition. Wang Chudong smiled like a little fox who had just cultivated in the deep mountains and forests. Father, what did you say? I didn't hear you. Wang Linquan laughed and did not say anything else. The Lu mansion was decorated with lanterns and colored banners. It was reasonable, but definitely unexpected, to welcome a rare guest. Lu Qingyan was the future Bailiang's princess consort with a simple carriage and simple entourage. The servants of the Lu mansion, who did not share the surname of the Lu family, kept this woman's indifferent relationship with the Bailiang's officialdom a secret. Even the arrogant Lu family members no longer regarded this cruel and merciless woman as part of their family. They were all afraid and resentful, and their feelings were complicated. In the first year of the auspicious talisman, the Lu family was still well off in Bailiang. The second year of the auspicious talisman was more difficult, but things took a turn for the better after autumn. This year, at the beginning of spring, there was a joyous occasion. As for Lu Qingyan's return to the family, the Lu family members, who were much stronger than last year, actually had some strange remarks. Oh, didn't you say that you would no longer care about the life and death of the Lu family? What, you just heard that your father is about to become the provincial governor of Liangzhou, and now you remember that you have such a family? Don't you feel ashamed? You rushed here at the beginning of the first month to give your father a New Year's greeting? Could it be that you are not as comfortable in Mount Qingliang as the outside world said? Lu Qingyan went straight to Lu Dongjiang's small courtyard under the lead of the Lu family's old steward, who bowed and bent his knees. At this time, Lu Dongjiang was indeed in the courtyard writing characters with a broom dipped in water. When the current master of the Lu family saw his daughter appear at the courtyard door, he did not immediately put down the special broom. He waited until the small bucket was completely empty before he handed the broom to a young servant girl with a graceful figure. Then he took a handkerchief and wiped his hands. He turned around leisurely and smiled. Qingyan, you are here. Lu Dongjiang's thoughts about this daughter, who was valued by the old master of the Lu family, were actually more complicated than the other Lu family members. This daughter, who had not been close to him since she was young, had too much of the old master Lu Feiqi's imprint on her. Many people even believed that if Lu Qingyan was not a girl, the position of master of the Lu family would not have been given to Lu Dongjiang. Lu Dongjiang knew that this was not absurd. That night at the gate of Qingzhou, if Lu Qingyan was not a daughter but his son, then he would not have been able to take the inconspicuous bamboo lantern from the old ancestor's hand. Lu Dongjiang hoped more than anyone that the Lu family could achieve great success in Beiliang. He hoped more than anyone that the old ancestor would be glad that he was the one who gave the lantern to him. Lu Qingyan said expressionlessly, "Do you know why the Lu family can have a provincial governor?" Lu Dongjiang was stunned and sneered. "Even if there are many reasons, at least it is not because of your pillow talk, Qingyan." Lu Qingyan twitched the corner of her mouth. Looking at the current provincial governors of Beiliang, Yang Guangdou of Liuzhou, Chen Shiliang, Chang Sui of Lingzhou, Song Yan. As for Yuzhou, the position of provincial governor has been vacant for 2 years. There is only provincial governor Hu Kuei. Lu Dongjiang answered with confidence and smiled. Now Liangzhou, which is 1 level higher than the other 3 provinces, has also been vacant for a long time. The provincial governor of Liangzhou, Tian Peifang, and the deputy administrator, Song Dongming, have a good relationship with your father. Although there is no drinking and drinking, the friendship between gentlemen is as clear as water. Chapter 1693. Lu Qingyan stared at the man she hadn't called Dad for a long time. Her eyes were dark and gloomy, and there was deep sorrow in them. She asked, "Does the Lu family know that the Su family, which has retreated time and time again, will start to reason with the Lu family instead of being sentimental after having a secondary grade 2 governor of Liangzhou? Do you know that your actions are equivalent to monopolizing the fate of 2 generations of the Lu family?" Lu Dongjiang said angrily, "Lu Qingyan, don't forget that I'm your father." Lu Qingyan smiled bitterly and said, "Lu Dongjiang, if I really forgot, why would I come here? Don't you realize that the reason why I didn't hesitate to break off relations with the Lu family and act like we won't interact with each other for the rest of our lives is to make him feel guilty towards the Lu family? Do you think he doesn't know about my selfishness? It's not that he doesn't know, but that he pretends not to know. Do you really think that Tian Peifang, that old fox, and Song Dongming, that great talent who could support the government of a country, would treat you as someone who would help the people just because you are good at handwriting in Lu Dongjiang? Are you stupid or are they stupid? Is there no one in the Lu family who isn't blind?" It was unknown whether it was anger, fear, or regret. Lu Dongjiang stretched out a trembling finger and pointed at the woman who was becoming more and more unfamiliar. "Lu Qingyan, you bastard. Get out of the Lu family." Lu Qingyan actually laughed. "Don't worry, I'll get out. But before that, I want to take away the ancestor's portrait from the ancestral hall. I'm afraid that he won't be able to rest in peace if he looks at this family every day." Lu Dongjiang glared at her. "You dare?" Lu Qingyan narrowed her eyes and said coldly, "Lu Dongjiang, from the moment I decided to come here today, I no longer consider myself a member of the Lu family. I'm just a daughter-in-law of the Su family. So if you still want to be the Liangzhou provincial governor, shut up." Lu Qingyan repeated, "Shut up, do you hear me?" Lu Dongjiang's face was ashen, but for some reason, he could not utter a single vicious word. In the small courtyard, not far from the father and daughter, the beautiful servant girl that Lu Dongjiang had just taken in from Yanji County was already scared half to death. She wished she could close her eyes and cover her ears as she squatted on the ground. On this day, Lu Qingyan calmly leaves the Lu family with a scroll in her hand. No one sees her off. When Lu Qingyan sat in the carriage, she held the portrait of her ancestor tightly, lowered her head, and bit her arm to prevent herself from crying out loud. She did not want the coachman, who was the chief steward of the prince's mansion, Song Yu, to hear it. Suddenly, not only did the carriage not immediately head for Mount Qingliang, it seemed to have met Lu Qingyan by chance before she left the house. It also seemed like a steward who had suddenly decided to act as the future Wangfei's coachman. He lightly knocked on the curtain. Lu Qingyan suppressed her sobs and asked softly, "Steward Song, what's wrong? Through the curtain of the carriage, Song Yu said, before His Highness left, he told me to give Princess a small brocade pouch when Princess returned to her parents' home and then to Mount Qingliang. A corner of the curtain of the carriage was gently lifted. Song Yu handed over an exquisite brocade pouch that he had carefully kept. Lu Qingyan opened the brocade pouch in confusion. There was only one piece of paper inside with one sentence written on it. Lu Qingyan burst into tears. This lucky woman who was said to be a match made in heaven with the young king, this foolish woman who had once secretly lit the life-exchanging lantern and used her life to exchange for his life, this strong woman who had single-handedly shouldered the fate of the family after the death of her ancestor, this crazy woman who could make her father shut up, for the first time in her life, cried without restraint. On that piece of paper, the handwriting was familiar and meticulous. It said, "Don't cry, we are family in this life." On this day, the civil and military officials of Great Peace City, who had just finished celebrating the New Year, were all frowning on their way to the first morning court of the New Year. Even the Duke of Yan, Gao Shizhi, and the Marquis of Huaiyang, Song Downing, looked serious after getting off the carriage. In reality, the two of them had already entered the palace last night to see the emperor. Not only them, but the prominent officials of the 3 provinces and 6 ministries had also gathered. Although the young emperor appeared calm and only said that 10,000 cavalrymen from northern Liang had charged into Hezhou under the banner of Jingnan and Guangling, his tone was light and casual. However, the emperor was suppressing his anger. Everyone present could clearly see it. In the end, there were not many substantive countermeasures. Among them, the Assistant Minister of Rights, Jean Lanting, suggested that the Assistant Minister of War, Su Gong, withdraw from the Lianglia border and lead the elite troops of the capital to Guangling Path to reinforce the south conquering commander Lu Xingxiang. The emperor did not agree or refuse. The Assistant Minister of War, Tang Taizhuang, suggested that the court order the Jizhou general, Yuan Tingshan, to go down south to Guangling and advance together with the troops of Assistant Minister Su Gong. There was an old Assistant Minister of Revenue. For some reason, he was afraid that the 10,000 Bailiang cavalry would not go to Guangling Path to quell the rebellion but instead turn around and go straight to Great Peace City. Thus, he suggested to the emperor that the king of Shu should take 10,000 more troops from his territory. At that time, the young emperor's expression changed slightly. Fortunately, Tantanon quickly added that the 10,000 troops could be temporarily lent to Assistant Minister Su of the Ministry of War. Gao Shizhi looked at his childhood friend, whose face was pale because of the cold, and asked softly, "Why didn't you change into a thicker fur coat?" Song Downing said bitterly, "I didn't sleep at all last night. The study was warm, so I casually picked up this one. It's not like you don't know my temper. When I went out, my face was probably not very good. How would the servants of the manor dare to come near me and ask for trouble?" Without another word, Gao Shizhi took off the fur coat on his body and switched it with Song Downing. Like a servant of the Marquis of Huaiyang, he personally helped the Marquis in front of him change. Song Downing said softly, "Old Gao, if there is a day when Great Peace City can see the smoke of war and we have to go to the top of the city wall to shoot the enemy, will you die first or will I die first?" Gao Shizhi spat a few times and said angrily, "It's the new year, can you not say such unlucky things?" Song Downing laughed and said, "Just take it as a child's words carry no harm, a child's words carry no harm, Gao Shizhi lowered his voice and said, "I can't guarantee anything else, but even if Liao Gu Jiantang rebelled, Bailiang Su Fengnian would not attack Great Peace City." Song Downing asked curiously, "Is it really as the rumors say, that Su Fengnian really went to save a girl from West Chu? I originally didn't believe it and just thought it was a joke." Gao Shizhi bared his teeth and said, "That guy, what can't he do? Can a normal person take on Dong Tai and Chao Chongqing? Can a normal person kill their way in and out of the Imperial Astronomer?" Song Downing stopped and asked in a low voice, "Is the girl's identity as the rumors say, the Empress of West Chu?" Gao Shizhi shook his head and said, "That's hard to say. Only the heavens know if it's true or false." Song Downing asked, "Gao Shizhi, do you know when the news of the Bailiang Su family hiding the fallen princess of Dechu spread in Great Peace City?" Gao Shizhi had a headache and said, "In fact, this kind of rumor has been around for a long time. It's just that it didn't spread widely at that time, so it didn't cause any big waves. But last winter, it suddenly started to stir in the city and got out of hand. Your Marquis Fu has strict rules, so you don't have to listen. You don't want to hear this kind of unpresentable rumor. Song Downing sank into deep thought. Gao Shizhi smiled and said, "What is there to think about? In my view, it's definitely that Jean Lanting who doesn't grow his beard that is stirring up trouble. Gao Tingshu and Wu Zongxian are running errands and cannot escape. I'm puzzled, why does this Bailiang person hate Bailiang more than us, the people of Jingdo?" Song Downing sighed softly and said, "The people of the countryside have to fight for water with the same village, the colleagues in the officialdom have to fight for the same chair. It's all the same. In any case, when some scholars are unreasonable, you can't say anything." Gao Shizhi was puzzled and said, "Aren't you a scholar?" Song Downing glared and said, "It's the new year, why are you scolding people?" Gao Shizhi was instantly speechless. Motherf ****, the people beside us are the best scholars in Liang. Even if you are the Marquis of Huayang, if these words get out, let's see if you won't be drowned in spit. Gao Shizhi and Song Downing walked side by side. "Downing, do you think that the boy of the Su family will really rebel?" Song Downing smiled and asked, "Scared?" Gao Shizhi muttered, "The Bailiang cavalry in the west, the Baimang barbarians in the north, and the West Chu Chao Chongqing in the south. If it's really like this, aren't you scared?" Song Downing said playfully, "Who was it that just said that the Bailiang definitely won't come to Great Peace City for free?" Gao Shizhi said with a bitter face, "The affairs of the world are hard to predict. If the young man surnamed Su really is that kind of infatuated person who doesn't want the country and wants the beauty, then it's over." Song Downing's face was not much better. "Tell me the truth, what are you scared of?" Gao Shizhi's face turned red, and he said in a low voice, "What's there to be scared of about the Baimang and West Chu? I'm scared that the Bailiang won't defend the country." Gao Shizhi originally thought that after saying this, he would be laughed at by his good brothers. He did not think that the Marquis of Huayang would say softly, "I'm also scared of the Bailiang cavalry." Do you think that in today's imperial court, who really isn't scared? Chapter 1694. In today's court assembly, Jean Lanting, who had kept a low profile at the end of the second year of Jianghu, suddenly became the loudest official in the court. Even Tang Taizhuang from the Ministry of War lost his limelight. Under Jean Lanting's suggestion, the court passed a series of policies without a small court assembly. Among them, Assistant Minister Su Gong of the Ministry of War, who had helped the emperor patrol the two borderlands of Liaodong and made great military achievements last year in assisting Gu Jiantang, was finally able to withdraw from the cold palace of Liaodong. Not only did he successfully return from outside the Great Pass, he also led 20,000 elite troops from the capital to the south to reinforce Lu Xingxiang. The recently promoted General Li Chang'an became Assistant Minister Su's assistant. Young officials from the Ministry of War, such as Gao Ting, Xu Kong, Zhenrong, followed the two officials out of the capital to gain experience and finally had a chance to make a name for themselves. Jizhou General Yuan Tingshan led 10,000 troops each to leave the border and enter the Central Plains through the Great Pass, advancing side by side with Su Gong's army. Then there was the imperial edict to Western Shu, ordering the king of Shu, Chen Zhibao, to transfer 10,000 elite troops from the Shu lands to participate in suppressing the rebellion in Guangling. These troops would be jointly commanded by Su Gong and Chen Zhibao. Compared to Jean Lanting's loyalty to the country and his ability to solve problems for the court, the Imperial College's Yao Baifeng's suggestion at the end of the court assembly immediately made the already heavy atmosphere in the court even more silent. This great scholar of Confucianism, who came from the northwest, suggested that the matter of the transport should be related to the transport. Jing'an Magistrate Wen Tai had just arrived in the region, and the government affairs were already heavy. It should be handed over to the transport officials to handle the specific matters. Wen Tai only needed to grasp the overall situation. If it was in the past, there would be countless civil officials and generals who would jump out to refute the left chancellor even if the emperor didn't say anything. However, today, the young emperor was sitting on the dragon throne high above without saying a word. His line of sight wandered around. However, as far as he could see, there were only officials who lowered their heads in silence. There wasn't a single official who stood out and spoke heroic words. In the end, the young emperor approached from afar. He slowly retracted his gaze and rested it on a group of officials from the 6 ministries. In the end, someone finally stood out. It was Chen Wang of Wuxia province. Chen Wang did not completely overturn Yao Baifeng's suggestion. Instead, he proposed a compromise. First, the Ministry of Personnel would strictly examine the resumes of the main officials of the transport. Once the court had finalized the candidates, the administrator Wen Tai would let go of the burden. For the time being, Wen Tai would still be fully in charge of the transport of Guangling. After the court session ended, the emperor had no intention of holding a small court session. Thus, all the officials left the hall and went straight to the various yamen. Jean Lanting, who had become a laughing stock in the officialdom at the end of last year, could finally hold his head high today. Needless to say, some of the officials who had forgotten to pay a New Year's visit because of too many trivial matters, would flock over and line up outside the assistant minister's residence. Of course, the list of gifts would be the same. Yao Baifeng didn't have any officials around him today. The old man didn't mind and didn't rush down the stairs. He stared blankly at the imperial road in his field of vision, which seemed to be bound behind the door. A young voice sounded beside the old man, "Left Chancellor, your stove is cold. It will be difficult to open a meal in the future." The old man didn't turn his head. There weren't many young people in Liang Imperial Court who dared to speak to their seniors in such a cynical tone. Those who were qualified to attend the court session could be counted on one's fingers. Beiliang's humble scholar, Sun Yin, had already experienced ups and downs in the officialdom of the capital at a young age. Sun Yin continued to tease, "Lord Yao, you are really a scholar. You chose this time to be a loyal official. You deserve it." The old man mocked himself, "Do I need to choose the right time to be a loyal official?" Sun Yin nodded and said seriously, "That's right. I have to look at the almanac to check the time before I go out." The old man dismissed it with a smile, "I can't be that kind of loyal official." Sun Yin gloated and laughed, "It's actually a good thing that Lord Yao has the intention to retire. I, Sun Yin, fell in the Imperial College. All day long, I was thinking about when I could make a comeback from the Imperial College. Now that the left chancellor's seat is empty, I have a chance. Just for this, I, Sun Yin, have to thank Lord Yao in person." Unexpectedly, the old man didn't fly into a rage out of humiliation. Instead, he nodded and said, "It's good that you, Sun Yin, go to the Imperial College. I finally understand that the Imperial College is no longer a place for me to teach. It's no longer a place for me to study." Sun Yin said in surprise, "Lord Yao, don't tell me you want to resign and return to your hometown?" The old man laughed, "I'm not stupid. How can I return at this time? I've just slapped the Imperial Court once. If I do it again, how many lives do I, Yao Baifeng, have?" Sun Yin clicked his tongue and said, "So Lord Yao has studied so much that you don't understand the ways of the world. In the end, you haven't reached the point where you can't be saved." The inflexible old man joked for the first time, "It's rare that someone is willing to flatter me. I have to thank you." Sun Yin waved his hand and said, "Don't just say it. When Lord Yao hands in your resignation, remember to put in a few good words for me." The old man didn't nod or shake his head. He only sighed and said, "Ji province's Yuan Tingshan entered the Central Plains at Ji Ziku. Although I'm a scholar who can't even be considered an armchair strategist, I still understand that those 20,000 soldiers aren't going to Guangling Road to quell the rebellion. They're going to intercept the Beiliang cavalry. By the time the Ji province soldiers are gone, the 10,000 Shu soldiers will have almost reached the northern part of Guangling Road. At the same time, I reckon that Assistant Minister Su's command seal will have reached the army. One chain after another. It's hard for Jean Lanting, the Assistant Minister of Rights, to worry so much about the military and national affairs. It's even harder for his suggestions to be accepted by the Imperial Court." Sun Yin said in a low voice, "Lord Yao, do you really think that this is Jean Lanting's idea? Do you really think that it's a good thing that Su Gong left the two Liao provinces to lead troops south? The old man turned his head and smiled. I'm just a scholar, so I really don't understand these things. Is there knowledge in these things? Sun Yin smiled and said, I heard that Lord Yao has some good wine in your residence. The old man was stunned. He pulled on Sun Yin's sleeve and walked down the stairs with him. He lowered his voice and said, Green Ant? When I heard the results of the Liang Mang War last year, I drank it all up. Sun Yin smiled but didn't say anything. The old man wasn't as thick-skinned as Sun Yin. He said helplessly, there are only 2 or 3 jars left. Don't even think about them. As for the other good wine, no matter how expensive it is, I'll still treat you to it. Sun Yin's face was full of disdain. Chapter 1695. The two of them walked out of the gate side by side. Sun Yin suddenly stopped keeping the old man in suspense and whispered, Jean Lanting and Tang Taizuang are in cahoots. That's why Su Gong went to fight the Beiliang cavalry. The old man was startled at first, then sighed. He looked around and finally gave up. This was indeed not the place for him to teach. Sun Yin turned and walked away, smiling. Sir Yao probably doesn't even have a posthumous title. I, Sun Yin, won't add insult to injury and drink green ant wine. Sun Yin walked a few steps, then suddenly turned around and lightly patted his chest. I have a bow. It's not suitable for me to give it to Sir Yao in public, but keep it in your heart. 20 years later, in the middle of summer, Sun Yin had just become the second minister of appointments of the new Liang dynasty, a powerful second-rank heavenly official. One day, someone suddenly came to visit the bustling Sun Manor, claiming to be a disciple of the Yao family. The already busy gatekeeper ignored him. Even when the Sun Manor was about to close its doors in the evening, the travel-worn young man was still unwilling to leave. He had no choice but to mention his grandfather's name. Although the gatekeeper was a slick person born and raised in the capital, he didn't know that there was such a big shot as Yao Baifeng in Liang's officialdom. Later, he finally remembered that many years ago, there was an old man surnamed Yao in the Imperial College of the previous dynasty who served as the left chancellor. However, in the past 20 years, that great Confucian scholar didn't have any poems, books, or articles to spread to the Central Plains. Things had changed with the passage of time. He estimated that he wasn't even as good as a new scholar of the new Hanlin Academy. The gatekeeper gritted his teeth. Seeing that the young man had traveled thousands of miles to the capital and was sent home like this, he thought it was really pitiful. He broke the rules and went to report to the Minister of Appointments. Minister Xianxia, who was shirtless and enjoying the shade under a shed, jumped up from the recliner. He didn't even have time to put on his boots before he ran to the door of the courtyard. But in the end, he stopped and casually said to the dumbstruck steward, telling him to leave the things behind and that there was no need to receive them. If the young man showed the slightest bit of anger, there was no need to bring the things to the courtyard. Finally, the steward carefully brought a cloth pouch to the small courtyard. The minister laughed happily. Since he was not the descendant of that old man and hoped to use this as a stepping stone in the officialdom, that was good, very good. In the twilight, 2 jars of green ant wine that had obviously been sealed for many years were placed on the stone table in the small courtyard. Sun Yin was not willing to open them and drink them. On the second day of the court assembly, an old man from the previous dynasty who had long been forgotten suddenly became famous. Yao Baifeng, a Daoist from Beiliang, posthumously known as Wenjie. Even though he was already an extremely high official, he was still the Minister of Personnel, Sun Yin, who was known for his debauchery. After the court assembly, he walked out of the main hall and stood at the top of the steps for a while. Then he went alone to the side of Imperial Road Street. There was no one around, but Sun Yin still bowed respectfully. This matter quickly became a strange story in the capital. For some reason, not only did the Emperor of Liang not hold a small court assembly today, but he also returned to the magnificent main hall. Eunuch Song Tonglu of the Ceremony Directorate stood alone outside the door. The young emperor stood near the dragon throne. The floor of the main hall behind him was paved with gold bricks. Therefore, even though the doors and windows were closed, the main hall did not appear too dark because there was light coming through the window paper. On both sides of the dragon throne were 4 majestic furnishings: a precious elephant, a Luan Duan, a red-crowned crane, and an incense burner. Together, they symbolized the eternal stability of the country that countless emperors dreamed of. The young emperor walked down the steps and stood in the middle of the main hall. The so-called gold bricks under his feet were actually not made of gold. They were the tribute bricks from the Guangling Manufacturing Bureau, which had the reputation of silent steps, like jade chimes. Zhao Zhuan looked up and saw that the pillars of the main hall were made of Nanzhao wood cut from the deep mountains of Nanzhao. In the early years, the imperial censor of Liyang complained that 1,000 people enter the mountains, but half leave the mountains. Later, in the hands of the late emperor, the pillars of the emperor of Liyang's palace were all replaced with the easier-to-cut Liaodong pine wood. Zhao Zhuan walked to the front of a pillar and reached out to touch the glorious pillar with the pattern of a golden cloud dragon painted with powder. He whispered, "Father, you have the blue-eyed Zhang, the half-inch tongue Benshi, and the human cat Han Xingxian. What about me? A dragon robe, a dragon throne, and a main hall? In this world, can't you give me a little more time to work hard? 10 years, no, just 5 years. I can make Beiliang, Nanjiang, and Beimang disappear. I can make those traitors have no place to stand and let the people of Liyang enjoy peace forever. Father, I don't trust anyone now. Qi Yanglong, Huan Wen, and Gu Jianteng, Lu Xingxiang, are the young people you deliberately suppressed and left for me to promote. Song Li, Sun Yin, and the others, I don't trust any of them. The only one, Chen Wang, is still too young and doesn't have enough prestige. He has no foundation in the Liyang army. Even if he is willing to turn the tide, he is powerless." Zhao Zhuan suddenly retracted his hand. His face was ferocious. He clenched his fist and punched the pillar. The young emperor gasped for breath. He felt a piercing pain in his hand. He glared at the pillar and said angrily, "You destroyed the fate of the Zhao family at the imperial astronomer. I only asked 2 lackeys to make things difficult for you, and you dare to openly send troops to Guangling Path? How is this different from rebellion?" Zhao Zhuan punched the pillar again. This time, the surface of the pillar was stained with blood. "Do you really think that my Liyang won't dare to fight to the death with Beiliang?" The young emperor lay on the floor of the main hall and looked at the golden dragon carved in the middle of the caisson. The dragon's head looked down with a huge pearl in its mouth. Looking at the huge luminous pearl, the young emperor couldn't help but think of his sister, Princess Sui Zhu, Zhao Fengya. Princess Sui Zhu of the Zhao family of Liyang was dead, but Zhao Fengya was still alive. This was probably the only thing that the young man of the Su family of Beiliang had done that Zhao Zhuan didn't hate so much. The exhausted young emperor closed his eyes and thought of the stupid parrot raised by the empress. It turned out that the so-called sovereign of the 9 and 5 was also a bird in a cage. Chapter 1696. East Sea Martial Emperor City. Ever since the young man with the surname Jiang stopped training his physique, this place had lost its backbone. It quickly turned from the holy land of the pugilistic world that everyone yearned for into an ordinary city. There was no white-robed old man Wang Xinji, who looked down on the world with disdain. There was no Chao Zhangqing who sat alone on a tall building to watch the battle. There was no Deng Tai, who rode on a donkey and carried a peach branch. There was no Wuxia Valley with a sword hanging over the city wall. There was no groom Linya and the others. There was also no Duke of Northern Liang who carried a bowl and walked up to the city wall. Although there had yet to be an official army stationed in Martial Emperor City, the people in the city knew that it was only a matter of time. Therefore, in the early years, those who were wanted by the government and lived in seclusion, those who lived here to avoid their enemies, and those who were willing to wash their hands of disputes, all left this eastern sea city one after another. A slender figure suddenly appeared at the top of the city wall where the tide was breaking. Not far away, the tide surged like an army of thousands of men and horses. It suddenly hit the city wall and covered the figure in an instant. In the next moment, the figure disappeared. Perhaps he was swept away by the tide. However, when the tide receded, another figure appeared on the city wall. Unlike the former who came and went in a hurry, this man did not disappear immediately. He was dressed in plain clothes and had an ordinary appearance. His face was full of stubble, and his boots were somewhat damaged. However, in front of this inconspicuous middle-aged man, a 3-foot sword was hovering. It was vibrating slightly like a mosquito flapping its wings. The travel-worn man stopped his sword and looked around. His eyes were sharp, like the sharpest sword in the world. One flying sword for 100 miles, from the imperial astronomer of Great Peace City to the snow mountains of Liaodong, then from Liaodong to Liaodong, then from Liaodong to Liaodong, then from Liaodong back to the capital, all the way south until here. The man rubbed his chin and said, "Xie Guaniying, your running ability is really the best in the world. However, if you have the ability, run all the way to the southern sea." After about half an hour, the man sneered and said, "Found you." The flying sword that was hovering in the air seemed to have heard the imperial edict. It flashed before its master. Not long before this, in front of a bun shop that was slowly becoming quiet because it was past dinner time, a child, who was given the nickname, Dog Nose, by a certain green-robed girl, was staring at a poor scholar with white hair. The child's real name was Go Yufang. He raised his head and looked at the poor scholar who was embarrassingly short of money. He then lowered his head and looked at the last steamer of buns that he couldn't sell for copper coins. The child's gaze moved back and forth between the two. The grandpa beside him was already cleaning up the table. The old man had lived in the martial emperor's city for most of his life. He didn't ask anything about this. To be honest, in the martial emperor's city, he had seen many strange things and strange people. So much so that he was surprised to meet a normal person. The old man had seen too many strange customers. Some complained that the buns were too meaty and weren't willing to pay. Some complained that the buns weren't sweet. Some didn't even have a few copper coins in their pockets, so they threw their treasured swords and treasured sabers on the table and left. There were also some who ate the buns that weren't worth a few copper coins and complained about how many kinds of delicacies they had tasted in the past. There were also some who pretended to take out a tattered secret manual to exchange for a steamer of buns. There were even some who claimed that they were Chao Chongqing, Dong Tai, etc., so they weren't willing to pay. There were too many of them. The child asked, "You want to eat steamed buns?" The poor scholar, whose clothes were tattered but clean, was expressionless. The child asked again, "No money?" The scholar just stared at the child. The child wasn't the kind of person who would add insult to injury. Although he didn't have parents and lived a poor life with his grandpa since he was young, his upbringing was very good. Therefore, even though the poor scholar in front of him obviously wanted to eat for free, the child didn't speak ill of him. He just hesitated whether to give him the steamed buns. After all, giving him a steamer of steamed buns wasn't a big deal. However, he was afraid that the guy would blame him and his grandpa after eating the steamed buns. He remembered that guy named Jiang Fuding. When he lived in the city and often came here to visit, he once said the saying, "If you give someone something, they will give you something. If you don't, they will hate you." Just when the child was about to give him another steamer of steamed buns, the poor scholar suddenly opened his mouth and asked in a hoarse voice, "What's your surname and name?" The child suddenly felt a little bored. Alas, since he helped his grandpa with the chores, there were at least 8 or 10 Jianghu diners who kept saying that they were talented in martial arts. Therefore, the child subconsciously said in a bad mood, "I can give you this steamer of steamed buns, but I don't practice martial arts." The child suddenly remembered that this old guy in front of him didn't look like a martial arts practitioner who fought and killed. He looked more like a teacher. Therefore, the child quickly added, "I don't go to private school either." The poor foreigner repeated his question with an expressionless face, "What's your surname and name?" The child subconsciously took 2 steps back, some fear and awe coming from the bottom of his heart. The middle-aged scholar standing in front of the child frowned. After he raised his hand, the child saw that the man was holding half a broken bowl in his hand. In front of the child, the man broke off a piece the size of a fingernail and threw it into his mouth, chewing just like that. The child was stunned. Was this man so hungry that he lost his mind? When the child finally came to his senses, his face suddenly turned pale with fright. He saw that his grandpa seemed to have cast a body-fixing charm on an immortal. He maintained the posture of bending over and wiping the table. Not only his grandpa, but also the pedestrians on the street were all motionless. Some people raised their feet to move forward, but they couldn't take that step because they were still half a foot above the ground. Some people felt that the cold spring was too unbearable and wanted to jump and stomp to drive the cold away. Therefore, they were suspended in the air. Some people were joking with their friends who were walking side by side, but when they turned their heads, their bright smile froze. All of this was beyond the limit of the child's imagination. His hands trembled and he couldn't hold the steamer of steamed buns. However, when the small bamboo steamer fell to the ground, it was a scene of heaven and earth shaking. In the child's sight, his grandpa, the table, the pedestrians, and the street were all shaking violently, making the child dizzy. The middle-aged scholar took a few steps forward and bent over to pick up the steamer of steamed buns. He stood side by side with the child. Only then did the child see that in the silence of heaven and earth, there was only a sword slowly approaching. The man said with a hoarse voice, "My name is Xianxia. From now on, you will be my only disciple." The man took out the other half of the broken bowl, which was much more complete, and placed it in the child's hand. Then, he suddenly pressed a hand on the child's head and said indifferently, "Hong Shixiang is unwilling to enforce justice on behalf of heaven and become a person who hates Su Fengnian. As for me, I want to do it, but I can't." The man raised his head and looked at the sky. The hand that pressed on the child's head slightly increased in strength. Instantly, fog rose and immortal chi lingered. Finally, it condensed and took shape about 3 feet away. It was a landscape map of mountains and rivers with a flood dragon hidden in the mountains and rivers. There was a deity 3 feet above. Chapter 1697. The abject man retracted his gaze and looked at the flying sword that had broken free from the shackles of heaven. He said regretfully, "It turns out that 1,000 years of immortality is a step further than Ancestor Lu. In the end, it's just a joke. I had no choice but to accept you as my disciple. Forget it, forget it. In this world, all the scholars have their own destinies. It's time for the martial artists of Jianghu to have an end. I will be the first, Chao Changqing will be the second, and as for who will be the last, I hope it will be you. Remember, in the future, when you meet someone called Udilong, don't show mercy. Just don't think about attaining Dao and ascending in the future. Take a step back and try to make yourself famous in history." After saying this, the man disappeared. The child with a rosy face looked around blankly. Grandpa continued to wipe the table. The pedestrians on the road continued to move forward. The world continued to be lively. The flying sword also disappeared along with it. The child looked down. Only the half-broken white bowl in his hand clearly told him that the encounter just now was not a daydream. The child whispered, "My name is Go Yufang." He heard a voice. The child suddenly looked up and saw an ordinary-looking middle-aged uncle. The latter smiled and asked, "Is there still food in the shop?" Go Yufang quickly turned around and hid the broken bowl in his arms. "Sir, our shop's signature soup dumplings are gone, but we still have wonton and noodles." The ordinary-looking middle-aged uncle didn't seem to care about the child and the half-broken bowl at all. He just grinned and said, "Then give me a bowl of wonton and a plate of chili oil. Make it as spicy as possible." The child smiled and said, "Okay, our chili oil can't even be eaten by the guests in Shu. I'm afraid that you will ask us for cold water." The uncle suddenly looked embarrassed. "Waiter." The clever child took the lead and said, "Just put it on the account." The uncle was still a little embarrassed. "It's best if you can put it on the account, but I'm in a hurry. I may not be able to come back here in a few years. This is troublesome." The child smiled and said, "It doesn't matter. Our family's shop has been doing business in the city for 30 years. As long as you have the heart, it's fine even if it's 10 years later, let alone a few years. Of course, if you really forget, it's fine. It's just a bowl of wonton." The child was not originally such a poor and generous person. It was just that he inexplicably met a strange person who called himself Xia Guining and became that person's disciple. After all, the child was still young. No matter how steady his temperament was, he was still somewhat happy. The uncle glanced at the child and suddenly reached out to pinch the child's shoulder and arm a few times. He clicked his tongue and said, "The one with the surname Xia does have some luck. Could it be the final radiance of the setting sun? You can pick up scraps like this? Otherwise, even I, Dong Tai, would be offended." The uncle squinted his eyes and chuckled, "Little brother, I see that you have a good constitution." The corner of the child's mouth twitched as he said helplessly, "Sir, I really don't practice martial arts. Please don't take me in as a disciple. It's just a bowl of wontons." "Grandpa, this guest wants a bowl of wontons." The grandpa on the other side responded and went to get busy. The uncle waved his hand and said, "Don't worry, I already have a disciple. That kid likes to get jealous. If he knew, he would roll his eyes at me. However, I don't have the habit of eating for free. The one with the surname Xia used half a bowl to exchange for your basket of buns. Then I, Dong Tai, will use a box of new swords to exchange for your bowl of wontons." After saying this, the uncle took out a small wooden box without any explanation. It was made of ordinary white wood. At first glance, it was obvious that it was not a precious item. Whether the items inside were valuable or not was even more obvious. The middle-aged man's face was clearly a little embarrassed. The sword box that he gave to His Royal Highness was a top-quality red sandalwood that he stole from the Wu family's sword tomb. When he wandered the Jianghu, where would he go to make money? However, the sword box was very different. The pocket-sized flying swords hidden in the box definitely did not drop in value. Dong Tai threw the wooden box to the child and said, "Little brother, your strength is actually enough. When you have time, play with the items in the small box more often. I'm sure you'll be able to figure out the knack of it very quickly." The flying swords were very sharp. Moreover, if Dong Tai used a little trick, they would be able to open the box and move. They would definitely drink blood and recognize him as their master. Ordinary martial artists did not have the unique strength that the child had. Even if their entire body was covered in blood, they would still not be able to command the sword. Dong Tai was not in a hurry to kill Xia Guining. Instead, he leisurely sat at the table and waited for the bowl of wontons. When the bowl of wontons was brought over, the child gathered his courage and carefully asked, "Senior, I just thought about it. I think you're actually the peach blossom sword god, right?" Dong Tai was not surprised at all. He nodded and said, "The one with the surname Xia caused such a big commotion. I'm sure you saw the flying sword that entered the city. That's why you asked, right?" The child scratched his head and said, "Didn't Senior Sword God say his name just now?" Dong Tai was speechless. He lowered his head and ate the wontons. As he ate, he was even more unwilling to raise his head. He had accidentally poured all the chili oil into the wontons. Now, he was sweating profusely and could not take it anymore. However, it was too difficult for the peach blossom sword god to ask Dong Tai to use his chi to hide his embarrassment. To put it bluntly, it was not in line with his original intention and sword intent. To put it bluntly, it was because Dong Tai did not have the demeanor of an expert. Dong Tai finally finished eating the big bowl of wontons with great difficulty. Only then did he feel relieved. He raised his head and said seriously, "Little brother, if you pick up and practice the sword in the future and decide to walk down the path of the sword, then you have to remember that the sword is not a saber. Even if you have already left the battlefield and given up your position to the saber, and even in the future, when you are in the imperial court and officials like to wear sabers as decorations, regardless of the changes in the world, the sword is still the sword. The sword has two edges. Therefore, when you use the sword against your enemies, other than killing with one edge, you can also use the other for self-reflection." At this point, Dong Tai's expression changed slightly. "Let's not talk about this anymore. I have something to do. If fate wills it, we'll meet again in the future. Also, you juniors do not have to take the grudges of the elders seriously. Live as you should. In the Jianghu, no matter how other martial artists live, we, who use the sword, cannot have too much hostility. Otherwise, even if your cultivation is divine, you will not be considered a true immortal. Dong Tai stood up and turned around. He quickly exhaled. This spicy oil was truly formidable. The reason why this peach blossom sword deity didn't continue nagging was because of the spicy oil and because he really didn't know how to reason with others. Dong Tai reached out his hand and pointed. A flying sword appeared in the southern sky. In the next moment, he stood on top of the flying sword. One man and one sword disappeared in an instant. In the entire martial arch city, only that child called Go Yufang noticed this scene. In the first 100 years, there were Li Chungang, Wang Xianji, Su Fengnian, and Xianyuan Qingfeng. It was like the spring and autumn war, where heroes rose together. In the next 100 years, there were only two. It was also like the Xian dynasty, where two kingdoms confronted each other in the Central Plains. After those two became famous and were regarded as the world's #1 martial artist, they made a promise of 10 years and fought 6 times. The outcome was a tie. Every time, after one of them won a battle, the other person would turn the situation around in the next battle. Yudilong wasn't truly invincible. There was still Go Yufang in this world. Chapter 1698. At the border of Hezhou, the battle was on the verge of breaking out. In the direction of Yuzhou, there seemed to be a muffled thunder. The military governor of Lianghuai, Kai Nan, was wearing iron armor and holding his iron spear tightly. This general of the border was full of sorrow. Tens of thousands of Northwest elites under his command were not fighting to the end with the Beimang barbarians, but died in civil strife. The infantry of Lianghuai army blocked the horses in the middle, and the cavalry coordinated with the two wings. It was a very mediocre arrangement. It was not that Kai Nan did not want to fight the Bailiang cavalry with cavalry and fight to the death with them, but he was really arrogant. Even if he had the advantage in numbers, he still did not have the confidence to play tricks with the Bailiang cavalry. Kai Nan did not have the extravagant hope that his Lianghuai army could stop the young feudal lord. He could only hope that he could keep as many of the Su family cavalry as possible. 2,000, or 3,000. As for how many people the imperial court could stop at the passes between Jizhou and the Central Plains with the help of the natural advantages, that was really Kai Nan's funeral. It was not only the funeral of the territory, but also the funeral of Kai Nan after he died in battle for the country. Kai Nan looked up and saw that the terrain was flat and there were large patches of white snow. He suddenly thought of a very unpleasant word: corpse is not cold. He thought that in a few hours, his corpse should be cold soon, right? There was a lot of snow in the northwest, and the cold land produced healthy people. In the past, Jizhou of Lianghuai Road had Yang Shenxing's Southern Ji infantry, who was known as the best in the world. Kai Nan, who was promoted to military governor, was close to the water, and the Lianghuai border army under his command was soon regarded as the first-class military force of the Liang imperial court, second only to the Liao. After Tang Tai's Huang, there were a few local officials who were also former generals of the Gu army who had recently entered the capital to take up important positions. Kai Nan did not feel much joy. Instead, he smelled a little bit of danger. In the final analysis, those were all trades without capital by the emperor in exchange for the local military power. The reason why they were so gentle and affectionate was that their common benefactor, Gu Jiantang, was still standing at the border. As well as the hundreds of thousands of troops in the great general's hands. Kai Nan exhaled heavily. He had sent the young emperor's trusted aide, Administrator Han Lin, out of the battlefield and then led his troops to die heroically here. Was this an acceptable explanation to the general, the court, and the emperor? Was this the so-called loyalty and righteousness in the history books? Living in a peaceful world that had been peaceful for a long time and becoming a border official who had enjoyed many years of happiness, it was only at this moment that Kai Nan realized that the hothead who had followed behind the general and wanted to die was actually starting to be a little afraid of dying, especially dying without knowing why. The orderly hooves of the Bailiang cavalry were like the beating of a drum, beating Kai Nan's heart heavily. Again and again, this Jadushi Darren found it difficult to even breathe. There was no need for the distant sentries to report at night. Kai Nan could see with his naked eye that the cavalry happened to be at the edge of the optimal charging distance. They stopped their horses before moving forward. One rider took the lead to leave the formation, followed by about 100 retainers who urged their horses forward. Kai Nan, whose heartstrings were stretched taut, was confused and increasingly nervous. The confrontation between two armies on the battlefield was not a child's play like in historical novels. What about the main generals of both sides coming out alone and fighting to their heart's content for hundreds of rounds was all nonsense. However, there were indeed more than 100 riders leaving the Bailiang army alone in front of him. Could it be that in order to win the hearts of the troops, that the man surnamed Su wanted to take the head of a general in the army by relying on his strength as an immortal on land? Thinking about this, Kai Nan was a little angry. Did he really think that their crossbow formation was just for decoration? In order to counter Su Fengnian, who messed up the formation on the battlefield, Kai Nan specially sent people to take the Judici commander's seal to scour the entire Lianghuai path. Pretty much all the crossbows outside the northern defense line were either requisitioned or borrowed over. A total of 50 crossbows were placed behind Kai Nan openly. Not only were they used to deal with one-on-one attacks, but they were also a huge threat to the iron cavalry. One rider led the charge. The horse hooves did not stop until it was 300 steps away from Kai Nan. Not only did Kai Nan, who had mastered cultivation, but even the elite guards and the two infantry generals saw the valiant appearance of that rider. It was the famous king of Bailiang, Su Fengnian. This young vassal king with the surname Su had killed no less than 10 top masters of the Jianghu and 300,000 Beimang soldiers. His hands were bloody as he killed all the way until today. Even if he was in the enemy camp, facing this person, he had to admit that he was in awe. Among the sons of the older kings of Liang, this young man could be said to be the best. Zhao Sun also inherited his father's title, but he was so submissive that he was like a guard dog of the emperor's family. Zhao Zhu, who was known as the #1 prince of Liang, was criticized in Guangling Path. The eldest son of Jiaodong Zhao Sui, Zhao Yi, was also not outstanding in the war between the two Liao and Liao. As for Guangling Prince Zhao Yu, there was no need to bring them out to embarrass themselves. Kai Nan casually waved his hand, and the elite scout, Yi Busho, who was sweating profusely, quickly retreated. Kai Nan stared at the young man in the middle of the two armies. There were 100 riders behind him, and they were not wearing armor or swords. Each of them only had one sword on their back. They must be the 100 swords of the Wu family that spread throughout the Jianghu last year. As a general who guarded a region for the imperial court, Kai Nan had little interest in Jianghu matters. His ability to kill was honed from blood on the battlefield. In his early years, he had a private duel with a martial artist who was at the same level as him. After he won easily, Kai Nan only had one word to describe him: soft. However, Kai Nan did not dare to underestimate the 100 riders in front of him. As for the young lord in the lead, Kai Nan naturally did not dare to lower his guard. If Su Fengnian did not stop his horse 300 steps away, Kai Nan would have ordered the ballisti to shoot without hesitation. Jianghu people were afraid of military crossbows, and martial arts masters were afraid of ballisti. This was a bloody lesson that countless people had sacrificed their lives for. Especially the heavy ballisti, which had the reputation of flying swords within 50 meters. Kai Nan admitted that he did not dare to face several ballisti with arrows as large as spears. Otherwise, Beimang would not have used ballisti to greet the king of Bailiang outside Huda's city last year. The 100 riders and 100 swords of the Wu family stopped their horses solemnly. This was the first time they had returned to the Central Plains after leaving the sword tomb of the Wu family and entering Bailiang. The demon surnamed Zhu behind the sword crown Wu Luding and the sword made Suehua even closed his eyes and sniffed hard. His face was intoxicated. He clicked his tongue and said, "I've smelled too much of the blood and horse manure outside Liangzhou Pass. The air here is more comfortable. I just don't know if I can smell the fragrance of wine and cosmetics in Jiangnan of the Central Plains." Su Fengnian was only 2 horses away from the swordsman of the Wu family, whose real name was Zhu Huang. He smiled and said, "According to the previous agreement, as long as you follow this king all the way south to a place where you can see the walls of the capital of West Chu, the 100 of you can regain your freedom. After that, whether you go to Jianghu to make a comeback or find a beautiful place to hide your names, this king will not care, and neither will the Wu family. Chapter 1699. Old Zhu, who was also incomparably bloodthirsty in the sword tomb of the Wu family, laughed strangely and said, "Your Highness, these words may work for others, but I can't be considered kind to old Zhu. Back then, in that damned place, I only killed a few more Wu guys. Old Wu didn't have the ability, so he cooperated with others to knock 60 dragon-binding nails into my body. Their method wasn't clever, but their method was unique. Those who weren't the direct descendants of the Wu family couldn't pull out those things. Old Zhu has always had a temper of being the head of a chicken rather than the tail of a phoenix. The first time I entered the Jianghu of the Central Plains, if I don't become one of the 4 masters of the martial arts competition and no longer exchange blows with Deng Tai, I would be sorry for the more than 40 years of torture I suffered in the Wu family. So, with these nails in my body, I have to trouble your Highness to intercede with that old bastard old Wu. As long as your Highness is willing to speak, although I don't know what Jianghu morality is, I am not an ungrateful person. When the time comes, even if your Highness wants me to go to Tai and city to kill someone, I can pat my chest and agree." Zhu Huang, who was full of Yin Qi, and Dong Tai were both illegitimate children of the Wu family. They were abandoned at Sword Mountain to fend for themselves. However, in the battle that year, Dong Tai, who won, entered Jianghu and became the Peach Blossom Sword God. Zhu Huang, who lost, was too murderous, especially when he killed almost all of the Wu family's side branch. The furious Wu ancestor used a secret technique to imprison him. If it were not for the 100 swords, Zhu Huang, whose cultivation could be said to be divine, was destined to never let the world know that there was such a sword immortal in the world. As for leading the Wu family's 100 swords to Guangling Road, not only Su Weisheng, but even Chu Lushan had objections. This was because Su Fengnian had promised them freedom. For Bailiang, this was not a negligible loss. In a stalemate on the battlefield, the Wu family's 100 swords would definitely be the key to turning the situation around once they entered the battlefield. They might not be able to kill Tuoba Bodhisattva, but powerful people like Hong Jingyan and Murong Baoding would probably be scared witless. Without waiting for Su Fengnian to speak, Wu Luding, who regarded Zhu Huang as an enemy, turned his head and said angrily, "Zhu, if you can pull out 60 nails, I can help you put in 60 more." Zhu Huang sneered lazily, "Just you, kid? Even the women next to you are more stubborn than you are. Huh, your Wu family is really interesting. These 2 generations all have guns. It's better not to have guns." The swordsman Suihua's fingers moved slightly. A short old man with an extremely long and thin ancient sword on his back frowned and said, "Zhu Huang, don't push your luck." This old man also had a high status in the Wu family sword tomb. Because he was a sword fanatic, Wu Luding gave him the humorous nickname of Sword Grandpa when he was young. He was different from Zhu Huang, who had never left the Wu family, or Zhang Wantai, Gong Sun Xiushui, and Nailan Huayu, who still had hopes of returning to Jianghu. The 80-year-old old man was infatuated with the path of the sword his entire life. It was just that he was limited by his own foundation and cultivation. He only had a head full of unique sword insights and a belly full of sword knowledge, but he was still unable to personally carry a sword to practice. When the old man entered Bailiang, he had twice discussed the path of the sword with the young vassal king. Because of the dispute of personal feelings, he had the idea of passing down his legacy to Bailiang. As for the country that was valued by both scholars and martial artists, the old man had always been indifferent. Su Fengnian did not turn around. He said softly, "Everything can be discussed when we reach the capital of West Chu. If nothing unexpected happens, there should be 1 or 2 battles to be fought. We must strive to make sure that no one from Bailiang's great snow dragon cavalry dies. Of course, you all must not die. The great Jianghu is waiting for you seniors to make a name for yourselves." Wu Luding said unhappily, "Leave some seeds for Jianghu, right? I find it strange. This kind of puffing oneself up at one's own cost, no matter how outsiders look at it, is it that when it comes to you, it seems particularly heroic?" Su Fengnian turned his head and glanced at the young sword crown prince who had opposed him from beginning to end. He did not haggle over every ounce. On the other hand, Hong Shuwen, a former member of the Phoenix Battalion who had followed the king of Bailiang, sneered and said, "Our king is more handsome than you, and his skills are several levels higher than yours. Are you not convinced?" Wu Luding said with a smile that did not reach his eyes, "So what if I'm not convinced?" Hong Shuwen said with a face of righteousness, "Not convinced? Then why don't you spar with our king?" Su Fengnian did not pay attention to the quarrel between the two. He shouted to the two Huaidao army, "Kai Nan, let's have a chat before the battle." When Kai Nan heard this, he did not hesitate too much. He rode out alone. The infantry generals wanted to stop him. Naturally, they did not wish for their main general to be in danger. After all, the young king not far away was one of the 4 people who had evaluated the martial arts. However, the regional commander casually said, if Su Fengnian wants to kill someone, he would not be so despicable. The two riders each took more than 100 steps forward and stopped to look at each other. Kai Nan took a deep breath and looked at Su Fengnian in front of him. He said in a deep voice, "If king wants me to retreat, then don't waste your breath." Kai Nan, who was holding his iron spear, saw that the young king seemed to be speechless. He only looked past him and his horse and looked at the two Huaidao army. Kai Nan was silent for a moment and continued, "Even if you, Su Fengnian, have a higher cultivation than General Gu, you are not your father. You are not General Su Shao. You are not worthy of me, Kai Nan, to get off my horse and avoid you." Su Fengnian retracted his gaze and asked, "If I remember correctly, this king has already sent a message to General Kai. Today, you can block the road, but try to place the elites on the 2 wings and let our cavalry rush through. If we have fewer casualties, you will have fewer casualties. Is this not good?" Kai Nan said coldly, "I will pretend that I did not receive that message." As the general in charge of military affairs at the border, Su Fengnian suddenly interrupted Kai Nan's words, "General, you did not receive the imperial edict, right?" Kai Nan's face was cold. Su Fengnian smiled and said, "General Kai, do you think that our Bailiang cavalry is so sudden that Great City is caught off guard? Do you really think that the spies in River Zhou are so weak? Even if the Bailiang cavalry advances slowly, the imperial edict will not be sent to River Zhou on time. It will always be neither faster nor slower than this battle. It will only be a step later." Kai Nan said expressionlessly, "So what? The imperial court has its own ideas. I, Kai Nan, only need to be worthy of the Liyang armor I wear." Su Fengnian jerked the corner of his mouth. "Do not worry. This king has taken the initiative to talk about the past with you, Kai Nan. He did not want your army to move out of the way. The reason I gave you the message earlier was because General had given face to a certain old man in the past. The reason I am wasting words with you today is because there is an old official in Great City who spoke to this king." Su Fengnian turned his horse around and slowly left. His words that were neither light nor heavy passed into Kai Nan's ears. "Since you are not willing to put on an act, and the Huai border army wants to be loyal to the country, then Bailiang will fulfill your wish. On the battlefield, facing our Bailiang cavalry, how hard is it to die?" Kai Nan returned to his formation with a pale face. The 3rd spring of the auspicious talisman. The great snow dragon cavalry surged like a tide. The Huai border army of almost 40,000 was utterly defeated. Chapter 1700. The sound of horse hooves caused the central plains to tremble. The Bailiang cavalry left the Bailiang Road and entered the Lianghuai Road. They went down south around Yan City, which bordered the River Province and Ji Province, and crashed into the north of Gangnam-do. They drove straight down like a hot knife through butter. Just like the burly man from the northwest who knocked the Jiangnan beauty to the brink of collapse. Everywhere they passed, the Liang officials and local soldiers all kept quiet out of fear, not daring to make any provocative moves. The night curfew was extremely early, and even during the day, no merchants were allowed to enter or leave. The soldiers of the Wu garrison were not allowed to take even half a step out of the camp. The memorials were like a flurry of snowflakes. They were passed through the county yamen, the provincial yamen, the provincial governor's mansion, and the official residence of the administrator one by one. In the end, They were passed to the elite cavalry and sent to Graydon City at the fastest speed of 500 kilometers. Along with the barbaric advance of the 10,000 cavalry, more than a dozen families appeared one after another along the way. Not only were the leaders of the local government and army drenched in sweat, even Zhao Go, who had been responsible for spying on Liang for many years, was terrified. These families, which could be said to be famous in the various provinces and counties, all had countless fertile fields and abundant grain reserves. 4 of the families could even be said to be local lords in the provinces and counties. These dozen or so families, who were all commented on in Zhao Go's secret files as having clean backgrounds, were actually bold thieves who had openly colluded with the enemy of Beiliang. They had sent countless amounts of grain to the Beiliang cavalry. This was a disaster that was laid out on the table. Once the court came to settle the score, the dozen or so families with deep roots were destined to suffer the consequences. The people in charge of the various provinces and counties, as well as the civil and military officials, would also be ruthlessly skinned. Among them, the first family to reward Beiliang in Hezhou did not immediately flee to Beiliang. Therefore, the local government joined forces with the garrisoned army to send 400 elite soldiers after the Beiliang cavalry crossed the border, intending to search and confiscate the family's property and punish them for their crimes. The old family head of this family moved a chair and sat on the steps of the door, basking in the warm early spring sun. There were 2 cold sabers on his knees. The old one was the war saber he had used when he followed the old Prince Liang, Su Shao, to conquer West Chu. For so many years, even the most favored grandson of the family did not know that his grandfather had collected this saber. The brighter scabbard was the saber of the 6th generation of the Su family. It was the newest cold saber, which was personally gifted by the new Prince Liang not long ago. The old man faced the 400 young and strong martial artists of the county. He smiled and raised his new cold blade. He only said one sentence, and then everyone came and went in a hurry. In the end, they didn't even dare to say a word of threat. The old man in his twilight years said, "His Highness wants me to pass on a message to you. For every person who dies in the Song residence today, 10,000 soldiers in the county will die. If you cannot gather 10,000 heads, then the Beiliang cavalry will go to other counties and provinces to borrow heads." After saying this, the old man with a head full of white hair bent down and picked up a jug of wine by his feet. He looked at the retreating figures and drank mouthful after mouthful of wine, muttering to himself indistinctly. The old man was like an old dog without teeth. Even though he could no longer howl, he still gave off a unique aura. This was probably what scholars read about in books, the aura of a tiger that could swallow 10,000 miles. After Kai Nan, the Jidushi of Lianghuai Road stepped forward. The second person who dared to block the road was not a warrior who led the army to war, nor was he a civil official who was in charge of a region. He was a scholar who had retired and returned to his hometown for many years. He took out the 6th-rank official uniform from the bottom of the box and put it on. He stood alone on the road. His trembling family could not stop this crazy old man. Half of the family moved overnight to the remote ancestral home in the countryside, and half of the family hid at home and did not go out. Only the most useless second son of the old man, a poor scholar who had never been able to pass the Juran examination in his life, had no courage and only filial piety. Therefore, he stood on the road with a face full of fear, waiting to collect his father's body and carry it home. After that, when the cavalry surged past, only the father and son who sat dejectedly on the side of the road crying bitterly were left. Among the cavalry of Wu family, Nailan Huayu was following behind them. She could not resist her strong curiosity and quickly rode to the side of the young vassal lord. This Grand Master of the Sword who had won the Beauty Award consecutively asked with a smile, "Your Highness, what's going on?" Su Fengnian hesitated for a moment, but still shook his head. He did not have the desire to chat. He had just received a secret report from the Gerfalcon that had accompanied him for many years. In addition to Yuan Tingshan leading the elite cavalry of Ji Bei through Jizuke to stop them, Shu had also transferred 20,000 soldiers and horses to Guangling Road. The commander-in-chief was Wu Qi, who had left the Su family in a fit of anger after the Battle of West Wall. His deputy was one of the few generals who had chosen to leave Beiliang with Chen Jibao. He was a young valiant general who had once stood out in the frontier army, and his name was Che Yi. Whether it was Ningame, who had once dealt with this young man, or Han Laozhan, the general of Lingzhou who was now in charge of guarding the southern gate of Bailiang, they all had a high opinion of this young man. They all thought that Che Yi was not inferior to Ko Jianghui and Yu Wandao. The valiant swordswoman did not want to give up and wanted to get to the bottom of it. Su Fengnian was in a daze, as if he did not hear Nalan Huayu's nagging. Wu Luding said helplessly, "Auntie, can we be a little more reserved?" Nalan Huayu rolled her eyes and said, "Oh, now you know how to be reserved. When we were young, who was the one who rubbed against my chest with all his might, saying things like, 'I'm so scared of thunder and rain, I need to find a place to hide, the winter weather is so cold, my face is so cold.'" Wu Luding carefully glanced at Suihua beside him, and then quickly smiled apologetically at Nalan Huayu and begged for mercy, "Auntie, I'm afraid of you. About what happened just now, when we got married, Grandpa Jian and Grandpa Su were always together. I think he must know the inside story. You can ask him." The old man who was discussing swordsmanship with Zhang Wantai and Lu Jinji laughed and said, "There's nothing strange about it. His Highness just asked him if he wanted to fight for the reputation of the scholarly community and send him off before his death." Then Hong Shuwen pulled out his saber and acted as if he was going to spur his horse to kill. Chapter 1701. The high-spirited young master of apricot sword furnace in the past, now the taciturn middle-aged swordsman Yuzhuwu, interjected, "Cultivate the body, govern the country, and bring peace to the world, these are the family teachings of the Confucian ancestors. If you can't even be a good person, how can you be a good official? Don't even mention governing the world and helping the people. What I hate the most is this kind of literati fishing for fame. For the sake of leaving their names in history, they conduct themselves without any bottom line to speak of. Especially that previous Grand Secretary of Liang Baiyan, he's especially not a good thing." Su Fengnian suddenly came back to his senses. He turned his head and said, "It's hard to say about others, but only Zhang Julu, in my eyes, is a true scholar. If there can be one in 100 years, it would be a blessing for the entire world." Yuzhuwu didn't blindly agree with Su Fengnian just because he was the king of Bailiang. He still persisted in his opinion. He shook his head and said, "He can even kill his own children, and I reckon he's in the right. This kind of person, even if he's an honest and upright official who doesn't corrupt or disturb the people, can't be much better." Su Fengnian didn't argue with him either, only brushing it off with a laugh. History was like a book. Some pages were extremely heavy. The hand that flipped the pages might not be able to flip them over without constantly pointing. The torch was passed down to the next generation. The person who held the torch might burn his arm, not even hesitating to immolate himself, all for the sake of bitterly waiting for the younger generation to take over the torch. In this world, there was a need for wise monarchs, famous ministers, heroes, ambitious and ruthless people, outstanding people, high-spirited people, clear conversations. It needed many people. However, there were times when smart people each had their own style, but in reality, there was a need for one or two idiots. Su Fengnian laughed softly for no reason. "Actually, that old scholar is pretty good. He blocks the road as a minister, makes way as a father. It's a pity he's not from our Bailiang." Hong Shuwen, who had the nickname of a madman in the military, said heartlessly, "Your Highness, our Bailiang has armored cavalry, cold blades, strong crossbows, and big horses. It's already enough." Su Fengnian whispered, "I hope there will be a day when it won't be enough." Hong Shuwen, who had been following Su Fengnian the whole way, suddenly sighed, "Wangya, if only I were a woman." Wu Luding suddenly felt his hair stand on end. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and said angrily, "Madman Hong, it's fine if you want to flatter me, but can you at least have some shame?" Cui Hua smiled knowingly. Hong Shuwen angrily said, "Laozi is a woman. Can't I go to Wutongan to serve tea to His Highness? What are you thinking about with 6 big vats?" Then, Hong Shuwen turned his head and said with a mischievous smile, "Sister Cuihua, you have to be careful when you stay with this kind of pervert whose head is full of improper thoughts. But fortunately, Sister Cuihua, your swordsmanship is better than 6 big vats." If he dares to touch you, you can cut off 3 of his legs. When the time comes, I will pick up one of them and make it into a dish to go with wine. Not only Wu Luding couldn't take it anymore, Lu Jianji, Zhang Wantai, and the other men also couldn't take it. They all laughed and scolded Hong Shuwen for having such a strong taste. Cui Hua, who liked to close her eyes all day long, slightly opened them. She looked at Hong Shuwen and slowly said, "What if one isn't enough to go with wine? How about I add yours?" Hong Shuwen subconsciously covered his crotch and said awkwardly, "Sister Cuihua, there's no need. There's really no need. I just stopped drinking." After talking and laughing, Su Fengnian narrowed his eyes and raised his head. Then, he quickly raised an arm. An extraordinary bird of prey slanted down and stopped on Su Fengnian's arm. After Su Fengnian read the secret letter in the bamboo joint, the gerfalcon that had accompanied its master on 3 trips to Jianghu and 2 trips to the capital, lowered its head and intimately pecked the back of Su Fengnian's hand. Then, it flapped its wings and flew away. Su Fengnian called Yuan Zuozong with a complicated expression. He said softly, "Brother Yuan, the main force of West Chu is under the command of Xia Shibian. She personally led the troops and began to break through the encirclement in the west. Chao Changqing has quietly left for Great Peace City alone." Yuan Zuozong was stunned and asked, "Chao Changqing is going north alone?" Su Fengnian nodded heavily. Yuan Zuozong sighed. Why did this official, who was known to be good at ending things, end up in such a mess at the last moment? Su Fengnian said with a low voice, "I can only make a rough guess. Chao Zhangqing might have chosen to betray many people in the end. Perhaps there was the Northern Mang's Southern Dynasty's great clans who were enduring humiliation, Wang Sui who suddenly made a comeback, and even Gu Jiantang who had endured in the imperial court and the Tu Liao for many years. In order to restore the country, Chao Changqing had worked hard for 20 years. Unexpectedly, he was able to let go of it." Su Fengnian did not continue. Yuan Zuozong was, after all, a person who knew a lot of inside information. He asked, "Is the rumor about West Chu that my foster father told me in the early years true?" Su Fengnian suddenly smiled. "It is said that scholars are the most heartless. Fortunately, there was Chao Changqing who told the world that scholars can also be the most infatuated." Yuan Zuozong wanted to say something but stopped. For the first time, Su Fengnian was a little embarrassed. He stared at Yuan Zuozong and obviously did not want Yuan Zuozong to say anything. Yuan Zuozong, who was always serious, smiled but did not say anything. After a moment of silence, Yuan Zuozong could not help but say something. However, he did not use the honorific, "Your Highness," as usual. Instead, he called him Xiaonian, which sounded like a family. "Xiaonian, no matter what others think, I am very happy that you led the army to the south. The reason is very simple. I think this is what my foster father's eldest son should do." Su Fengnian was a little helpless. This kind of unreasonableness was indeed Su Zhao's style. Birds of a feather flock together. Yuan Zuozong quickly added with a smile, "Of course, the Central Plains has not heard the sound of the horses of the Su family for 20 years. We have to teach them a lesson." Yuan Zuozong raised his head and looked into the distance. "My foster father said that the only sound louder than thunder in the world is the sound of the horses of Bailiang." Su Fengnian whispered, "Su Shao would not say such heroic words. It must be my master who said it first. Then he borrowed it and did not return it. He also privately told my master not to say that he plagiarized it." Yuan Zuozong was suddenly speechless. He rubbed his chin. "Now that you mention it, it is possible." Su Fengnian laughed. "But there are some words, whether it is Su Shao who said it first or not, as long as he said it, it is heroic." The fact was also so. The spring and autumn war had already proved one thing. There were some words that could only be said by the lame man. At this time, the Bailiang cavalry was heading south to the Central Plains. A Confucian in green went from the south to the north. Back then, the Chao family of De Chu was the pride of the world. Nobody knew when he became a dissolute scholar. He left casually. When he became a chess piece waiting for the imperial order that day, he had never been so relieved. After the mountains and rivers were shattered and the country was no more, this man in green entered the Liang imperial palace. However, this was the last time he did not enter the city or the palace. He was only one person in Great Peace City. There was no one like him in history. The overlord of West Chu, Chao Changqing. Chapter 1702. The Beiliang cavalry broke into the hinterland of Gangnam-do. With the example of the tens of thousands of Lianhuai border soldiers as a precedent, this cavalry force that fought to pacify the rebellion was unimpeded. In addition, the cavalry force did not violate any of the places they passed, so it could be considered as giving the Zhao imperial court a way out. If one looked at the current Liang territory, Gangnam-do located north of the Guangling River was actually unworthy of its name. However, in the early spring and autumn period, the territory south of Guangling was always regarded as a barbarian land full of miasma. Back then, the old southern Tang occupied most of the territory south of the Guangling River. Other than fighting a few soul-stirring battles under the leadership of great ancestor Gu, it caused a lot of trouble for the Liang army led by the great general Gu Jiantang. Afterwards, the imperial court's Ministry of War and Ministry of Revenue worked together to calculate the loss of military strength and found an extremely comical conclusion. The number of Liang soldiers who died of disease was actually roughly the same as the number of casualties on the battlefield. It was said that after the old emperor of Liang established the world, he said to the southern Tang monarch who was surrendered to the capital, "The people are in West Chu, the geography is in your southern Tang, but the time is in my Liang." Everyone says that the time is not as good as the geography, and the geography is not as good as the people. Therefore, in my opinion, these words should not be taken seriously. Afterwards, Liang entered the Dao in Bingzhou under the late Emperor Zhao Dun. When he set up Gangnam-do, it was not that there were no civil officials who objected, saying that the Jiangbei Dao was more appropriate. However, Zhao Dun, who was known as the best of the previous emperors in both political and martial arts, laughed and rejected the idea. The reason was extremely rich in a kind of unofficial legend. Zhao Dun took out a large-scale poetry collection that was recently compiled by the Hanlin Academy at the imperial court meeting. He joked that since ancient times, many scholars and refined scholars had written about Jiangnan's scenery and beauties. Could it be that when the later generations read this book, they had to make a turn? He had no choice but to look at the annotation that said, "In ancient times, Jiangnan was today's Jiangbei." Moreover, the character, Bei, had too strong of a tone. It was too much of a bummer. In the Gangnam-do, which had a flourishing culture, this Beiliang cavalry with their armor clattered and their horses sturdy looked particularly out of place. Hong Shuwen and his group of young Beiliang barbarians, born and raised in the northwest, were particularly unaccustomed to the environment. They said that the ground here was soft and uncomfortable, so much so that even the hooves of the horses did not make a sound when they stepped on it. Not to mention that they were in the desert outside the Great Pass, where the dust and dirt would rise when the horses whipped their whips, and the charming and gentle scenery of tall grass and flying orioles on both sides of the official road, Hong Shuwen and the others did not find it pleasing at all. They only felt stifled in their chests, unable to move their hands and feet. Compared to these young warriors who were used to the wind and snow of the northwest, Yuan Zhuozong and a group of great snow dragon cavalry who had experienced the wars of the spring and autumn period when they were young were much calmer. This army of cavalries marched day and night. In Yuzhou province, River province, and Ji province, they didn't purposely pursue speed. However, when they headed south to the central plains, they moved extremely fast. Nevertheless, the complicated rules set by Northern Liang border army were still unshakable. In order to build an invincible army of cavalries, strong soldiers, armors, horses, provisions, military law, and battlefields were indispensable. For the past 20 years, the whetstone for the Beiliang frontier cavalry had always been the Beimang army. For example, the opponents of the crossbowmen in Liangzhou were mostly valiant enemies like Dongzhuo's Wuxia Xianxia. This gave the Beiliang frontier army a very interesting misconception, which was that they had greatly overestimated the overall strength of the armies under the heavens. This was precisely the opposite of the so-called elite armies in Liang, especially in the Central Plains. For example, Yang Shenxing's Jizhou infantry had always looked down on Yan Wenluan's infantry. The prince of Guangling Zhao Yi's cavalry firmly believed that they had the strength to contend against the Bailiang cavalry. The Qingzhou army of the Jinggan Road also never took the Bailiang cavalry seriously. There had once been a leading general who said, "So what if they were steel cavalry? Just because they wore a few gene of iron on their bodies, they were steel cavalry?" Moreover, in Bailiang, that desolate and impoverished place, how could half of the soldiers wear armor? Then, when this great snow dragon cavalry appeared before the eyes of the Central Plains, all levels of society closed their doors, closed their cities, and closed their camps. Of course, they also shut their mouths while they were at it. In the deep curtain of night, near a scenic spot called Shuangluan Pond in Gangnam-do's five-colored county, the cavalry stopped and rested for 6 hours. Bailiang's roaming scouts were still in groups, casting a net in all directions, returning 10 li away. Before they began their reconnaissance, every roaming cavalry commander would receive a topographic map from the hands of a marking officer. The map was extremely precise and rigorous. Not only did it mark out the names of the mountains, rivers, and passes, in many cases, it even recorded the locations of villages and outposts. It was clear that this was definitely not a map that had been gathered at the last minute, and it was even less likely that it had been borrowed from the local government or army. It could only be something that Bailiang had long recorded in the confidential files of the border army. Looking at the age of the map, the earliest it had been made was around 3 years ago. What did this mean? It meant that the Bailiang Frontier Army, which had been entrenched in the northwest and overlooking the Central Plains for 20 years, had never truly ignored the Central Plains. This kind of clue, which was not obvious in words or on the table, made the entire cavalry, from the scouts to the main force, from the squad leaders to the generals, from top to bottom, feel a suppressed heat that could not be released. It was like a stove in the snow. The army was quiet and organized, but a group of people moved slowly on this snowy night. They quietly left their encampment and rode toward the famous 1,000-year-old cold mountain temple in Jianghu's Shuangluan Pond. It was Su Fengnian, Yuan Zuozong, and Su Yanbing, as well as 2 locals. One of them was the spy chief that the Fushui branch had planted in Gangnam-do. Even Su Fengnian only knew that this person's alias was Song Shanshui. He was close to 60 years old and wore hemp clothes and straw sandals. At first glance, he looked like an old farmer who worked in the fields all year round. However, this person was a founding figure of the Fushui branch and was considered by Chu Lushan to be his trusted aide. The other person's age was similar to the spy's. His surname was Zhang, and his name was Longjing. However, his aura was completely different from the former's. His entire body was filled with the aura of wealth, and he was fully deserving of the title of richest man in Five Colors County. He had connections with both the black and white. His nickname was Grand Secretary Zhang, implying that he was all-powerful in Gangnam-do Five Colors County, no different from a dynasty's Grand Secretary. The Zhang family wasn't considered an outsider in Five Colors County, but they had truly risen to prominence 20 years ago. Before, they could only be considered a wealthy family within a county. Under Zhang Longjing's leadership, they began to soar. After becoming rich and extravagant, they didn't forget to repay their hometown, generously supporting over 100 poor scholars. In order to take care of Zhang Longjing, who hadn't ridden for many years, the group didn't walk quickly. This made Grand Secretary Zhang feel very uneasy. He had originally arranged for his trusted retainer to come on a carriage, but the young vassal king suddenly had the idea of going to Cold Mountain Temple to enjoy the scenery. Even the honorable commander of Bailiang's cavalry, Yuan Zuozong, was riding a horse. Zhang Longjing didn't dare to go on a carriage alone. Back then, he had transformed from a brave and strong young military officer in the Su family's army. After being immersed in the officialdom for more than 20 years in Five Colors County, many of the edges and corners of the battlefield had already been worn away. Moreover, a generation had already passed since then, so Zhang Longjing didn't dare to forget etiquette in front of the illustrious new King Liang. This time, after revealing his identity and sponsoring provisions for the old master Su family's Bailiang cavalry, Zhang Longjing, who was full of children and grandchildren, wasn't without misgivings. A slight move in one part would affect the entire situation. In reality, all aspects of the family, both inside and outside, were stirred up. Let's not talk about the recent events. Just the Zhang family's humble and concubine-born children who had lent a helping hand in the early years were now officials dressed in green silk. Presumably, letters of severing ties with the Zhang family would be sent to the Zhang family residents one after another. Perhaps in the future, the ones who wanted the Zhang family to be executed the most were these people. When Zhang Longjing, who was familiar with the ways of the world, thought of this, he still felt a bit of bitterness. However, if one were to talk about regret, it definitely couldn't be said. Zhang Longjing knew better than anyone that the reason the Zhang family was able to reach its current status, regardless of whether it was in the officialdom or in Jianghu, was because of this old spy Song Shanshui who had never appeared before him, this old man hiding in the shadows behind the scenes, who had contributed greatly. Zhang Longjing felt a burst of burning pain on both sides of his legs. For a moment, he was a bit absent-minded. As someone who came from the old cavalry, he thought back to when he followed the great general to the north and south, to the point where he could even doze off on a bumpy horse without falling off, let alone skillfully urging a horse to fight. He never thought that 20 years later, even riding a horse would be so difficult. It turned out he really was old. Chapter 1703. The young vassal king's words interrupted this Grand Secretary Zhang's daydreaming. Zhang Longjing, when my Bailiang cavalry returns, will there be any problems with Zhang family following us into Bailiang? If there are any difficulties, you can raise them right now. Preparing for a rainy day is always better than being flustered when the time comes. Also, I'll say the ugly words first. Even if Bailiang cavalry goes to Guanglingdao battlefield, as long as they remain in the Central Plains, normally speaking, no one will dare touch your Zhang family. However, if you don't move into Liang, your entire family will be in a grim situation of enemies on all sides. Don't expect old friends to remember old friendships. When the time comes, even if the imperial court doesn't say anything, the local government and local troops will be moved. That is why if there are young disciples in your family who feel lucky, it's best if you explain things clearly to them. If they don't understand, you have to make them understand even if you have to fight them. Of course, just like the previous 16 families, I can guarantee that after Zhang family moves into Bailiang's territory, I don't dare say that your life will be more comfortable than your original place, but it definitely won't be that much worse. Regardless of whether it is the civil or martial path, Bailiang will open its doors wide. I've already spoken to Chu Lushan and Song Dongming. The government and military will squeeze out 50 or so positions for you. After splitting it up, each family will be able to get at least 3 positions. The lowest official position will still be a secondary rank 5 official. When he spoke up to here, Su Fengnian said in self-mockery, secondary rank 5, even if it is a bit higher, for your county's influential families, it is indeed a bit shabby. That is why I can also privately promise you that if it isn't Lingzhou's local troops, but rather the border army outside the pass, the official rank can be a level higher. If it isn't Liangzhou's government, but Liuzhou's yamen, it can also be an extra level higher. Liang Mang's second great battle is about to begin. The pros and cons of this, you all can decide for yourselves. Zhang Longjing was just about to say something when Su Fengnian suddenly turned around to look at this old soldier who hadn't forgotten about the Su family for 20 years. He first said, including your 5-color counties Zhang family, my Bailiang cavalry's journey here, a total of 17 families, all of you didn't hesitate to take the risk of being executed. I, Su Fengnian, am extremely grateful to you all. I will also do my best to defeat Bailiang so that you won't have any worries. Zhang Longjing was speechless, his expression complicated. The Zhang family had been in 5-color county and even in the entire state for many years. This time, as the head of the family, he had insisted on doing things his own way. In the future, there would definitely be a fierce backlash from both inside and outside the family. However, in the end, the Zhang family had nowhere to go in Liang. It was no longer a matter of whether they could live comfortably or not. If they wanted to live, they could only retreat step by step into Bailiang's territory. Recently, Zhang Longjing had often asked himself. The Zhang family's descendants were starting a new family in a completely unfamiliar place. Even if the young vassal king and Bailiang officials were willing to open a back door and let the younger generation of the family take a shortcut, it was hard to say whether it would go smoothly or not, and whether it would go far or near. The old spy Song Xianxia was also speechless. After all, compared to Zhang Longjing, who only lived in a remote corner, he wanted to know more inside stories. In fact, after the Bailiang cavalry left the vassal king's territory, there were not 17 families who were supported by the Fu Shui house along the way, but 24. The 4 families in Hezhou and Jizhou all stepped forward without hesitation and completely broke with the imperial court. However, as they went further south, there were people who began to change their minds. For example, there were 2 families in the northern part of Gangnam-do. One of them was an old soldier of the Su family, whose previous head had passed away many years ago. This time, they chose to pretend to be deaf and mute. Later, that family even secretly contacted Zhao Go through the government, trying to draw a clear line with Bailiang. The old head of the latter family was still alive. After that, 6 more families successively made similar choices. Song Xianxia believed that the further away they were from Bailiang, the more treacherous families would choose to protect themselves. However, what Song Xianxia found strange was that the Fu Shui house did not make any moves. Originally, the old spy thought that they would deal with this group of white-eyed wolves in the future. However, after following the new Prince Liang tonight and hearing with his own eyes, the ruthless old spy suddenly felt a little uncertain. His intuition told him that it was more likely that they would mind their own business from now on. Song Xianxia, who used to be a scout, felt a little regretful. He felt aggrieved for Bailiang. However, the old spy was not disappointed in Bailiang, especially that young man. Song Xianxia felt a little familiar with this young vassal king who was like thunder in Liang. Not to mention the soldiers who had died on the battlefield. When had General Su Shao ever mistreated anyone who was still alive? When had he ever haggled over every little thing? In all these years, there were as many vassal families as there were hairs on a cow in Bailiang. There were many hedonistic sons who did evil. Until the general passed away, he did not touch these vermin and these families. He only did his best to build the Bailiang Frontier Army, an elite force that guarded the gate. He patrolled the border time and time again. He more or less ignored the foul atmosphere in Lingzhou behind him. In the end, he kept that promise he made in the past. When I, Su Shao, obtain riches and honor, I will ensure that the old brothers under me will enjoy the riches and honor with me. Was it that if Liang Mang did not fight, the new Prince Liang, Su Fengnian, would not make such a big fuss in Lingzhou's officialdom? Originally, the old spy was very curious about this matter, but now he could not bring himself to ask. As for whether the Bailiang cavalry would go south to the Central Plains next time, and whether the new Prince Liang had any thoughts of sitting on the dragon throne. For some reason, the old spy did not even want to think about it. In the following conversation between the new Prince Liang and Commander Yuan, the 2 old men learned that not only did the Jizhou army go south to stop them, the 20,000 Shu elites also left Shu to chase east. Moreover, the Jing'an road in the Central Plains seemed to be ready to make a move. Once a battle broke out, the person who was truly responsible for stopping the Bailiang cavalry, the assistant minister of the Ministry of War, Su Gong, would definitely choose a place that was not conducive to the formation of the cavalry. In Zhang Longjing's eyes, the Liang imperial court was inviting him into a trap. Zhang Longjing could not help but be worried. After all, he had been far away from the Su family for 20 years. He had not even seen Liangzhou's Huda city, Yozhou's Gourd city, or Liuzhou's Qingsang city. For the first time, the old spy took the initiative to chat with Zhang Longjing. He lowered his voice and asked, "Are you afraid?" Zhang Longjing, whose thoughts were exposed, did not become angry. He only sighed and said, "I'm not afraid, I'm just worried. I'm worried that the tiger will fall to the plains." The old spy sneered and said, "The tiger will be bullied by dogs? When the tiger roars in the Central Plains, how can dogs bark?" Zhang Longjing was resentful. Suddenly, the young lord's gentle voice came from the front, "Old Song, I accept your flattery, but I can't guarantee that you will be promoted in the Fu Shui chamber. That is Chu Lushan's territory. His words are more effective than mine." The old spy, who was used to not showing his emotions, laughed. Zhang Longjing turned his head and glared at the old bastard who tricked him, surnamed Song. Don't think that I will invite you to drink again in this lifetime. The old spy, who did not look impressive, replied softly, I will stay here for the rest of my life. Even if you, Grand Secretary Zhang, want to invite me, you can't. Zhang Longjing asked curiously, why not? The old spy twitched the corner of his mouth, I'm old. If I stay in the Central Plains and rely on the little experience I have accumulated, it might be useful. If I go to the battlefield outside the Great Wall, I can't afford to lose face. I'm afraid that the young people of the Bailiang Frontier Army will look down on the old soldiers of the Su family. Zhang Longjing was speechless and could only sigh. Suddenly, the old spy raised his voice and shouted, Your Highness, may I flatter you one more time? The young lord turned his head and said with a smile, Just say it. But if you say it, there will be no reward. The old man straightened his back slightly. The spy who hadn't used his real name for 20 years reported the 3 words that he had almost forgotten. He said, If I, Song Hetien, could be 20 years younger, would follow His Highness to kill the barbarians. Just like when I followed the general to the battlefield, every time I went to the battlefield, I only had one thought. When I died in the battle, I would be surrounded by my fellow soldiers, and there would be brothers who survived to help me. Su Fengnian continued to ride the horse forward. But Yuan Zuozong slowly slowed down, took off the saber at his waist, threw it over and said with a smile, Old Song, the prince has already sent out a lot of new cold sabers. He didn't bring any with him this time. Just take it as a gift for the prince. The old spy caught the cold saber that killed 300,000 Bailiang barbarians outside the Baimang Pass and said with a bright smile, Commander Yuan, I don't want the saber. I don't need it for a spy who can't see the light of day. It's not suitable to keep it. Zhang Longjing was confused and wondered, then why are you holding it so tightly? The old spy carefully hung the saber at his waist. An old soldier with a new saber. The old man said in a deep voice, Let me, an old soldier, hang the cold saber for 10 miles. Chapter 1704. Su Fengnian and the others arrived at the foot of the mountain. There were a total of 108 steps. After Zhang Longjing dismounted, he explained that this incense-burning path was also known as the worry-free path. No matter how many pilgrims there were, they would not be troubled after they finished this path. However, Zhang Longjing added with a smile, in my opinion, they were just tired. Even if they were troubled, they would not be able to care about it. Su Fengnian smiled after hearing this. Zhang Longjing sighed and said, Li Yang destroyed the Buddha. A 1,000-year-old temple with a long history is now occupied by a Daoist priest who is close to the government. All the monks in the temple have run away. Back then, the Daoist priest led the soldiers to seal the temple, but the monks in the temple couldn't even take away a single ancient book. Our county's prefectural governor originally didn't worship Elder Huang. In his early years, even his nickname was related to Buddhism. His name was always Fugitive Zen Old Man. This time, with the imperial court's decree, he immediately became a devout believer, and his nickname was also changed to Tranquil Old Man. It's said that not long ago, he successfully established a relationship with the capital's great spiritual master, Wu Lingsu. Last year, in the provincial governor's political evaluation, he outshone all the monks in the temple. Soon, there were rumors that he was going to be a high-ranking official in the capital. Leading the horse, Su Fengnian frowned and said, Is there a stone workshop in front of the mountain gate with the inscription, Buddha in the present? Zhang Longjing nodded and smiled, Your Highness is indeed knowledgeable. There used to be a stone workshop in front of us. The inscription and couplets were made by the previous dynasty's great calligraphy master. They are first-class items. Unfortunately, this time, the Daoist priest has occupied the site. For some reason, someone pushed the stone workshop to it. Your Highness will not be able to see it this time. Su Fengnian sighed and said helplessly, Su Shao had some stories here in the past. This time, we are passing through the 5-colored county. Since it is on the way, we want to try our luck and see the old monk who once asked Su Shao to lay down the butcher's knife. Forget it, let's go back. Zhang Longjing lamented, There is such a thing. What a pity. If I had known earlier, I would have added tens of thousands of taels of incense money to the Cold Mountain Temple. Su Fengnian dismissed it with a smile. He mounted his horse and went back the way he had come. However, he could vaguely see lights flickering on the side of the road in the distance. This was not a sight he had seen when he had passed by earlier. The old spy, Song Shanshui, instinctively became vigilant. However, he soon felt relieved. Putting aside the fact that the prince was one of the 4 great grandmasters of Wushu, who would dare to provoke Commander Yuan and his personal retainer, Su Yanbing? Even if these 2 experts were to be singled out, your imperial court would probably not have the face to come and greet them without mobilizing 700 to 800 troops, right? Su Fengnian had always been gifted with a photographic memory. He had glanced at the place where the lights flickered. It was a dilapidated local temple at the junction of the road. As he slowed down his horse, he saw an old man in shabby clothes and a hat standing on the side of the road with an oil lamp in his hand. Beside him was a sleepy child who was also wearing a cheap leather hat. Yuan Zuozong was relieved. Originally, he thought that the old man was a hidden master. Now, he looked at the old man carefully and found that the old man was just an ordinary old man. However, the old man's physique was slightly stronger than his peers. Su Fengnian did not get off the horse. He leaned forward and asked in a gentle tone, "Sir, is there anything I can help you with?" After all, the old man was old and his eyesight was not very good. In addition, it was night. So, he raised the oil lamp and smiled, "Is your surname Su?" Su Fengnian was stunned and asked back, "Are you an old member of the Cold Mountain Temple?" The old man nodded with a smile. Su Fengnian quickly got off the horse in the surprise of Zhang Longjing and Song Shanshui. He came to the old man and the child and took out a carefully wrapped Buddhist scripture from his arms. He said, "Master lent this Buddhist scripture to my father. Now he has been borrowing it for nearly 20 years. It's time to return it to its owner." The old man did not refuse. He took the Buddhist scripture and said a comment saying that disappointed Zhang Longjing. The old man held the lamp in one hand and touched the child's hat with the other. He asked with a smile, "Donor Su, can you give me a few taels of silver? There is no rice left in the rice jar today." Su Fengnian suddenly felt a little embarrassed. The Bailiang cavalry did not lack anything on their way to the south except for these insignificant things. Zhang Longjing, the god of wealth in the 5-colored county, was even more stunned. He was not the kind of nouveau riche who wanted to wear gold and silver when he went out. Even if he played with jade, it would not be worth at least 1,000 taels of silver. Of course, he would not bring gold and silver with him on this trip. Fortunately, the old spy found a few taels of silver. Su Fengnian took it and gave it to the old monk of the Cold Mountain Temple who wore a leather hat for warmth. To be precise, it was the monk Fa Xian, the old abbot of the famous temple in Jiangnan. The old monk did not have the misgivings of ordinary monks who did not touch money. He openly put it in his sleeve and did not hide his smile. The little monk beside the old man was beaming with joy. With silver, there would be firewood, rice, oil, and salt. He would not have to starve. How could he not be happy? After the old monk put away the silver, he said with emotion, "The imperial court has decreed that temples and monks are not allowed in the Central Plains, and the Cold Mountain Temple is no exception. Some people return to the secular world, while others travel. I once thought of going to the northwest to beg for alms, but I was too old and my new disciple was too young. His legs were as weak as mine, so it was delayed. After thinking about it, it did not matter whether I went to Bailiang or not. If I went to Bailiang, it would just be an old monk finding a place to settle down. If I did not go to Bailiang, I might be able to give a few more fated people a place to settle down." Su Fengnian said sincerely, "Master, I can send someone to send you and your disciple to Bailiang. When the world is peaceful, as long as you still want to return to the Central Plains, Bailiang will definitely escort you." The old monk smiled and shook his head. "Donor Su, you don't have to go through so much trouble. Where is the fate of Buddhism? Don't force it." Su Fengnian did not force it. He also knew that he could not force it. He could only smile and say, "My father often talks about you, master. He says that you are an eminent monk who really has great Buddhist teachings. He admires you very much." The old monk laughed. "Young donor Su, you are lying. Although we have only met once, how can I not know old donor Su's temper? It's good enough that you don't scold me as an untactful old monk." Chapter 1705. Su Fengnian was speechless. Not to mention what he thought, Su Xiao did call the old monk bald donkey every time he mentioned the old monk of the Cold Mountain Temple. He even gave the old abbot a nickname of the butcher knife monk in private. Su Fengnian heard the general process of the incident from his mother when he was young. The monk Fa Xian was born in a rich and powerful family. He used to be the vice-director of the Ministry of Personnel in West Chu. After he resigned, he entered Taoism. However, he didn't cultivate in the famous temple on the big mountain. Instead, he chose a remote mountain and lived in seclusion for many years. Later, for some unknown reason, he converted to Buddhism. It was said that he had a debate with the previous abbot of the Cold Mountain Temple. In the eyes of the world, he inexplicably became the abbot. Back then, the Su family galloped across the Central Plains. Wherever the horses passed, the flames of war were incessant. Not to mention the Liaodong tiger from the northeast, even the generals of the armies in the Central Plains would turn pale at the mention of the tiger. Only the monk Fa Xian ran to the Su family's military camp alone with a Buddhist scripture. He asked the butcher Su Xiao, who was at the peak of his power at that time, to put down his butcher knife. If Wu Su hadn't stopped him, the monk would have been beheaded or even beaten with a stick. With his wife watching him, Su Xiao had to pinch his nose and take the Buddhist scripture. He absent-mindedly chatted with the monk for a while and then asked someone to send him out of the camp. As the Grand Secretary Zhang of the Five-Colored County, Zhang Longjing was one of the richest men in a province. He was very slippery. He seized the opportunity and said, "Master, many people in my family are vegetarian and recite Buddhist scriptures. Recently, we need to do some Buddhist things." After patiently waiting for Zhang Longjing to finish his flawless speech, the old monk slowly opened his mouth and said, "Benefactor, this poor monk appreciates your kindness. It's a pity that what we're doing in your house is not Buddhist." Just when Zhang Longjing thought this matter was completely over, the old monk unexpectedly changed the topic and said with a smile, "But we still have to go. What if we meet the destined person?" Yuan Zhuozong and Su Yanbing looked at each other. Su Fengnian was not surprised by this. He said with sincere regret, "The reason for the imperial court's annihilation of Buddhism is complicated. I won't talk about it, but I really hope that you can teach more people about Buddhism." The old monk who was struggling to carry the oil lamp switched his other hand and said calmly, "It's one thing if I don't talk about the Dharma. It's another how many people I talk about it to, and it's another how many people listen to the Dharma. Whether there are Buddhist temples, Buddhist statues, Buddhist scriptures, monks, and even Buddhas and Western heaven in this world is actually not the most important thing." The old monk paused for a moment and looked at the young man in front of him. "It depends on whether there is a space in the hearts of all living beings to place the Buddhist Dharma. As long as the Buddhist Dharma exists, the temple exists. As long as the monks exist, Buddha exists. Without Dharma, even if everyone in the world is a monk, what's the point?" Su Fengnian nodded. What the old monk said was a bit big. But as long as there was a place for people to settle down, it was the truth. The Buddhist Dharma in the heart of the old monk was the habitat between the very big and the very small. In the past, Su Fengnian hated boastful scholars and was tired of those fortune-tellers. Now that he thought about it, it was probably because he couldn't stand those kinds of unrealistic words, especially the former. They knew the truth but didn't know the reason, as if they had already told you the truth. What to do next was up to you. When he was still in His Royal Highness, Su Fengnian had a lot of opinions about the so-called literati and civil officials. But before and after the hereditary succession, even though he had two unpleasant experiences in the capital, his impression of the scholars in Liyang changed more and more. Among them were Chancellor Wang, Huang Shang, Han Guzi, Qi Yanglong, and so on. These were important figures who didn't blindly view Bailiang as an enemy. Of course, There were also pillars of the imperial court like Zhang Julu and Huan Wen who had always had the intention of removing the vassals from Beiliang. Then Su Fengnian began to think about a question. Could it be that when the young scholars grew older and had more experience, they could also grow into pillars of the imperial court worthy of anyone's admiration and the backbone of the country? The monk Fa Xian glanced at the people around Su Fengnian and withdrew his warm smile. He asked indifferently, Benefactor Su, Beiliang has already started an uprising. Are they determined to rebel? Su Fengnian shook his head and said, they are not rebelling. The old monk who wore a leather hat and didn't wear a kasaya, so he didn't show his identity as a monk. He was a little surprised and continued to ask, is the prince receiving an imperial edict to quell the rebellion? Su Fengnian still shook his head and said, there is an imperial edict from Great Peace City, but I definitely can't see it. Probably the Jidushi Kai Nan and the administrator Han Lin who are now bedridden have already received the imperial edict. The old monk frowned and asked, then does Guangling Road need the Beiliang cavalry to help the imperial court army quell the rebellion? Su Fengnian continued to shake his head and said, no need. If there is a need, behind me is not 10,000 Beiliang cavalry, but at least 20,000 Yuzhou infantry. At this point, Yuan Zuozong narrowed his eyes and was filled with murderous intent. After the old monk made an "oh" sound, he asked 3 questions in a row expressionlessly. Is Beiliang in the territory of Liang? Are the people of Beiliang the people of Liang? Is the Beiliang frontier army the army of Liang? Su Fengnian also nodded expressionlessly and said, yes. The old monk who held the oil lamp stood in the darkness and was silent for a long time. He asked, King of Beiliang, were there any immoral and fatuous emperors among the 3 emperors of Liang? Su Fengnian smiled and said, not only were there no such emperors, but regardless of the personal grudges between the Su and Zhao families, to be fair, the 3 emperors of Liang were all wise emperors in the history books. Zhao Li was talented and wise, even better than the founding emperor of Liang. Zhao Dun was diligent and tolerant, which was rarely seen in thousands of years. Zhao Zhuan was ambitious, but he didn't have high standards. Give him 10 years of peace, and the world will be peaceful. The old monk sneered, and then his smile suddenly disappeared. He said heavily, what a strange thing. Su Fengnian put his hands in his sleeves and said slowly, Master, you must be wondering why you, as a remnant of West Chu and a monk who had to live in a temple at the foot of the mountain, can look at the world calmly. Why would I, Su Fengnian, the northwest vassal king, lead an army to the south for my own selfish reasons? The old monk stared at the young man, looking at his eyes instead of his face. Does your highness have something to hide? Su Fengnian said self-mockingly, yes, but for everyone, it's not worth mentioning. The old monk gently lifted the oil lamp in his hand and said, really not worth mentioning? I'm old and muddle-headed. If I don't lift the lamp, I can't recognize the road, can't see people, and can't see you. Isn't that also not worth mentioning? Maybe everyone in the world is, but I'm not at this moment. Su Fengnian wanted to say something, but he hesitated. The old monk seemed to be talking to himself and said, this world is very strange. Beiliang, a barren land, had to be defended by the fierce army under the Su family. Su Shao had to be in charge to deter Beimang. Otherwise, not to mention others, even Gu Jiantang would not be able to defend it. At the same time, removing the vassal state was an irresistible trend. If the Su family was lucky enough to defeat Beimang, removing the vassal state would be as difficult as ascending to heaven. No matter what the 2 successive kings of Beiliang thought, it was hard to guarantee that their trusted subordinates would add fuel to the fire and wholeheartedly want to become the emperor's minister and support the emperor. Therefore, the emperor of Liang and the Su family were very difficult for Beiliang and the Su family. As the son of heaven, he could only let the civil and military officials and scholars scold him, but the Beiliang cavalry could only be surnamed Su. Later, a scholar surnamed Zhang became a high-ranking official and came up with a way to make Beiliang and Beimang wear each other out. It would be best if the fish dies and the net splits. Su Fengnian said with a smile, yes, in the eyes of the imperial court, it was a dog-eat-dog situation. The old monk glanced at the young king. Su Fengnian said frankly, if the Su family implicated the imperial court to not treat the people of Beiliang as the people of Liang, I'll admit it, and so will Su Shao. The old monk became silent. Su Fengnian stood there, lost in thought. To say the least, the Su family caused the Beiliang frontier army to die generously, but couldn't show their bravery. I'll admit it. A young lord and an old monk. At this point, the old spy subconsciously reached out his hand to press the cold saber on his waist. However, Yuan Zuozong gently pressed his arm and shook his head at the old man who looked indignant. Su Fengnian's sleeves were in front of him. The young men who looked like farmers in the countryside were chatting with an elder about the harvest. There was no resentment in their words, nor was there any passion. They were just talking about daily life. It was as if they were saying that it was going to rain, so they should quickly harvest the grain in the grain-drying field. There was a lot of rain this spring, so there should be more grain this year than last year. Chapter 1706. Su Fengnian said softly, before Bei Meng went south to the Central Plains, there were two paths they could choose from. One was to enter Bei Meng and occupy Shishu, going east from the west and looking down. The other was to go south from Jizhou and enter the Central Plains. That was why they entered Dafeng Dynasty's capital 3 times. Now there are 3 paths. Other than attacking Beiliang's Jizhou, there are 2 more Liao. The reason is simple. Liang's capital is too far north. Emperor Zhao used the reason that the monarch should guard the border to reject the suggestion of moving the capital south to Guangling River. Therefore, according to common sense, Bei Meng's army can attack Liaodong. As long as they win, they can go straight to Great Peace City. It's almost a one-time thing. The old monk said with a smile, "Your Highness, you can say, but now." This time, not only did the old spy have to be held down by Yuan Zuozong to not pull out his sword to attack, even Su Yanbing, who had been watching coldly from the side, started to frown. He was a bit angry. Su Fengnian said calmly, but there are 300,000 border soldiers from Beiliang. Most importantly, there are hundreds of thousands of elite cavalry. Of course, there are also the 2 Liao border fortifications built with half of the country's resources. The 2 coexist, so Bei Meng doesn't dare to act rashly. Once they attack Great Peace City for more than a month, Beiliang's cavalry can use the northern border with Jizhou as the core as support to attack Liaodong. In this way, Bei Meng's army can only fight like a cornered beast. When the army from the south of Liang arrives, Bei Meng will have no chance of winning. As for Bei Meng's army using Jizhou as a breakthrough point, even the country's scholars who only know how to talk about strategy on paper know that it's a move that only fools would do. In that case, does it mean that our northern Liang border army is duty-bound to Liang and the Central Plains, and that our contributions cannot go unnoticed? The old monk asked back, "Isn't it?" Su Fengnian smiled, "No, it's not. The key is that both the imperial court and Beiliang think that the Beiliang cavalry is the private army of the Su family. They only recognize the Su flag, not the imperial edict or the emperor of the Zhao family." Then, there was a question that was placed on the table of the Su and Zhao families. Neither side could avoid it. Su Shao had thought about this question back then. If his eldest son was an embroidered pillow who neither followed his father nor his mother, then could he go to Tai and city and be a prince consort who enjoyed himself regardless of the wind and rain? Or go to the Central Plains and change to a random vassal state and become a prince of Taiping? I think the late emperor of Liang, Zhao Duan, had thought about this problem many times. How could he ensure that Bei Meng and Beiliang would fight to the death and that Beiliang's military power would be stable? Could he change the surname of the unruly Beiliang and change the master? Many people in the Central Plains have said that during the Spring and Autumn War, if it were Gu Jiantang, who debuted later than Su Shao, he could still destroy the 6 states. However, because Su Shao destroyed 6 of the 8 states of Spring and Autumn outside of Liang, Gu Jiantang could only helplessly follow behind the Su family's army and pick up scraps. There was nothing he could do about it. After all, he was younger than Su Shao by more than 10 years and joined the army 10 years later. Otherwise, Great General Gu Jiantang wouldn't have stopped at 2 states. Perhaps Great Master would be unable to resist asking, "Isn't that so?" The old monk couldn't help but laugh. Even the little monk, who was confused from the beginning to the end, felt amused. Yuan Zhuozong smiled knowingly. Su Yanbing also loosened his frown. Su Fengnian sighed. There was a smile at the corner of his mouth, and there was a rare sense of pride. He shook his head and said, "The answer is yes and no. Because if it were Gu Jiantang, he wouldn't have been able to win the Battle of Western Fortress, let alone defeat West Chu, which was still capable of fighting after being defeated." The old monk didn't express his opinion. Apparently, he was skeptical. Although the old man was a remnant of West Chu, he had resigned long ago and became an itinerant man in Jianghu. At first, he was a civil official who liked to talk and was not good at military affairs. He was deeply hurt by the war between the two states, but he didn't have a deep understanding of it. Su Fengnian held back his laughter and said, "It was Gu Jiantang himself who said that he couldn't win the Battle of Western Fortress, and he said it to Su Shao when there was no one around." The old monk, who was a little embarrassed, subconsciously raised his arm as if he wanted to touch the bald head, but he only touched the old leather hat. Su Fengnian suddenly asked, "Great Master, why did you say that only Su Shao could guard the northwest of Yonghui-Chu?" The old monk didn't hide anything and said, "It was something that Dragon General Su Gong, who was from the Gangnam-do Gumu Su family, told me. I know what it is, but I don't know why, so I borrowed it." Su Fengnian smiled bitterly and said, "To tell you the truth, Su Gong, the assistant minister of the Ministry of War, was the general who stopped the Beiliang cavalry from going to Guangling." The old monk was speechless. Su Fengnian changed the topic and said, "When I first traveled Jianghu, Zhao Go tried to assassinate me many times. As for the first few assassinations in Beiliang Palace, I believe that Great Master wouldn't believe that it wasn't Zhao Go's arrangement." The old monk nodded. He didn't doubt this at all. Su Fengnian smiled and said, "I also came to the capital later as the crown prince. Only then did I know that the empress, who is now the Empress Dowager, had tried to stop Zhao Go in private." Why did she do that? Personally, at that time, she probably felt that the relationship between the Su and Zhao families was still a little bit. Or maybe she felt a little guilty about the white clothes case in the capital. But the real crux of the matter was that she considered the long term and was more beneficial to the country. That is, Beiliang had a dandy son, His Royal Highness. Having the eldest son of the Su family, who had the opportunity to become a puppet of the imperial court, was far better than Su Shao, who rebelled in a fit of anger. In fact, at that time, she and the man on the dragon throne were very different. The late Emperor Zhao Dun had always hoped that Beiliang would be surnamed Qin. He hoped that the white-clothed war sage, Qin Jibao, whom he greatly admired, would guard the country for the Zhao family. But the Empress Dowager Zhao Ji was not only afraid of Qin Jibao, but she also had selfish motives. That is, in order to break the rule of the Zhao family in Liang, she wanted her eldest son, Zhao Wu, to be made a vassal of Beiliang. He would remove the character North and replace it with Liang, and become the Liang prince. At that time, he would have two sons. One would sit on the dragon throne and wear a dragon robe to rule the world, while the other would spread his whip across the desert. This could be considered a form of compensation for Zhao Wu's failure to become the emperor. Everyone would be happy. "Master, let me ask you. If I suddenly died, and Su Shao also died, or if something similar happened, and I didn't want to suffer outside the border, I just wanted to go to the capital and live a peaceful life in the Central Plains." Moreover, Su Shao also agreed to it. Then, if the generals in Beiliang didn't have internal strife, and if Gu Jiantang came to lead the army in Beiliang as the great general of the pillar of the state, what would the situation be like? Although I don't know about military affairs, I think it would be a good thing. If Gu Jiantang led the Beiliang frontier army to fight to the death, the imperial court would also promise to let Gu Jiantang be conferred the title of king after his death. However, it probably wouldn't be hereditary. Otherwise, it would be the second Su family. After all, I also know about the matter of the army's morale. It is built through continuous fighting, and also through the deaths of people. Yes, it's indeed the best ending. Then, if I take a step back and say that Su Shao and I are dead at the same time, will the generals in Beiliang obey Gu Jiantang's command? Well, I don't dare to make a presumption. The knight fell into silence. Yuan Zhuozong said indifferently, Master, can you trust that I will say something fair? The old monk was a little surprised and smiled. So you are General Yuan Baixiong, who fought in the princess tomb. Tell me, this penniless monk believes you. Yuan Zhuozong said slowly, under the premise that my adoptive father and the prince ordered me not to make any trouble, I will only say the words of the old men in Bailiang. I will leave Bailiang and may go to the western regions. I will never enter the central plains of Bailiang again. As for the other two adoptive sons, Chu Lushan will establish himself as king in Liuzhou. He may even go to Beimang after his adoptive father's death. Qi Dang will take off his armor and become a retainer for the prince. Among those commander-in-chief commanders of the northern Liang border army's cavalry, Yan Wenluan might run straight to Mount Qingliang to risk her life. Even if she didn't go, most likely she would die of anger. If she didn't die of anger, she would shut herself in and not come out. Chen Yinshui, Zhou Kang, He Zhonghu, and the others all left the border army. Among the young generals, Lu Jinu, Hu Kuei, Shi Fu, Ning Amei, Wang Lingbao, Li Mofen and others would all leave the frontier army. In the end, among those who stayed in the border army, there was no need to think about the old man. Only people like Chao Xiaojiao could be considered useful. Once these people leave, even if Gu Jiantang brings all his old subordinates from the spring and autumn period to Bailiang, even if the framework of the 300,000 border army is still there, I think the fighting power will be less than half of the original. Maybe you will think that half of the fighting power will still be 150,000 soldiers. With the addition of Kai Nan's army, someone's western Shu, the support of grain and endless reinforcements from the central plains, such as the Qingzhou army, you can even mobilize the capital army to the northwest. In the end, you still have a chance to stall the Beimang army and slowly exhaust Beimang's national strength, right? It was the third time that the old monk said this tonight. Is it not? Yuan Zhuozong took a deep breath and sneered, is it? Of course not. You know, in the Battle of Liangmang, Bailiang defeated Beimang by a fluke. Why, when you heard that only 100,000 Bailiang died and only 30 Beimang died, you think it was easy to win? I don't mind telling you the truth. At that time, Bailiang was fighting on 3 fronts. As long as one front collapsed, the whole line would be defeated. At that time, it was not only 100,000 Bailiang that died, but also 300,000 border soldiers plus 300,000. Su Fengnian looked up at the night sky and murmured in a low voice that only he could hear, only 100,000 died. Yuan Zhuozong realized that he had lost his composure and tried to calm down, but these are not the real deadlock. The real hidden danger is, Su Fengnian directly called his name and interrupted Yuan Zhuozong. Yuan Zhuozong. Chapter 1707. Yuan Zhuozong did not say anything and even closed his eyes to concentrate. It was a chance meeting, but they still wanted to continue. At the same time, they did not leave happily. The 5 of them rode slowly. Yuan Zhuozong suddenly smiled and said, Do you feel better now? Su Fengnian closed his eyes and took a deep breath. It was as if there was a refreshing spring breeze. He smiled and said, I feel much better now that I've poured out all my complaints. I can't say that in Bailiang. After all, everyone who follows me is bullied, especially my second sister and Su Beiji. They are kind enough not to use me as a punching bag. Yuan Zhuozong smiled, but soon he was worried, because of the defeat of the border army of Huai and the banner of Jingnan, our journey to the south is safe. But soon, the elite cavalry of Ji Bei, the infantry of Western Shu, and the army of Qing province will converge. Plus, we are getting closer to the battlefield of Guangling. Wu Zhongshuan's army of northern borderline is eyeing us covetously. I'm afraid that someone will jump out to disgust us so as to flatter the imperial court. It won't hinder us, but it will be troublesome. Su Fengnian shook his head and said, Since we've decided to go south, we don't expect to have a good reputation in the central plains. Su Yanbing joked, Prince, you've helped Bailiang build a good reputation in the past 2 years. Most likely, you'll be beaten back to the original. Su Fengnian curled his lips and said, It's not a problem. Su Yanbing clicked his tongue and said, that's what the king of Bailiang said. Yuan Zhuozong echoed, that's what the Grand Master of Wushu said. The old spy and Zhang Longjing said at the same time, yes. Su Fengnian put on a serious face and said, how dare you? Drag this king out and behead him. A burst of hearty laughter spread far and wide in the night. As one of the ancestral temples of Buddhism, the Cold Mountain Temple had always been famous for its small temple but big Buddha. Unlike the two Zen temples, which occupied a large area and had many monks, the Cold Mountain Temple had no more than 100 monks in its history. As one of the 3 founding ancestors of Buddhism, Monk Quanxin was highly respected by the emperors and ministers of Dafeng dynasty. The last emperor of Dafeng dynasty even honored him as the Bodhisattva of flesh. The origin of the Buddhist prayer beads today was also the soybean count that Monk Quanxin first proposed. This ancient temple was able to escape the calamity of the Spring and Autumn War, preserved in perfect condition. However, the imperial court destroyed it with a single order. After the 5 riders disappeared into the night, the old monk, Fa Xian, let the young monk return to the earth temple with the oil lamp to sleep. The old man strolled alone on a small path that was soaked with night dew, like a wandering ghost in the wilderness. After about an hour, he finally returned to the earth temple. Unlike the small temple from before, which was as cold as a grave, the earth temple had been decorated with lanterns and colored banners in just an hour. It was grand and magnificent, and had the air of a noble family. Not only were there stone steps laid out to add charcoal to the stove, there was a middle-aged man who was as elegant as an immortal sitting by the stove. There were also several maidservants who were as beautiful as fairies serving him attentively by his side. The old monk was not surprised. He walked up the steps and squatted by the stove to warm himself. The middle-aged man was like a man in a painting. He asked softly, "How is it?" The old man took off his leather hat and put it on his knees. He said softly, "He's more reasonable than his father. Moreover, when he talks about reasons, he also has a way of talking. In short, he's better than his father, Su Shao." The old man raised his head and looked at the man who could be said to be the only remaining schemer of the Spring and Autumn War. "Mr. Naylan, are you really going to incite the Gangnam-do scholars and the people of Jianghu to go against the Bailiang cavalry? Aren't you afraid of overreaching yourself? I don't think that young man is someone who can be easily fooled. Aren't you afraid of going too far?" The middle-aged man called Mr. Naylan by Fa Xian lowered his head and fiddled with the charcoal. His face was like jade, glowing with a beautiful luster. He did not answer the question. "You Buddhists have 16 visualizations. Is there a saying about visualizing oneself?" "I don't think so. It's too late to sacrifice oneself, so what's the point of visualizing?" The old monk sighed helplessly. "You're more like a monk than I am." Naylan Yusi sneered. "Fa Xian, don't forget that you were supposed to be an important chess piece in Hong Jia's escape to the north. You were supposed to go to Beimang to be the head of the Buddha. You nodded and agreed at that time, but you went back on your words. That person can forget about this, but I'm not as narrow-minded as him." The old monk touched his bald head. "I can't help it. Back then, I couldn't find a place to belong in the Confucian books. After that, I couldn't find a place to stay in Elder Huang's teachings. Originally, I was just making a last-minute effort to escape with everyone. I didn't think that I would really treat this foreign land as my home. Since I've really become a monk, I shouldn't care about the secular world anymore." Naylan Yusi said angrily, "Not caring about the secular world, not caring about the secular world? Not caring about the common people in the world?" The old monk chuckled. "Living in the secular world, I'm just throwing away my skin in this life. All living beings have their own happiness, and all living beings have their own suffering." Naylan Yusi suddenly stood up and shouted angrily, "Uncle!" The old monk stared at the basin of charcoal fire in a trance. Naylan Yusi said angrily, "Chao Chongqing secretly contacted the old people of the Southern Dynasty. Even Wang Sui and Gu Jiantang were persuaded by him. He promised that after West Chu was done, Wang Sui would be allowed to restore Dongyue. He promised that Gu Jiantang would become the most powerful person in the world, not just the Liang pillar state that Su Shao didn't want. Once the Central Plains were pacified and Beimang was annexed, he also promised that the Jiang family of West Chu would only exist for one generation. Then, Jiang Yi would abdicate and the descendants of the Gu family would be the emperor. This was the end of the spring and autumn period that Chao Chongqing had set in his heart. The old monk sighed. All living beings are suffering. Nalan Yusi stood on the steps and pursed his lips. His eyes were gloomy. The old monk no longer called the younger generation of the family teacher. Instead, he asked straightforwardly, "You forced Su Fengnian to oppose the imperial court and forced the Central Plains to regard Beiliang as an enemy. Are you plotting for King Zhao Bing or Crown Prince Zhao Zhu of Yan dynasty?" Nalan Yusi's face was cold and hard. He said in a deep voice, "As long as Beimang loses the power to go south in the future, the Su family with the powerful army will not be allowed in Liang. Beiliang, which is like a feudal town, will not be allowed to exist in the world. This is the general trend. Anyone who becomes the emperor will do the same thing. Not to mention the current emperor, Zhao Zhuan, even if Zhao Zhu, who is assisted by Nalan Yusi, becomes the emperor, even if he and Su Fengnian have been sworn brothers since childhood, as long as Su Fengnian is still the king of Beiliang, the situation of Beiliang won't change at all. It might even be worse than 20 years ago. Liang can't do anything to the Beiliang cavalry now, but it doesn't mean that it will still be helpless 5 or 10 years later." Monk Fa Xian flipped his palm and changed his palm to the back of his hand to warm the fire. "Your plan is quite long-term. You even took into account the friendship between Su Fengnian and your young strategist. But let me ask you, it's the principle of an emperor to get rid of the hounds when they're dead. So is it also the principle of a desperate dog?" The old monk didn't wait for Nalan Yusi to speak and continued, "Why didn't Beiliang send its left and right cavalry to go south to the Central Plains? Why did it have to be the corps of Beiliang cavalry, the great snow dragon cavalry? Was it this 10,000 cavalry that went deep into the hinterland? Was it that young king's impulsiveness? Did he want to show off the power of the Su family and show off in front of his neighbor, the Central Plains? I don't think so. The Su family has been outside the Northwest Pass for 20 years and has fought with the Beimang barbarians for 20 years. They have never coveted the Central Plains, whether in the past or in the future. Especially the 20 families that you said are secretly relying on Beiliang. They are openly appearing in the eyes of the imperial court. In this way, isn't Beiliang telling Great Peace City that they are not rebelling this time? Using the banner of pacifying Great Peace City, they are taking a step back. In this way, they are taking another step back. Beiliang's propriety is obvious. Now, you, Nalan Yusi, want to break the propriety of both sides. Aren't you afraid that your actions will reduce the relationship between Su Fengnian and Zhao Zhu? At that time, Zhao Zhu will reveal his dagger. Do you really think that Su Fengnian won't rebel in anger? At that time, Beimang will most likely be crippled. Who will win the Central Plains? Maybe Su Fengnian's Beiliang cavalry will be able to go all out." The old monk suddenly stopped talking and slowly turned his head. He looked at the slender figure with a face full of shock. You, Nalan Yusi, want Su Fengnian to be the emperor?" Nalan Yusi didn't admit or deny it. He began to laugh. Nalan Yusi stretched out 2 fingers and gently twirled a strand of hair hanging down his ear. He gritted his teeth and said, "The only disciple of Li Shan, why can't he be the emperor?" The old monk lowered his head and murmured, "Crazy, crazy." At that time, when the administrator of Lianghui, Han Lin, who was knocked out, woke up, he was already on the way back to the administrator's mansion. This second-rank official was lying in the carriage. After sitting up, he leaned against the wall of the carriage and was lost in thought. There were many things he couldn't figure out. Just like how he couldn't figure out why his teacher didn't choose Zhao Yuling or Yi Mao Chun in Jianghu, but only chose Wang Xiongui, who obviously didn't have the prime minister's temperament, as his successor. Now, Han Lin, who was placed high hopes on by the imperial court, also couldn't figure out why the young man personally led the troops to the south to wade in the muddy water when there was a progress in the transportation of water and the imperial court had already loosened up. It was true that it was the duty of the vassal king to quell the rebellion, but now the emperor was not so miserable that he couldn't even send an imperial edict out of the capital. How could the Bailiang cavalry dare to leave the territory without permission? Han Lin also couldn't figure out why Jidushi Kai Nan, who didn't have any personal friendship with him, wanted to withdraw himself and safely stay away from this monstrous storm that was enough to end his official career, instead of dragging him into the water and suffering together. Only at this moment did Han Lin, who had been promoted step by step in the capital's officialdom, understand one thing. No matter how knowledgeable a scholar was, he was not the same as a group of warriors on the battlefield, because you never knew what shocking action they would do next. Han Lin lifted the curtain of the carriage and looked at the vast expanse of white snow outside. He felt cold all over. He felt a little guilty for Kai Nan, but he hated the king of Bailiang who didn't follow the rules.